What is up, Fifth Downers? I'm your host, Johnny Slokes, and with me, as always, is my partner in crime, K-Mill.
Yo, what's up?
We have entered an important part of the season. I like to call this the foreplay of the season. Everyone's getting these new toys out. They just want to play with them, try to get to know them a little bit.
Yeah, so, to get to roster bait a little bit.
Yes, we're not quite to the anal yet, but we're getting there.
We're getting there. Just checking it out.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously there's this major event that just happened in the NFL. Most of you guys know it as the NFL Draft. How do you feel your team did in the draft, K-Mill?
I was kind of disappointed, because the Broncos taking a guy like Garrett Bowles, to me, yeah, we did have a need on the offensive line, but at the same time, he was one of the most penalized offensive linemen, during his time. So it was like, I'm kind of like torn, we want offensive line help, but we don't need the penalties. I wish they would have kind of made some more buzz and went after Christian McCaffrey because I love that guy, obviously being a Broncos fan. So, but it was good. Like, I think we got some late round talent. I love the Jake Butt pick. I love Carlos Henderson. I think he brings a lot to the table.
Yeah, I know a lot of Lions fans are not very happy. They feel like they've had an awful draft. I feel like they've had an awful draft. A lot of them are very unhappy with a lot of the draft picks and decisions that this organization has been making. They're notoriously bad at the draft, especially after round one, and I feel like it's shown again.
Yeah, I feel like they need to fire
a lot of their picks didn't really make a lot of sense.
Yeah, they need to pull a Buffalo Bills and just fire their entire scouting staff.
All right, this is going to be our episode. We're going to call it NFL Draft Aftermath. We're going to go through each team, give our initial thoughts of what we think about them throughout the season. We'll talk a little bit of ADP along the way. We'll try to talk about some of the rookies that will impact the seasons for each one of these teams. Before we get into that, though, let's do a little bit of station identification. We're part of the BS Podcast Network. You can find our work at www.bspodcastnetwork.com. Look for us on the gold tier. We're also available on iTunes. Please leave us a rate and review. I thank the few that have been doing that lately. Greatly appreciated. We're also available on Spreaker for you non-iPhone users and Stitcher as well. I heard that Michael Floyd could be signed within the week. He was talking with the Vikings.
I mean, wouldn't necessarily say that they need help, but I mean, I got nothing on that one. I don't even know where his career is at anymore. I feel like he's in the tank now.
What's the saying? Like how the great have fallen?
Yeah,
he was never that great.
How the mighty have fallen.
Apparently, they've been working and getting Philip Rivers in better shape. It does seem like he was kind of falling off the past couple of years late in the seasons. I don't know if that's something that you noticed as well.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's the same thing I noticed with Big Ben. I think that they just kind of take it for granted. They don't need to be in great shape, because it's like, they're like they just step back and they pass the ball, and they take it for granted that they need to be in a little bit better football shape. But, Philip Rivers, man, he furiously starts, and you're like, wow, he's lighting the world on fire, and then he just kind of, the last two seasons, he's really fallen off at the end of the season. So if he can get himself in better shape, more power to him.
Tavon Austin's going to miss OTAs due to a wrist surgery that he had. It looks like he'll be looking to come back, though, around training camp. So, I mean, OTAs aren't really that big of a deal. But
yeah,
I mean, he can need all the work he can get.
Yeah, I mean, but think about it. Like I said this with the other players too. Like, why are you waiting till now to have surgery? Shouldn't she, know that you need surgery and just do it already? I mean, but he's a non-factor. I don't know why we're talking about him.
It seems like that's been the current trend around the NFL. Like, teams are waiting to get surgery, and it's like, why?
Yeah, why? To repair yourself right now. Be ready for training camp.
Yep. Have you heard about any rumblings about who's going to be the starter so far in Minnesota? I know it's early. They are saying, though, that Latavius Murray does have a shot to compete with Dalvin Cook. I know we'll get into this a lot more going on later into the show, but I mean, it's going to be kind of interesting to see what they go with it. We know that, they're a team that struggles to run the ball, so this could be an ugly-looking committee.
I mean, yeah, we know that, their offensive line obviously needs help. I would say if I'm Mike Zimmer, I would say let's do a 50-50 split, Let's let Latavius Murray handle the early down work until he proves that he can't handle it. Let Dalvin Cook get some late end work, and we'll see what happens.
So Ryan Tannehill, he's not too affected by his knee injury. Adam Gase said he looks just like he did last year, so take that for what it is. If you like what you've seen last year, that's what he looks like.
Yeah, so average at best.
All right. Moving right along, John Ross, did it surprise you that he went first overall to Cincinnati?
Well, I mean, he didn't go first overall, but yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah,
he was their first round pick.
Yeah, I was surprised. I think that he represents too much of an injury risk to me. I don't feel like I would be comfortable spending a first round pick on him. But hey, he
won't be cleared for minicamp, so.
Yeah, I mean, and that's not surprising to anybody. But I don't know what to make of that one. I mean, yeah, is he lightning fast? Yes, but does he have what it takes at the NFL level? I'm not sure. I definitely wanted to spend a first round pick on him though.
Yeah, there's been a lot of ranting and raving about Joe Mixon is the most talented running back in the league. There's also been some rumblings that he's out of shape. Have you heard anything about that?
I actually haven't, and I'm glad that you're bringing this up. But, no, I really, truly believe that Joe Mixon might be the best running back in this class. If it weren't for his off-field issues, I think that he would have definitely been in the top running back overall conversation, if it wasn't for that. But, no, this is the first I'm hearing about the out-of-shape stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it came straight out of Marvin Lewis's mouth. He said that he needs to get back into shape. So he met with a lot of teams, and he just happened to fall to Cincinnati. I love the pick. Yeah, I'd like to see him. You don't really like to see negative talk about him like this early, So we'll keep an eye on that. You hear about Jay Cutler retiring, and he's going to be a sports announcer.
Yeah, going to go work for Fox News. And I also heard that the first game that he's going to be calling is a Bears game, so that's pretty perfect, I think.
Yeah, you know what? He still won't make it to the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Yeah. Imagine if that's the only, his first ever Super Bowl appearance as an announcer.
All right, yeah, I mean, obviously this has been a day where a lot of rookies been signing the rookie deals. So I guess that's pretty much, there wasn't too much other news other than, all the rookie signings. So I guess without further ado, we'll dive right in. We'll start with the NFC. We'll start with the NFC North. We'll start with the Green Bay Packers. They were the Division North. They were the North champions last year. Obviously, Aaron Rodgers got off to a bit of a slow start, but he still looked really good, and he definitely caught on fire last year and eventually led them deep into the playoffs. How do you feel about Aaron Rodgers going into this season, knowing that he was the number one quarterback last year, and no quarterback has been able to repeat as number one quarterback since the year 2000?
I mean, well, I wouldn't be worried. I think that if I'm Aaron Rodgers, but you're sitting pretty good. I love his new toy, in Ty Montgomery, and I think that this team is going to be just fine.
Through the first 9 games last year, he had only one 300-yard game, but he had 20 touchdown passes from weeks 10 through 16, though he had 4 300-yard games and 16 touchdown passes, including a 347-yard and 4 touchdown performance week 16 in your fantasy football playoffs. He most likely won you that week.
Yeah, definitely.
A few drawbacks on him, though, is his early ADP. So far, he's going at the back of the second round, second round, 11th pick. But, I mean, you got to love all the weapons he has, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a plethora now, with Devontae Adams kind of. I mean, I still think he's a little inconsistent, but, he took a step forward last year. He was getting in the end zone quite a bit. You have, as always, you got Jordy Nelson and Randall Cobb. I mean, just plenty of weapons. And like I said, the new toy, he's got Ty Montgomery. They got plenty of depth in that backfield too. So I'm liking the look of this, at least the offense. I mean, and they also help the defense with some of their draft picks. So I think overall this team is set to be a really nice contender next year.
Yeah, they have a lot of nice receivers. Jordy Nelson, though, another year older, but he was the number two wide receiver last year. Had 97 catches, over 1,200 yards, 14 touchdowns. And, I guess apparently his knee wasn't bothering him too much. He was 8th in the league in snaps per game, 63 snaps a game, so he was always on the field. There's only 4 games he had played without a touchdown, and he was only held under 5 catches 3 times. So he was a beast.
To say the least.
And, I mean, if you're wondering about was he good in the fantasy football playoffs, yes, he was. He had week 14, he had 2 touchdowns. Week 15, he had 7 catches, 124 yards. Week 16, he had 150 yards and 2 touchdowns. Like, he was great when you needed him most, too.
Yeah, he was. I had a chance to trade for him late down the stretch with our dynasty team, and I just the asking price was just too much, and I was like, and if I would have got him, he would have definitely won me my league. Like, there was no question. But I just ended up not pulling the trigger. He was asking for too much future value, but man, that would have been nice.
This is a guy that he finished as the second wide receiver in the league, and you could have got him in the second round. He could have been your second wide receiver drafted.
Yeah, that's amazing to think about. I mean, but as a whole, the first-round receivers last year kind of floundered. So,
yes, that is true. It was a down year for wide receivers, but I think that they're going to come back more towards normal. Devontae Adams, he had 75 catches, just under 1,000 yards, 12 touchdowns. I mean, that does seem like a pretty big number for him. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I would say that I'm on the side of I don't think he's going to be able to replicate that. I think that he proved that he's more than just a pedestrian guy that he's been the last couple of years. But I think that they're definitely going to see some touchdown regression. But I would say that the yards is kind of on par of where I think he's going to end at. I think he'll definitely go over 1,000 for sure.
I mean, I'll be the first to admit he is a touchdown dependent wide receiver too. But what better team to play for than a quarterback with Aaron Rodgers at your disposal to be a touchdown-dependent guy? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, your chances of hitting pay dirt are pretty good with Aaron Rodgers. I mean, you're basically like, one of 4 guys that's going to be scoring the touchdowns,
But, he looked good, but he did still have a lot of drops. He had 124 targets, caught 75 of them. Actually, 1/3 of his catches came in only 2 games. Week 7 against Chicago, he had 13 grabs, 132 yards, and 2 touchdowns. And Week 8 against Atlanta, he had 12 catches, 74 yards. So that's 25 catches right there in those 2 weeks.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, he does have problems with drops a lot, but at the same time, and sometimes I get the feeling that he's like a DeAndre Hopkins kind of, light, where he, has to get a high volume to have a good game and stuff like that. And I do think that that's sort of true. What do you think on that?
He seems to work underneath a lot, so he will need a lot of catches sometimes to get the yardage. As you can see, he had 1 game where he had 12 catches and still didn't crack 100 yards.
Yeah, exactly.
He definitely needs to work on his hands. What was it? One of the playoff games, I think he had 2 touchdown drops. I think it was against Atlanta.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the whole team sucked on that game, so.
Yeah. So would you say Randall Cobb he's the forgotten one here in this offense?
Yeah, I would have to say. I mean, last year it definitely seemed like it was. I mean, the people that drafted him, I can't remember exactly where his ADP was sitting last year, but man, oh man, yeah, he kind of became a real bust for a lot of people that drafted him.
Yeah, he ended up with only 610 yards, 4 touchdowns. He's going right now in the middle of the 8th round, but it almost feels like he's like the forgotten person in this offense. He had 91 targets last year. He still catches a high percentage of his targets, but I'm just not sure if there's enough there for him.
Yeah,
especially since they got this new addition, Martellus Bennett. He's going to be their starting tight end. He was the 7th ranked tight end last year. He's going in the middle of the 9th round. Do you feel like that's a good price for him right now?
Yeah, I'm torn. I don't know if like last year was a fluke or not, but I do want to say one thing last about Randall Cobb. I mean, now he's shaping up to be a wide receiver 3, and how crazy is that? I mean, with all those mouths to feed in Green Bay, we're talking about Randall Cobb being a wide receiver 3. I think it's absurd to me, like how many mouths there are to feed in, in Green Bay.
There's always been the craze for the 3rd wide receiver in that offense, and I think right now that is Randall Cobb.
Yeah.
Martellus Bennett, he had 55 catches, just over 700 yards. He did have some explosion games, but they are mixed in with a lot of stinkers. So this is one of those tight ends you got to be careful with. He's more like a matchup-dependent tight end.
Yeah, really true, and that was true last year. He had a couple monster games, but other than that, it was he had some real stinkers, like you said. So it's just it's a real pick your poison type of thing. I don't really know. To me, I wouldn't really trust getting Martellus Bennett, in my fantasy league if I could help it. I mean, I guess he's in a like the top tier, but to me, it's still kind of like I don't know if I feel comfortable drafting as my top tight end.
What kind of role do you see him playing in this offense?
Sort of like what Jared Cook played last year. I feel like it's going to be more of a complementary role. I could see him being a red zone factor, but I mean, Aaron Rodgers has never really been like a big like target the tight end in the red zone kind of guy. So I feel like I feel like he's just going to be like a chain mover, like he'll catch those key 3rd downs and stuff like that.
See, part of me wants to feel like they're going to use him in the red zone because Devontae Adams is only 6'1". I mean, they have Jordy Nelson, and Randall Cobb's kind of short, but they used him before in the red zone as well. So part of me does want to think they're going to use him in the red zone, but all analysis leads me to think otherwise. Only 17.5% of red zone targets went to tight ends for Green Bay. Only 4 teams have a less percentage than that. That would be Arizona, Detroit, Atlanta, and the Jets. Only 7.5% of their touchdowns have gone to tight ends last year. That was total for 3 touchdowns. So it's really hard for me to believe how much of that was their offense and how much of that was Jared Cook. But
yeah,
I mean, I'd have to bet and say he'd get more than 3 touchdowns. But is he going to get 7 like last year? Probably somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, I don't count me on the guys disbelievers. I don't think that's going to happen again. I really don't. I think the touchdowns are going to go down. Like I said, this team really doesn't throw the tight end in the end zone a whole lot. So, I feel like the makeup of it is. I don't know. I could be totally wrong here, but I'm going to stick to my guns here and just say that Martellus Bennett isn't really going to be too much of a big factor next year, or not as much as like Packers fans are thinking he will be.
All right, I want to go do a quick fire, some questions real fast about the Packers, and we can move on.
All right.
All right, with Jordy Nelson getting older, will he return his 2nd-round value?
That's a really hard one, but I'm going to say no.
Could Cobb be a bargain in the 8th?
Absolutely, yes.
How early would you feel comfortable drafting Bennett?
Ooh, that's a real tough one to say. I personally am not targeting him in any of my leagues. He's not on any of my draft boards, so I would have to say very like late round value, I would say. I just can't see him on any of my teams.
All right. No one on this team had 100 carries. Ty Montgomery led them with 77. Do you think he could very well own the backfield this year?
All the reports that I'm hearing say yes, and he didn't carry more than 10 times. He only carried more than 10 times in one game last year, so that's kind of concerning. But at the same time, and I feel like there will be some sort of a committee. But at the same time, I feel like he's going to be given every opportunity to be the starting running back. I mean, like the Green Bay fans love him. Mike McCarthy loves him. He was great for the Packers down the stretch. I mean, he added a whole other layer to their offense. Because they had Eddie Lacy, who has been oft injured, James Starks, who can't seem to hold onto the ball and also has injury problems. and they got a guy who was just durable and dependable in Ty Montgomery. I think that he's going to get every chance to take the starting running back job, and I think that he could potentially be the 3-down back next year.
Well, Starks isn't even on the team anymore, so that's a good time for him.
Right. Well, neither of those running backs are on the team anymore, so it's like him and a bunch of rookies.
They did, however, they did draft a running back. And I didn't draft him super early, so I don't know how much of a danger he is to him, but they did draft Jamal Williams. I think he will have some type of a role in this offense, but I don't think he is an immediate threat towards Ty Montgomery's role. What do you see his floor being? Ty Montgomery.
Ty Montgomery's floor. I mean, he's a guy I'm really high on. So my floor for him is he gets a 50-50 split with Jamal Williams. But at his ceiling, he could be one of the top 10 running backs in the league this year.
I mean, with what I got him at is probably about 150 carries, 50 catches. If you can get 200 touches out of a running back that you can draft in the 8th round right now, I think that's pretty decent value.
Oh, yeah. He's a guy that could really return late-round value, especially with how deep the first couple rounds are with quality receivers. I mean, if you wait on a running back this year, which is going to probably – I mean, it may not be a popular strategy because of how much hype the running backs built up last year. But, man, if you could wait on a running back, you can get some real bargains late rounds.
Yeah, Green Bay, they made a big push to draft defensive players in this draft. The first 4 picks of their draft, it was all defensive. But after that, they did add 3 running backs. I mean, maybe they're looking to add somebody into that rotation. I think Jamal Williams could be a guy that you want to keep your eye on.
Definitely.
All right. Let's move on to the Detroit Lions. Now, this is a team that they snuck into the playoffs last year. They had one of the worst defenses, so it's amazing that they got as far as they did. Matthew Stafford, a big part of that. He was the 10th best quarterback in fantasy last year, 4,300 yards, 24 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. He's never passed for less than 4,200 yards in a healthy season.
Wow.
So right now his ADP is towards the back of the 9th round. I think that's right in my sweet spot. So, I mean, what's your take on Matthew Stafford for this year?
Well, he's a guy past 2 years. He's been on at least one of my fantasy teams. So he's a guy that is almost always, I find him in my sweet spot for quarterback. So if you're a guy that has no problem waiting on a quarterback, he could definitely return some good value for you. He's going to be a guy where, he might not be a championship-winning quarterback, but he's going to be dependable all year round, and he'll definitely get you to a good regular season. But last year with his injury problems, he really fell off for me. But he's in that sweet spot. He's a quality, dependable quarterback that'll average you about 20 points a week depending on your format, and he'll return his value definitely.
Last year the Lions, they had 8 fourth-quarter comebacks, but only one of which where they were actually trailing entering the fourth quarter. So I mean, a lot of their comebacks, they had to come back probably because of their defense not sustaining stops and holding the defense. He needs a lot of help over there. Another thing the Lions really lacked last year was throwing the ball down the field. It seems like they didn't really have anybody to stretch the field. Matthew Stafford, 28th in downfield passing. He was 35 of 85. That's 41.2%. That's worse than Kaepernick and Carson Wentz. He really did struggle down towards the back end of the year. From weeks 10 through 16, he only had 4 touchdown passes, and also had chip in 2 rushing, but still he kind of struggled down the stretch. So, I mean, they needed to add some playmakers. So what did they do? They drafted some guy in the 3rd round, 6'4", Kenny Golladay.
Yeah, Golladay.
I feel like they missed. I thought that was a perfect opportunity for them to get Ishmael Zamora or something like that, but no, they completely whiffed. I know my dad's not very happy about it either.
Yeah, I know. There was. I felt like there were a lot better 3rd round receivers than Golladay. He's kind of a nobody, and I really don't know that much about him, so I'll admit it right now. It just kind of blindsided me when they picked him. I was like, you really want to help out Matthew Stafford, let's get some dependable guys. I don't even really know a lot about this guy. So I can't.
I don't understand why they don't just go out and re-sign Antoine Bolden. He had like 8 touchdowns for him last year.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he was like literally like the touchdown guy on their offense last year.
You know, one good thing about Matthew Stafford, though, 70% of his passing touchdowns do go to wide receivers.
Yeah, that is good.
What do you think about this backfield, these running backs? They beefed up their offensive line. They didn't draft any running backs, so it leads me to believe that they believe in their backfield, right?
I mean, yeah, and every time that I've heard their the GM or the coach or anybody talk about Amir Abdullah, you know, they're basically like we like Amir, like we're comfortable with Amir, we're gonna roll with him going forward, like we're gonna give him every opportunity to succeed, even though he's been, you know, his rookie season he was ineffective, you know, any other year he's been injury prone or whatever, but they're gonna stick with the guy, and you know what, he's gonna be one of the real enigmas. Coming into this year's draft. I mean, he's a guy that could really just blow the fuck up for you, or he could be, you know, a guy that completely busts for you. You know, he's just going to be a complete enigma to me.
He could be a huge bonus for you if you hit earlier in the rounds on some running backs, and he ends up being like your 3rd or 4th running back, and he really hits. It could be a nice little chess piece for you.
Absolutely. He could be a sexy flexy for sure.
No back on this team had more than 100 carries last year. Theo Riddick led the team with 92, showed a little bit of success running through the interior, but that's just, we all know that's just not who he is. He's a pass catcher. He had 53 catches, and he had 5 receiving touchdowns last year. He had 6 games of over 15 touches. That had a lot to do with the injury of Abdullah. Obviously, he's not going to see that kind of workload this year, and he wasn't able to do anything for you in the playoffs because he was hurt. That's another thing you got to worry about. He's a smaller guy.
Yeah, I know, and you add Zach Zenner to the mix, the guy that actually did end up starting in their playoff game, and you know that spells Theo Riddick is probably going to go at somewhat of a bargain this year. But if there was a running back that I would want to own from Detroit, it would definitely be Abdullah. I'm not really buying into any Zach Zenner hype. I think that Amir is going to get every chance to succeed.
You know, he actually had 5.6 yards a carry before he went down last year, Amir Abdullah. So, I mean,
yeah, he did.
See what he can do in front of this line.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, they got other running backs, Dwayne Washington. I don't really think he's relevant. I know you mentioned Zach Zenner, but, you know, I also heard some news that the Lions, and they might bring in the Garrett Blunt. I think that's some bad news for a guy like Zach Zenner.
Yeah, that really is, because it's, you know, it's a guy filling the same role that somebody already occupies. And, you know, Zach Zenner is more of a, you know, lower the shoulders and you know, put some guys in the dirt, and that's exactly what Garrett Blunt does. You know, he doesn't really run with a lot of elusiveness. So I feel like, yeah.
The Lions like those bigger backs like that, you know. And also remember, when Abdullah and Riddick were both healthy, Zach Zenner was a healthy scratch. So
that's true.
These wide receivers they have Golden Tate, who I think is a little bit underrated. He started off real slow last year. He ended up with 91 catches, over 1,000 yards, only 4 touchdowns, but he's never really been a touchdown guy.
Yeah,
First 5 games he only had 17 catches.
Yeah, after absolutely hating him for like most of the start of the season last year, he ended up coming around and really surprising a lot of people, and including myself. Like I've always been really low on Golden Tate. I've always hated him ever since the Fail Mary play, but you know, he really he did some head turning for me, and if he's going into value next year, he's definitely a guy that I'm targeting on my draft boards.
Well, would you be surprised if I told you he finished as wide receiver 18 last year?
No, actually, it really doesn't surprise me, because he really came on at the end of the year last year. He was really going hard in the paint.
And this year he's going 8th pick in the 5th round.
Yeah, see, that's pretty good value if you can get a wide receiver.
You're getting about 90 catches
overall.
there, so that's not bad.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Yeah, from week 6 on though, he was only held under 5 catches one time.
Wow.
And then, you know, another thing about him is we all know how he's used. He's used around the line of scrimmage. This number just kind of like blew my mind a little bit. 6.7 yards after the catch per reception.
That is a pretty impressive stat.
All right, now let's let's go over to Marvin Jones. Obviously, he's the one that had the hot start, and he ended up finishing at wide receiver 42. So that's no bueno. 55 catches. He is just shy of 1,000 yards. How do you feel he's going to be this year in this offense? Do you think he's going to kind of find his groove and be a little bit more consistent, or is he still going to be that streaky Marvin Jones?
I think that, history might repeat itself. I mean, he was a guy last year I drafted as, like a later wide receiver, and I ended up, after he had that fast start, I sold him high. That he was the epitome of a sell high guy. Like, he was outperforming his, career statistics by, a landslide. So you're like, I need to get rid of this guy now. And sure enough, he fell off like typical Marvin Jones. So I feel like he's just a streaky guy. It's in his history. And I'm a guy, I'm a firm believer on you need to have a significant track record with me to, want to trust you. And he's a guy that I definitely don't trust going into next year. So,
yeah, he had the hot start. Obviously, had a lot better of a first half. From week 9 on, he only had 19 catches and 0 touchdowns. He only had 5 catches only in 3 games. So he's definitely a streaky guy. I want to know, though, who's going to replace all these red zone touchdowns that Bolden's going to be, because he's gone. He had 8, 9 touchdowns. Who is going to get all these red zone touches? Because they don't really look to the tight end very much in the red zone.
I was going to say, that is a great point to bring up. And I'm actually in the camp of saying it's probably going to be a guy like Eric Ebron, because it's got to be a big body, I would think, for Matthew Stafford, because, that's kind of what Anquan Bolden represents. He's a big-bodied receiver. So, you think that somebody's got to do it, and you're right, they don't target the tight end very much, but maybe they change some schemes and stuff like that, and then they actually end up going to him in the red zone quite a bit more. So who knows?
13.6% of their targets went to tight ends in the red zone. That was one of the lowest rates in the league. Eric Ebron had 61 catches, 711 yards. He was tight end 13. He was hurt a little bit. But, if you look at what he is averaging per game, it was right on par with a guy like Cameron Brate at tight end 6.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, he surprised me last year. I was very on Ebron, but I think that he brings a lot to the table in 2017.
The fans hate him. They want him out of there.
Yeah, but he's a guy that people don't really realize, how good he actually was last year. I mean, as far as tight ends go, he was in the.
I wouldn't say he's great. He hasn't been terrible, but I think the reason why people are unhappy with him is because of where he was drafted. He was drafted in the first round, it's top 15, and he was never going to live up to those expectations. He's a tight end.
Yeah, of course not.
But, one thing he really does need to start working on, though, is he needs to get some better hands, because he had 7 drops and 85 targets. That's 8.2% of his targets resulted in a drop. That was the highest among tight ends. And the Lions are not fucking around. They drafted a tight end, I believe, in the 4th round. So, I mean, they're going to try to show him some competition,
Oh yeah, definitely. I think that they're going to try to push him by whatever means necessary, and see if he's got what it takes. But I was actually impressed a little bit with Ebron, because the 2 seasons before last, he was an absolute bust for me. And last year he actually showed me he had something. And that is the drop passes stat that you just brought up is actually pretty surprising to me, because I felt like he had pretty sure hands last year. But that is something to keep your eye on.
All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about with the Lions?
No, we can move on from them.
Shoot. What are you drinking on over there?
I got some Coors Banquet. The actual go-to, man. That one's the best.
Yeah, I just moved into my new apartment, and my dad filled my refrigerator up with Budweiser, so I'm trying to get rid of those. So I'm doing a good job right now.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, we moved into a nice little quiet neighborhood full of pillheads.
Yeah, that's great, man. I'm happy for you. Yeah, I saw that picture of it, and I was like, damn, nice place. All right.
Yeah. Now you just got to worry about people destroying shit while they're on pills.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, just be careful with that. You're in Detroit, of all places.
All right. So let's move on to the Chicago Bears. They obviously went 3-13. I feel like they're purposely making bad decisions.
I seriously am still like just scratching my head over what happened at the draft. I was like, God, I am still in awe. Like, you just think that this team can make good decisions, and you're like, what the fuck did they do?
I feel like that means that they have to start Trubisky, right?
I mean, at this point, they could just pull a Jared Goff and just be like, no, we're not going to rush him in there after they spent all that draft capital on him. But at the same time, I don't know. Because they it's a head scratcher to me because they gave Mike Glennon so much money in the offseason, and then they go around and then they're like, oh, we're going to trade everything away just to move up one spot to grab a quarterback that needs a lot of polish,
Well, the thing about Mike Glennon's contract is they can cut him after a year.
That is true.
But it's a lose-lose situation. Who do you start? Either you're sitting a guy where you gave up this capital to get him, or you're sitting another guy that you're paying $15 million to.
I mean, if I were the Chicago Bears, if I was in this nightmare scenario of theirs, I would feel more like inclined to start Glennon, let Trubisky sit for a year, because I mean, at the very least, boom, if Mike Glennon has a great season, you can trade him. If he has a bad season, you can cut him. It's kind of a win-win. As much as you can get out of that situation. And then the next year you get Trubisky anyways. Or if like Mike Glennon turns out to be great, you can maybe trade Trubisky for a team that like really thinks that he could be the next Tom Brady.
I know. I wonder what made them say yes. Let's sign Glennon to all this money, because really all you got to go off of is what he did in his rookie year at Tampa Bay. He had like 19 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. But that's not a lot to go on, since he hasn't really got a lot of time since then, So I don't know what their thought process was to get him.
I mean, if I were the Bears, I wouldn't have signed Mike Glennon at all. Because you got to think that they were kind of thinking about the draft. They were going to have high pick because it wasn't like they just started struggling overnight. Their whole season was a struggle. So if I were the Bears, I would have looked at it and been like, oh, okay, we want to draft Trubisky, so let's like make that happen. So let's see what we need to do, to get Mitchell Trubisky, and then just kind of like find a journeyman quarterback, and then maybe the fans would have been pissed off, but whatever. And then you get Trubisky, and then you start him right away. It just doesn't make sense to me why we're even talking about a guy like Mike Glennon.
And then we move on to what they have. They don't really have a whole lot on their offense to help these guys out. They have Jordan Howard. He was the number 10 running back last year in PPR leagues. He had over 250 carries, 1,300 yards. He had 6 touchdowns. He was second in yards behind Zeke. So, I mean, he definitely was a surprise come out of nowhere for them. He is now a first-round draft pick right now.
Yeah, in a lot of fantasy. I was really surprised actually. Well, I'm not really surprised. I guess I just really didn't give it much thought, and then I was looking at like some of these dynasty drafts that we're doing, and I'm like, wow, like he's up there, man. Like some people are very confident that he can not only replicate that but do it for years to come. So more power to him. I think he can too. I mean, he showed me a lot last year. I was the guy that completely wrote him off, and he really proved a lot to me last year.
And Chicago was a team where they did not add. They did add a running back, but he's just a scat back in the 4th round. So it does look like he's going to have control of his backfield. From week 4 on, he had 15 carries in all of the games except week 7 at Green Bay, where he had 7 carries for 22 yards. And week 14 against Detroit, he had 13 carries for 86 yards. So he was definitely getting the ball early and often, even when they were losing. So that's another good thing to look at. At one point in the year, he had a better yards after contact per attempt and elusive rating than Zeke.
That is crazy to think about. I mean, he was just Mr. Do It All last year. The definition of waiver wire gold for sure.
Yep. I mean, I do have some negatives on him though. He only had 6 touchdowns.
Of all people.
He had 6 touchdowns, and 3 of them came in that snow game in San Francisco. I'm also a little bit worried about him with some injuries. He's a bigger guy. People go at his knees. He has some knee and ankle issues before into college, so a little bit worried about him there. He had a high drop rate among players with at least 50 targets. He had the most with 7 drops. 14% of his targets resulted in a drop. So it's definitely something that he's going to have to work on. And if you think about it, will his workload exceed last year's? He had 252 carries. Do you see him getting more carries than that next year?
I can't see how you could get more volume than he got last year. I would say, I think last year's number is about where I'd peg him this year. I think if you had to put me on a number.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's going to be like right around where he did last year. The question is he going to average over 5 yards a carry again? I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if the answer is no.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I want to ask you, because you were very high on him last year, as like waiver wire gold and, everything else, and even in pre-draft stuff. So I would say to you, is he a guy that you're targeting in drafts with a high round pick, or no?
With him going in the back of the first, no, I'm not taking him there. If I'm going in the back of the first, I'm probably taking two wide receivers.
Okay.
I mean, let's look at him. Let's give him a conservative floor. Let's say he gets 220 carries, and we'll give him like 4.5 yards a carry. I mean, does that mean he's barely over 1,000 yards now?
Yeah, I guess you do have a point there. I mean, yeah, I feel like he's going a little too high for me too. I feel like, especially in redraft, I don't see myself touching this guy.
He is, though, the opposite of touchdown dependent. Like, he was not very dependent on touchdowns, so maybe he could see a higher touchdown total this year.
Yeah, he was more like
that's
volume
the argument
dependent.
For him.
Yeah, I think he was like volume dependent, if anything.
The rest of the guys that are behind him, though, are just other dudes. They're just normal guys like Jeremy Langford, Dame Carey. They drafted Tarek Cohen. I mean, they're gonna be fighting for scraps. They're not guys you're gonna really have to worry about. I'd say if you are looking to handcuff Jordan Howard, if he is your top running back taken, I think Jeremy Langford would be your guy, though.
Yeah, I think I would have to put money on that too. As much as I was on Kadeem Carey last year, and I thought he might be the guy in this backfield. I was completely wrong. So I would say Jeremy Langford as well.
Another reason why you may not think that Jordan Howard is going to get those touchdowns is because Jeremy Langford might have carved himself out a little role, because he had 4 touchdowns last year, and all 4 of them came within inside the 5-yard line.
Yeah, that's true. He could be just a little chain pusher and a red zone guy.
Yeah. Now, these wide receivers, we thought that they may address this in the draft, and they did not. They decided to roll with the receivers that they have. I mean, you got to think Kevin White's going to be the number 1 guy, right? Or are you one of those Cameron Meredith believers?
I was actually just going to say that. I was going to say, hello, Kevin White, because I think that it's got to be him. I mean, if he can stay healthy, that is,
I mean, that's really the big knack on him is his health. He had 36 targets in 4 games last year before he went on IR, though, so he was getting some volume. He looked like he was an inside possession receiver. He wasn't getting those big explosive plays, really, but he was kind of working inside. Maybe that's who he is. Cameron Meredith is more of a slot guy. They did also try to sign Kendall Wright, who's also a slot guy, so maybe they might be rotational players. But I think Cameron Meredith, he showed that he could ball last year. He was a bit streaky, though.
He was, yeah. He was a guy that I was really high on mid-season. I was like, ooh, yeah, wow, I'm really starting to believe the hype on this kid. And then, I don't know, yeah, just kind of he had his games where he just fell off the face of the earth. And it was also because there was a quarterback carousel going on in Chicago last year. Like it was just injuries everywhere. You didn't know who was going to be starting a quarterback, last year. So it was that kind of was like, oh, they just, I guess, didn't like Meredith or, whatever. I don't know.
It was hard for a receiver to get into rhythm because they constantly kept changing the quarterback. But, Cameron Meredith, he had 66 catches on the season, 888 yards. He was still a bit streaky, though. He had 8 games under 5 catches. But he was great in the fantasy football playoffs. He had 72 yards and a touchdown week 14. Week 15, he had 104 yards. Week 16, he had 135 yards and a touchdown. So he was being utilized late last season. Do you think any other receivers on this team can make an impact? Maybe Kendall Wright, Marcus Wheaton, Josh Bellamy, any of those?
I'm not seeing it.
All right. The big question is, who is going to be the starter here at tight end? They still have Zach Miller on contract, but they drafted a tight end in the second round, 45th overall, Adam Shahan. He's a 280-pound tight end that can scoot.
I mean, my money would still have to be on Zach Miller because, the learning curve for rookies, rookie tight ends is usually too steep for a rookie to step up. So I would say for now, Miller's going to be the guy next year. And unless you're like a guy like Hunter Henry, he came on a couple times last year, but unless you're like, him or whatever, I don't think that you're exactly pro-ready your first year. So I say Miller.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be Miller too. He had he was tight end 18 on the season. He only played in 10 games. He was tight end 7 before he went on IR. He was getting 12 points a game. So hopefully they continue to utilize him because he was on pace to finish where Kyle Rudolph did.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, and we all know the story behind that. But yeah, if he can stay healthy, I see no problem or no reason to think that Zach Miller can't be productive.
All right. One last question about the Bears, and then we can move on. The Bears, they have 108 targets to distribute through the wide receivers. Plant your flag on which one you want on the season.
For the Bears?
Yes.
I got to stay White. I got to stay Kevin White.
You think? I think that's going to be the guy because he was the guy that was not in the picture last year, and they need somebody to fill in. I think it's a good choice. All right, let's move on to the Minnesota Vikings. This will round out the NFC North. Minnesota, they finished 8-8 last year. Obviously, they missed the playoffs. It seems like they had some struggles on offense. The defense started to fall apart towards the end of the year. Sam Bradford, he was the most accurate quarterback of all time last year. I think it was 71% completion percentage. He had 3,837 yards. 20 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. He also didn't even start the first game because that was Sean Hill.
You know what? I actually wanted to bring up something about while we're on the subject of Sam Bradford, just because of how impressed the Vikings were with him. Did you know that they didn't pick up Teddy Bridgewater's fifth-year option?
Well, because his career might be over.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, we all knew the injury was gruesome, from all the reports and everything like that. We knew it was going to be a difficult road to recovery for him, but the Vikings pretty much doubled down and they got rid of the controversy right now, and they basically were like, Sam Bradford's our guy. That's it. Because he had a great year last year behind a shitty offensive line. So what he did was pretty impressive for me for his career norms. You
can see why they were so willing to give up a first-round pick for him. They realized, you know what, he might have to be our guy.
Yeah, I mean, and I feel like they did make a knee-jerk reaction, but it ended up working out for them. I feel like they didn't expect Sam Bradford to be all that in a bag of potatoes. But, he really proved himself last year, and he really impressed me. I mean, it was his best season that I can remember to date.
He was pretty good during the fantasy football playoffs. He had 382 yards and 3 touchdowns, Week 15 against Green Bay. And then Week 16 against Chicago, he had 250 yards and 3 touchdowns. So he definitely held water in the playoffs. The only problem with him is he only had 4 games with multi-touchdowns on the season. But the good news is he was playing it safe. No multi-game interceptions. So that's another good thing about him. ADP-wise, he's basically free.
Yeah, and a guy like Adam Thielen started coming on really, towards the end of the season last year. Stephon Diggs, it kind of fell off. But I think next year he's got 2 bona fide, nice starters going into next year. I think that he's got a nice receiving core to look forward to. He's got an added option in the backfield with Dalvin Cook. I mean, this could be a sneaky Vikings team, I think.
Would you be surprised if I told you that Adam Thielen was the leading receiver for him last year?
No, I wouldn't. I mean, he really just surprised the hell out of me, especially late last year.
Yeah, I mean, Diggs had more catches, Thielen had more yards and more touchdowns. Thielen had 967 yards, 5 touchdowns. You think of him as just this another small white receiver, but he's actually pretty big. He's more towards the long lines of Jordy Nelson. He's 6'3". He has the size to him. He mostly worked the sidelines, so he's a good complement to Stephon Diggs, who likes to work over the middle. They do have a nice little combo.
I was going to say that, yeah, he reminds me of Jordy Nelson, because I don't know whoever said, small wide receiver about him. I don't think so. He's tall, and he looks pretty muscular to me. Like, I would definitely not call him a small wide receiver. I think that he played the outside role brilliantly last year, and I think that this could be a team that really surprises a lot of people.
You know, I will have one small knock on him. It seemed like a lot of his production did come when Stefon Diggs was either not playing or he was not playing at 100%. 39% of his receptions came in 3 games in weeks 5, 11, and 15. He had a total of 27 catches in those 3 games. So I'm saying a lot of his production did come when Diggs was out. We'll see how they gel. I think that they complement each other perfectly, though.
Yes, absolutely. Agreed on that one.
Would you rather have Diggs in the 7th round or Thielen in the 12th?
I think I'd rather have Thielen, honestly.
Yeah, I'm opposite. I kind of like Diggs right there in the 7th round.
I mean, both of them are going at what I would consider sort of a value for what they could really do for your team.
I think that maybe Minnesota's already getting sick and tired of Treadwell. By the way they're drafting, they took a couple of receivers. They weren't totally early though. That's the only thing. Rodney Adams in the 5th round, Stacy Coley in the 7th round. It looks like maybe they're just depth pieces, but are you surprised at how little Treadwell was used last year? Do you think that maybe he could be that number 3 this year?
No, I'm not. He kind of is just like, to me, I was never really on the Treadwell train to begin with. I've always been kind of a Treadwell hater. I just think that he doesn't represent like what Minnesota needs. He's like a Kelvin Benjamin to me. You know, he's not particularly like super fast. He's not. He's a big body. He's like an Anquan Bolden almost to me. Like he's just a big guy. If anything, I could see him maybe down the road being like a big red zone target type of guy. But at the same time, I think that the Vikings are just better off with what they have, and I feel like he's never going to really catch on. He'll probably go his entire rookie contract. He's going to go into free agency, get signed by some team like the Browns, and then he'll do a little bit, but not a lot. I'm really not excited about his career to begin with.
All right, let's try to sort out this running back mess a little bit. Dalvin Cook, they drafted him. Do you like that pick?
Oh yeah, I absolutely do. I mean, if he can stay out of trouble, I think that this is a great pick. I mean, Dalvin Cook's just got to understand that, you know, he's going to have no offensive line and he's going to have to make plays by himself, which he was a playmaker in college, so I see no problem with that.
Yeah, I mean, how high do you think he'll go in the draft here, like the fantasy football draft? Right now, he's projected 11th round, according to Fantasy Football Calculator.
I mean, I think that he's a guy that could definitely start the season as like a bench stash and like carve out a role and then be the early down guy in Minnesota, you know. So it could definitely happen. I think that he's a guy worth taking a flyer on for that ADP, you know.
I think that it could end up creeping into like the 7th, 8th round. I wouldn't be surprised, even if it was more than that. But
yeah, exactly.
I'm for the pick. I'm for the pick.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking hypothetically, if he were to like stay where he's at right now, that's somewhere where I feel comfortable just taking a flyer on him. But if he moves up into like the 7th round, I think there's some guys that I like a little bit more than him.
I mean, one guy he's definitely going to have to compete with is Latavius Murray. He was the 12th running back last year in terms of fantasy football points. He had 195 carries for 788 yards, a whopping 12 touchdowns. He's going at the beginning of the 4th round still. You got to think that's going to fall a little bit, though. So.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, what kind of role do you see him playing in this offense? He doesn't seem like he's going to get the bulk of the carries once again.
Yeah, I just don't think so. He's a guy that I'm not really targeting because, you know, it's Latavius Murray. I mean, he was in a 3-man committee in Oakland, so essentially last year. So it's hard to say. If there was a running back that I would say you have to own in this team, it would be definitely Dalvin Cook. But I don't know. I can't make heads or tails of it.
I mean, if you're comparing their ADPs, I'm definitely leaning towards Dalvin Cook. You know how I feel about Latavius Murray. You know.
Yeah, I do know.
He's going to a new team, and that new team that he's going to has a bad offensive line. he only had 8 carries last year over 15 yards, 5 over 20 yards, and only 1 carry over 40 yards.
I actually didn't know that.
And that was behind one of the best offensive lines in the NFL. Compared to the 2 rookies that were on the team behind him, they had 14 such carries of 15 yards and 25 less carries.
Wow.
Only 8.2% of his carries went for more than 10 yards. To put that into perspective, Gurley was at 6.2, and he had one of the worst offensive lines in the league.
Wow. Yeah, that is actually an eye-popping stat because you think about how bad Gurley was last year.
Yeah, so I'm saying he wasn't very good in front of a very good line, and now he's going to a team that has one of the worst lines in the league. You can't expect this to end well.
No, you really can't. And anybody that's trying to get late-round value out of him, I really wouldn't expect it.
I mean, I guess you could consider Jerick McKinnon like the big loser of the draft, right? He's like going to be like the odd man. He'd be the odd man out.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I see him being just a complete. I mean, he won't be a non-factor in the real world, but for fantasy purposes, he will be a non-factor.
I think everything that he can do, Dalvin Cook can do better.
I agree. Totally agree.
I mean, he was a bit of a letdown last year. He got the keys to the car and he didn't really necessarily stay on the road. He kept skidding off on the side, and you could hear like the little rivets, you know.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, he only had 2 games over 50 yards. He had 0 100-yard games. He did, however, have 25 catches from weeks 13 through 16, so that's one good thing. But the only problem with that is, Dalvin Cook can catch the ball out of the backfield.
Exactly.
All right. I think there's one last guy we could talk about before we move on from the Minnesota Vikings. Let's go over him real fast. It's Kyle Rudolph. He was the tight end number 3 in PPR leagues last year. He had 83 catches, 840 yards, 7 touchdowns. He had 6 games over 10 targets, and he was marvelous. He was marvelous in the fantasy football playoffs. He had 97 yards week 14. He had 6 catches for 53 yards in week 15, and in week 16 he had 117 yards and a touchdown with 11 grabs for playing PPR. That is great. He scored a third of the team's receiving touchdowns last year.
Yeah, I mean, not surprising. I think that going into next year, I'm really high on him as a tight end, and I have no idea where his ADP sits right now. But I mean, he's a guy
beginning of
really
the 9th round.
See, and I would love to take him there. I mean, he had a nice rapport with Sam Bradford. He seemed to be a real focal point of this offense. So yeah, I would love to take him exactly where he's at right now. I mean, I feel like it's going to go up a little bit, but right in the 7th to the 9th round, I think that's like my sweet spot. If I can get a guy like Kyle Rudolph, I'd love that.
Thinking more long term, would you be worried about him because they drafted Bucky Hodges?
I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, yeah, I feel like if it was a dynasty league, I think I would think a little bit more about the pick. But for a redraft league, I think that next year his job is very safe.
But Bucky Hodges is only a 6th round pick, so I don't think that's really much of a worry.
Yeah, I mean, not in any facet, I would think. I mean, like I said, he'd be a factor if it was a dynasty league. But if we're talking redraft, I don't care.
Yeah. So let's go over to the NFC East. We have the Cowboys. They were the winners of that division last year. They have Dak Prescott coming back off a great season. He's being drafted in the 8th round now. That's where his current ADP is set. Do you feel like that's a good value for a guy like Dak Prescott? He doesn't make a lot of mistakes. Didn't really have a lot of explosion games.
I mean, I feel like that's just fine for me. I mean, like I don't think it's completely outrageous. I felt like it'd actually be higher, because we know how these casual players, they like to shoot up players ADP, because they do what they see on TV, and they saw last year it was all about Dak Prescott. But the 8th round I don't think is too outrageous for me.
Well, he had 23 passing touchdowns. He also had 6 rushing touchdowns, so he was getting it done on the ground too. A very efficient quarterback. Like I said, though, he only had 2 300-yard games last year, but he had 10 multi-touchdown games. So that really goes to show you how efficient he was. I don't even think he had 500 attempts last year. Yeah, he had only 459 passes. Do you think that he gets more than that this year?
I would have to say yes, because the offensive side of the ball for Dallas has stayed pretty much the same. The defensive side, is not much. And this team is going to be a team that's going to be playing a lot of shootout games because they let a lot of defensive talent go, or if you would call it that, in free agency. So I feel like this team if all their games are going to be shootouts, or a lot of them are going to be shootouts. So I definitely think that would be the case.
Well, Dallas, they spent 7 of their 9 picks on defense, so they're definitely trying to fix that issue. We know that this team, they rely on ball control, running the ball, keep their defense off of the field. They only threw the ball 53% of the time last year. Ezekiel Elliott had 322 carries. Obviously, he led the league in yards. I mean, there's not enough nice things I could say about the guy. From weeks 3 through 6, he averaged 142 yards a game. He had 5 multi-touchdown games, and he had 11 games with at least 20 carries. So I mean, the guy is a beast. No way you can say he's not. I feel like he was I thought he was a bit of a gamble last year as a first-round pick. Obviously, that was not the case. Now he's going to be a top 3 pick.
Yeah, I mean, you really can't. I mean, you could make the argument that, it's Dallas' offensive line, but even then, I mean, you got to give some credit where credit's due, and Ezekiel Elliott, he got the job done. The only thing that I would really have, if you're doing like a dynasty league or even a season long, just keep in mind those disciplinary issues. I feel like that's the only red flag with him is that, if he ends up getting some kind of discipline from Roger Goodell and, the Schindler's List in the NFL, I feel like that could be a factor. But other than that, though, the guy's an absolute monster.
Take this for what it's worth, but 14.6% of his fantasy points came within inside the 5-yard line. Wow. So, I mean, he's obviously converting at a high rate down there inside the red zone. Obviously, the Alfred Morris, Darren McFadden, they'll fight over the scraps. You can sign whichever one you want as the handcuff for him. I don't think that's a move that really paid off last year. Let's look over to the wide receivers. Dez Bryant, he was a bit of a disappointment last year. He had 50 catches, just under 800 yards. He did have 8 touchdowns. He also missed 3 games. Finished as wide receiver 33. He's going 4th pick in the 2nd round. Do you think that's a fair value for him right now?
I think that's pretty much on par. I mean, you talk about he had a slow start last year, but towards the end of the season, he really turned it on. I mean, he was averaging almost over 100 yards and 2 touchdowns per game or something like that. I can't remember. I read a statistic on it yesterday.
He averaged 15 points per game for PPRs throughout the season, which would have put him at wide receiver 13 had he played a full season.
Yeah. I read something the other day. It was the late end of the last season. He was averaging almost 2 touchdowns a game. So I was like, wow, that's pretty impressive. I don't know if that's exactly accurate or not. But I mean,
he really showed out. He really showed out in the playoff game against Green Bay. He had 120 yards and 2 touchdowns. Do you think that kind of chemistry can carry over to this season?
I think so. I mean, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And him and Dak Prescott finished with pretty good rapport. And I think that he's just too good of a receiver for you to completely ignore. And as Dak Prescott matures as a person and a football player, I think that he's going to get better at getting Dez the ball. So I think that this is a non-issue. Dez Bryant definitely belongs in the 4th round conversation or higher.
I absolutely think that they're going to build on their chemistry. Dak was showing the ability to win inside the pocket, especially against the blitz. That's one thing you really got to love about Dak. So I definitely think they're going to work on their connection. I do see, Dak being a weapon in the red zone. A lot of people are going to be focusing on Zeke, and maybe he could pull it on a bootleg and just roll into the end zone untouched. He had 6 touchdowns last year. I really like Dak Prescott as a talent and as a draft pick this year. As for Dez Bryant, one thing that's really working for him is 83% of the team's touchdown passes went to wide receivers last year. They didn't really add anybody. They re-signed Terrence Williams. He's just another guy in the offense. I think Cole Beasley has surpassed him. He's more of a slot guy for him. He had 75 catches last year. He actually led the team in yards, 833. So he was their leading receiver last year. From weeks 1 through 12, Cole Beasley was only held under 5 catches 3 times. He's a pretty steady wide receiver 3 in PPR leagues, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would have to say that definitely classifies you. I mean, he was useful for me last year. I had some pretty good games with Cole Beasley. He had his blow-up games, and then he had his pretty steady games where he gets you, anywhere around 6-8 points, something like that, like kind of what you would expect out of a third receiver.
Yeah, he's a guy. He's a chess piece. You can move into your flex. He's a guy you can get in the 12th round.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no other receivers in this team that are really a threat for fantasy. We can go over to Jason Witten. I think at this point in his career, he's more towards the Heath Miller type. Like he'll move the chains, but he's not going to score a lot of touchdowns. He did have close to 70 catches last year, but he had a lot of mediocre games. He still finished at tight end 9, but that's not saying a lot because of how bad the tight ends were last year.
Yeah, it's the thing we were talking about earlier. There's going to be too many mouths to feed in this offense. Zeke obviously going to be the beneficiary of a lot of that. So I would say that if we're gonna put him somewhere, I would definitely put him outside the top 10 for tight ends. I don't think he'll finish there this year. And I think that he's going to I think you couldn't have said it any better. He's going to be like the Heath Miller. He's going to move the chains on a key third down. But as for fantasy purposes, I really would write him out of your plan.
All right. Is there anything else you want to mention about this Dallas team? Are we ready to move on to the Giants?
Move on to the Giants.
All right, the Vaginas. They were a playoff team. They made the playoffs. They actually believe they won a game. Eli Manning, though, he was mediocre in every single way you look at it. He finished at quarterback 21. He had just over 4,000 yards, 26 touchdowns, 16 interceptions. It was the first time he was held under 30 touchdowns under McAdoo. Do you see him turning it around this year?
It's always possible, but I don't really see a whole lot of hope for it. He's getting up there in age, and last year he pissed a lot of people off, including myself. So I would have to say from a selfish perspective that I don't see a turnaround coming. I feel like about where he was last year is kind of where I see him this year. I don't think that there's going to be a rebound or anything like that.
It looks like the Giants are starting to prepare for life without Eli. They drafted Davis Webb in the 3rd round. Maybe he could be his successor. Eli Manning right now, he looks like he's shit, right? He's going at the back of the 10th round. I still don't want him there. He passed for 26 less yards a game less past year. He was mediocre in every category you can imagine. He had 6 multi-interception games. From week 7 on, he only had 1 300-yard game, and he only went over 250 yards twice. So, he was 24th in downfield passing at 44%. There's just a lot to hate about him.
Yeah, well, and there's another thing, too. I don't know why the Giants didn't think about maybe adding a quarterback in this draft, I feel like they could have.
They drafted one in the 3rd round.
Oh, Davis Webb, yeah, that's right.
That's their guy. They planted their flag in him.
Yeah, and that was kind of surprising. I felt like they'd get somebody with a little bit of a pedigree, but, I guess that's okay. Yeah, I totally forgot about Davis Webb, yeah.
And they tried to add some more weapons to the offense. They drafted a tight end 1st round, Evan Ingram. I feel like he's more of a project player, though, And then between Paul Perkins and Wayne Gallman, could they have more of an average backfield? That's probably the most average backfield I've ever heard in my life. They're both just average, plain, vanilla running backs that are just non-impact players.
Yeah, I feel like that's definitely the case because I was like Wayne Gallman. Of all teams that Wayne Gallman could have gone to, the Giants,
Wayne Gallman is Paul Perkins in every single way.
Yeah, really, it truly is.
Paul Perkins, he had 112 carries. They lost Rashad Jennings, so I suppose he can get more of a workload this year, but he's going to have to share that with Wayne Gallman. They still have Shane Vereen on the roster. They still have guys like Orleans Darkwa. Actually, Orleans Darkwa is probably more than Paul Perkins and Wayne Gallman, but he's not going to get anything, you know. So
yeah, he's not getting.
I don't know how I feel about any of these running backs. I feel like you kind of have to stay away from them.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like what Carolina did. You know, they had Kelvin Benjamin, so they signed a guy exactly like him, fucking Devin Funchess. It's like the exact same thing, but with, you know, the Giants and the running back.
What you're saying is Wayne Gallman is the Devin Funchess of running backs?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I guess you can put me down as a quote for saying that.
Obviously, wide receiver is their strong point. We all know they have OBJ. He had 100 catches. He had 9 10-target games. He had 4 100-yard games. He started out real slow, though. First 0 touchdowns the first 4 games, and that's actually a big problem, you know. I mean, 4 games, that's a quarter of your fantasy season right there. That could be a killer.
Yeah, and, you know, you always got to worry about, too, his attitude issues. You know, he always just seems like a little prima donna crybaby. But, you know, make no mistake, this is a guy that in his you know, first couple years has averaged like over 1,300 yards receiving. I mean, and he'll find a way to get you those touchdowns, but he'll do it in like little blow-up weeks. Like some weeks he'll have 2 touchdowns, you know. But yeah, you're right. He gets to the point where he pisses off fantasy owners so much sometimes that like they're trying to like, you know, trade him off a name brand value, you know. So I feel like he needs to get off to a faster start, definitely.
Yeah. Speaking of the blow-up weeks. From weeks 5 through 15, he had 10 touchdowns in 10 games. So that's what you're talking about. He was streaky last year.
Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, a lot of that could be, you know, because Eli Manning was so fucked up. You know, that could have a big part to do with it. I feel like this could be Eli Manning's last chance if he can't get it done with Beckham and Brandon Marshall and Sterling Shepard, and now they went out and got a tight end. You still can't get it done. That could spell some bad news for him.
Definitely, yeah. I think this is getting more of a competitive, you know, division, especially with, and we'll probably get on the Eagles in a second, but the Eagles are coming up. The Redskins, I don't think they've fallen off too much, you know, from last year. I think that the Giants really need to keep up in this arms race.
Yeah. How do you feel about Brandon Marshall? He's going in the back of the 4th round. Do you feel like he can have a bit of a rejuvenation year?
I don't see it happening. Honestly, if he's going in the 4th round, I'm going to look elsewhere.
It is a little bit rich for my blood. He had obviously a bad down season. He only had 3 touchdowns. He looked like he was done by like mid-season last year, to be honest.
He really did, yeah. I mean,
he looked like he just completely quit on him. Like, but you know, I kind of feel like he has like a 2-year curse on teams. Like he'll be good for that 1 year, and then next year you got to get rid of him.
Yeah, exactly. You got to get rid of Brandon Marshall. Get out of there.
You know, there's some good things that are working though in his favor. The Giants, they ran a league high of 949 plays from 3 wide receiver sets. That plays into his favor. The Giants also ran no huddle 58.6% of the time, so they run a lot of plays. And I feel like this team's going to have a lot of trouble running the ball once again, and it's going to rely on, unfortunately, Eli Manning's arm. Maybe Brandon Marshall can be the red zone recipient of some touchdowns because they really lack some size down there. I think that's the reason why they brought Brandon Marshall on their team is because they need a legit red zone threat outside of Odell.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I could definitely see it happening. I don't think that he'll hit 10 touchdowns or more. I mean, I absolutely in no form.
It's hard to pay. It's hard to pay his ADP for that though, because you don't really know what you're getting.
Yeah,
but I mean,
I'd let somebody else draft him.
Wait, wouldn't you say though, the real loser of this situation is Sterling Shepard? I mean, he was wide receiver 35 last year. He was really a touchdown dependent receiver. He only had 683 yards, but he had 8 touchdowns. 27% of his points last year came from touchdowns. I feel like he is the real loser in this one.
I do too, yeah. I mean, a guy that really showed that he had some stuff, and they go and sign a third receiver. Just basically takes his role away from him. So totally.
He was an older prospect coming out. He was like 23, 24 years old, and that's why he was the most polished route runner. He was never drafted to be a number 1 receiver. That's just not who he's ever going to be. And they're just basically saying, this is who you're going to be. You're going to be our complement. That's it.
Pretty much, yeah, exactly.
You're the cherry on our topping.
Yeah.
Really no tight end to speak of other than, Evan Ingram. I think they're going to try to groom him into the starter. Maybe they still work Will Tye. Rest in peace, Larry Donnell. I don't really think they have a fantasy relevant tight end, though. So let's go on to the Philadelphia Eagles. They finished
right.
They finished 7-9 last year. They missed the playoffs. They started out so great, and then things went so wrong. Carson Wentz, though, he showed a little bit of promise. He finished as quarterback 24, so just inside the quarterback 2 range. He had 3,782 yards. He only threw 16 touchdowns and threw 14 interceptions. He was pretty good for the first 4 games, though, wasn't he?
Oh yeah, he was on fire, man. That guy couldn't turn the ball over if he tried to, and then obviously the rest of the season was a different story. But he showed some real promise. Is the real thing I'm getting away. And this year they added a legit threat with Alshon Jeffrey. So I'm really on the Carson Wentz train this year.
Yeah, he was awful after week 4. He had a 9-13 touchdown to interception ratio after week 4. He did, like I said, he did show some new flashes. He does have some new toys, but he needs to get better against the pressure. He needs to get better in downfield throwing. He was 27th in the league. He was 41 of 85. That's not good. You need to work on that a little bit. Do you see him as maybe a guy you can plug in for a super flex or a 2-quarterback league?
Definitely, yeah. I think he's a little far away from a 1-quarterback league, but 2-quarterback or a super flex league, I definitely see him giving you some value. I think that he's going to take a nice step forward this year. That's at least how I view it. I think out of all the guys from last year's draft and then this year's draft, as far as quarterbacks go, he's the guy that I really think will have a nice pro career.
I mean, it's definitely going to be interesting to see what he's going to do with all these new weapons. But the real question is, what do you make of this backfield of these running backs? It seems like it's kind of like a quagmire. You got Darren Sproles, you got Wendell Smallwood, you still have Ryan Matthews on the roster. They went out and drafted Donnell Pumphrey, who is like a Darren Sproles clone, pretty much. So maybe the writing's on the wall for Sproles after the end of this year. I think he'll be a free agent, so looks like he's done skis. Who do you like the most in this backfield?
That's a good question. I was actually thinking about that a little bit today. If I had to if you had to put a gun to my head and have me pick somebody, I'd probably say it's Smallwood. I feel like he has a little. I mean, he's not Ryan Matthews where he's fumbling the ball or has a legit injury history. He's got a little more size than Darren Sproles, so I feel like it would be him.
Yeah, I really don't know what to make of it. I feel like Sproles will probably end up finishing the highest, but there won't be a lot of weeks where you're actually going to want to start him. He finished as wide receiver 29 last year, mostly because he had 52 catches. He is still inconsistently used. Ryan Matthews is inconsistently used. Smallwood was inconsistently used. They're all inconsistently used. So it's really hard to make out with this one. I think if I had to plant my flag, though, I'd still put it in old Darren Sproles. He just won't go away.
Really, yeah. I every year I think about Darren Sproles. He's just his guy I always want to write off just because of his size. He just doesn't have that stereotypical NFL size. But you're right, yeah, he just won't go away. He's like a pest. Every single time I think Darren Sproles has gone away, he comes back to haunt me. So, but I would have to put my money on Wendell Smallwood just because of his prototypical, his stereotypical running back build, I guess. But Doug Peterson to this point hasn't really proven that he's a very good coach. So we'll see.
I was looking at their depth chart. It looks like they have Ryan Matthews at number 3 on the depth chart, or I think either number 3 or number 4 on the depth chart. So it does not look like they're very happy with him. He wasn't really used in the passing game. He lost a lot of carries and work last year. He finished as running back 23, but he was he's a touchdown dependent RB2. He had 9 touchdowns last year. That's what brought him his value.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, as a Ryan Matthews owner, that was where it came from.
He's really fallen in the draft too. He's in the middle of the 10th round. Honestly, it's not really a backfield I'm totally psyched for, so that's probably something I'd stay away from. Like I said, Donnell Pumphrey, he's probably Sproles' replacement. It's just a year away, so we're not too worried about it in redraft. These wide receivers are something to be excited about, though. Alshon Jeffrey, he's an Eagle. I like the fit. I think that he's going to want to work hard if he wants to get that contract. Thought we'd say that about last year, but kind of a risky pick, wouldn't you say?
There's risk associated with it, but I feel very comfortable around for Alshon Jeffrey, a guy that could really be a game breaker or like a season breaker, really. I mean,
he's a guy you can get in the back of the third round. He could potentially be a wide receiver 1.
Yeah, definitely.
He had 800. He only had 2 touchdowns. He had over 800 yards. But only had 2 touchdowns. He was real streaky last year. Seemed like he kind of quit at times. I think it's a fair question to ask you. Is he lazy?
It seemed like he didn't have a lot of drive last year, and then on top of that, it didn't help his case because he was just. I don't know. Yeah, he had that suspension, and it was just crazy. I don't know, but yeah, it seemed like he didn't have a lot of drive.
How many targets do you think he commands from this Philly offense? Last year he had 94, and he played. He was hurt though.
Yeah, and he also had that suspension. So I would say that 150 is definitely in the realm of possibility.
That'd be a lot of targets for him in that offense. Last year Jordan Matthews had 117, and he finished as 47 wide receiver 47. That was as the number 1 receiver of that offense. You got to hope that he can at least surpass that, though, right?
And that's kind of what I was going off as a baseline. Jordan Matthews, he doesn't have the surest hands ever. He struggled with drops last year. And I think Alshon Jeffrey has a little bit better catching abilities, and I think that the ceiling I would see is 150, but I think that definitely over 100, and I think that he's going to definitely do better than what Jordan Matthews did last year for sure.
I feel like this Philadelphia team, they're ready to let Carson Wentz rip it open. They added a couple of receivers to him. They didn't really do much about their backfield. I feel like their running game is going to be struggling, and they're just going to rely on Carson Wentz to just open it up at the pass game. So I really do like what they're doing over there in terms of passing the ball. Torrey Smith, there's no reason to think that he's going to be fantasy relevant, in my opinion. I just don't think there's going to be enough volume there for him. I don't even really think – do you even think that it was a good match for him?
No, I really don't. It just seems like he doesn't fit on that team, really.
I think he's going to be a guy where he's going to catch some occasional deep balls, but he's not going to be a guy that you're going to be able to start from week to week.
Definitely.
Your favorite tight end to hate, Zach Ertz, finished tight end 11. He had 78 catches on 106 targets last year. He always seems to turn it on at the end of the year. Because that's really when he racked up most of his targets was towards the end of the year.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, because at the start of the season, I was just already all right, fucking dude, seriously, because I had him drafted in a couple leagues, didn't really perform well, and then he was already dropped and picked up by somebody else by the time he actually picked up for me. So he didn't show me anything last year, even with his ending season value. I still don't like Zach Ertz.
He's never been a touchdown guy. Everyone's waiting for him to explode. It just hasn't happened. He's got to learn with the fact that he is not a touchdown guy. That's just not who he is. Although he should be, he's not. He's being drafted in the 7th pick in the 9th round. Would you draft him there?
Not really, because there's other guys that I would probably rather have in that area too. You were saying Rudolph earlier. I'm sure that a guy like I just think that there's a lot of guys that would be there.
He seems like a tight end that I wouldn't want to draft really per se, but maybe halfway through the year, maybe I trade for him.
Definitely, yeah. If he starts catching on and, the owner's not too you got to pay the price for him, and they'll give it to you for a steal, I think that's a good deal.
I'm saying maybe you try to, draft him, or try to trade for him maybe, week 7, week 8 before he really starts to catch on.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe it's too obvious in some leagues though. But that, I mean, other than that, that's really all I have to say about the Philadelphia Eagles. You got anything else?
Yeah. No, I'm good.
All right, let's go over to this will finish out the NFC East. The Washington Redskins. They went 8-7-1. They did not make the playoffs last year. That was not Kirk Cousins' fault though. He had 4,900 yards, nearly 5,000, 25 touchdowns, only 12 picks, and they still can't give him a contract. What gives?
No, I am.
What's this guy got to do?
I'm just dumbfounded by this franchise. You know, Dan Snyder just makes the horrible decisions. They could have had Kirk Cousins locked up 2 years ago, and they have still been dragging their feet. And I guess they're like, well, is he for real? Like, to me, if they do it 2 seasons in a row, they're for real. You know, you should just sign the guy. But they keep dragging their feet. They won't give Kirk Cousins this long-term contract, and he's getting pissed off about it, and I would too.
I almost had 5,000 yards, but no, you don't want me.
Yeah. And he was like one of the only playmakers, and you know there was some noise made about like, ooh, who's going to catch the ball next year in Washington? But you know they kind of solved that issue too. I see no problems with Kirk Cousins this year.
Kirk Cousins is going at the back of the 8th round.
That's crazy to me because he could potentially be like a top 5 quarterback next year. I mean, I think, correct me if I'm wrong.
He was number 4 last year. He is number 4 last year.
And he's going in the 8th round. I think that's an absolute steal.
You know, there were 7 games last year where he had at least 300 yards. He had 4 rushing touchdowns, so that also boosted up his value a little bit. 11 multi-touchdown games. That's what you look for in your quarterbacks. That's why he finished where he did. You got to love the value you can get for him right now.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely love it.
Although this is probably one of my favorite topics to talk about. I mean, this is not something I could have said last year. But let's go over to the Washington Redskins running back situation. There's Robert Kelly. He is an undrafted guy. He came on last year. He had 168 carries for over 700 yards, 6 touchdowns, also had a receiving touchdown. He didn't start until about week 6, though, but once then, he didn't look back. They added Samaje Perine to this backfield to compete for him. I think that Samaje Perine is a good enough back to supplant him. Samaje Perine could be my sleeper pick at running back to finish the most carries out of these rookie running backs.
Yeah, and usually pretty good. I mean, with picking these sleepers at running back, I would tend to actually agree with you. I know I'm a big Rob Kelly fan, but I mean, he's an unproven guy. He doesn't really, to me, he doesn't he doesn't have like a trend. Like we know that he's a go-to guy. You know, he's pretty much going off of this year, and some people might be higher on him than most, but I think that he's a guy that could be easily supplemented. You know.
I mean, he really did most of his Rob Kelly did most of his damage in 3 games last year against Cincinnati. He had 21 carries, 87 yards, touchdown. Minnesota had 22 carries, 97 yards. And against Green Bay, he had 24 carries, 137 yards, and 3 touchdowns. And those are all in consecutive weeks. That's where he did most of his damage. He had 4 of his 6 touchdowns within those 3 weeks. So, I mean, outside of that, he didn't do a whole lot.
That is true. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be like a wide open competition. So if he really shows something in camp, I see that he could be a real factor.
Yeah. R.I.P. Matt Jones. Other backs on here, Chris Thompson. He's still probably the receiving option on that team. Keith Miller was on IR last year. I don't think he's worth anything. Let's go over to the wide receivers. Plant your flag in one of these 3 guys. You got Jamison Crowder, Terrell Pryor, and Josh Doctson. Who do you think is going to be the most productive wide receiver out of those 3?
If I had to put my money on one, don't laugh at me, but I'd say it's going to be Terrell Pryor. I mean, he showed he's got something, and last year, and I think that they've already been talking about how much rapport they already have with each other. So I like how this is going.
My only thing with Terrell Pryor is he was the unsung number 1 in Cleveland when he was over there. He had 140 targets. Do you see him getting 140 targets in Washington, or do you think it could be not as many?
I can see it happening again, especially in a high volume offense like Washington. So I think so. I mean, because you got a guy that's unproven in Dawson. I know he was injured for a lot of last year. I think that he could take a big step forward, though. But I think as far as at least starting the year, I could see something like a Detroit Lions, Marvin Jones starting off really fast and then, piddling out at the end. But I definitely think for the start of the year, it's got to be him. And my money's on him for the rest of the year, honestly.
I mean, the only thing I have with Doxson is, man, how serious is that Achilles tendonitis? Like, is that going to be like a thing that's going to be a problem with him throughout his career? Is it going to be something that comes and goes? Like, what's going on with him?
Yeah, that's me too. I kept him out for most of last season, so it must have been pretty damn serious. So, I don't know. I hope he comes back healthy next year.
I mean, the other guy that we haven't talked about really is Jamison Crowder. He was pretty good in his own right last year. He finished as wide receiver 25. He had 67 catches. He had just under 100 targets himself. The one thing that really stuck out to me, though, is he had 7 touchdowns. That seems like a high number to me for that kind of a player. I definitely think that's going to
regress, though. Yeah, definitely we're going to regress.
But do you think that his targets? He had 99 targets last year. I think, though, his targets could go up because, they're without Sean Jackson, they're without Pierre Garçon. Obviously, Doxson's going to want to get a piece of his pie. Terrell Pryor's definitely going to get his share. Do you see him getting more than 100 targets, though?
Jamison Crowder, I can't see it happening. I just think this is, again, a too many mouths to feed scenario. Jordan Reed's in the mix, too, and the offense that Jay Gruden's actually said that the offense runs through him, Jordan Reed. So I think there's just too many mouths to feed. I don't think that's going to happen again.
And Jordan Reed, I'm glad you finally brought him up. He finished as tight end number 8. He was kind of banged up towards the end of the year, He separated his shoulder. That hurts. Obviously, he tried to play through it. He wasn't able to be very effective. But before that, though, he was pretty good. 14.1 points per game for PPR leagues. That was good enough to be tight end 2 right behind Travis Kelce. You got to still worry about, all it takes is one more concussion. He's going in the beginning of the 4th round, too.
Yeah, that's just something that really scares me. Even in redraft leagues, I'm just I'm very scared to trust him because you think about it too. In the most important part of your fantasy league, it's the playoffs. And when I was in the playoffs last year, I needed Jordan Reed. I needed him to show up. He had been such a big part of why my team was there in the first place, and he wasn't there. So I was like, what does the guy got to do?
So is he a guy that you're kind of trying to shy away from this year?
Definitely, yeah. Even in these new dynasty leagues I'm doing, I'm shying away from him. In redraft leagues, I'm really thinking through that pick. Do I really want him there?
You're putting Kelce over him, right?
Definitely.
Yeah. All right. That'll do it for the the NFC East. Let's go over to the South. This has a lot of fireworks, a lot of offense in this division. We'll start off with the division champs, the Atlanta Falcons. They've obviously choked big time in the Super Bowl. Teams usually have a Super Bowl hangover, but maybe this is a team that could overcome that. Matt Ryan was obviously spectacular last year. He is the NFL MVP. He's still probably going at a relatively decent price in terms of ADP. How excited are you about this offense without Mike Shanahan?
I think I'm still excited about it. I think that they set the groundwork in place, and I think this is still a very exciting offense to watch. Think about the depth at running back. Think about their dynamic playmakers at running back, and obviously good receivers too. Mohamed Sanu was a nice, pleasant surprise last year, and to me at least. And I think that the groundwork's in place for this offense, so I think that they're going to be just fine.
Yeah, Matt Ryan, he was a guy that you got pretty late, and he's a prime example of why we say wait late for quarterbacks, because you can have guys like him that can hit and win you your league. He's not going to be that guy this year. He's going in the beginning of the 5th round. He's going up there with Andrew Luck. So you're going to have to look for some other guy to be this year's Matt Ryan. But,
exactly.
I don't think that their offense is really going to take that much of a hit. Obviously, anytime you're talking about like an historic offense, you think a little bit about regression. You're going to see some regression from this offense, but I think, though, this offense is still going to be plenty good enough to have lots of fantasy relevance. Matt Ryan's going to be a big part of that.
Definitely so, yeah.
Are you still on board with I know you're always concerned about Devontae Freeman's workload and sharing with Tevin Coleman. Are you still on board with him not being like a first or second round pick?
No, I'm a little higher on Devontae Freeman. I mean, it was like I was telling you, before this. Oh, sorry, my headphones came out. It was like I was telling you before the show. I mean, he went back to back and had over 1,500 yards from scrimmage in 2 seasons. So I'm really not too concerned about the Tevin Coleman thing. He's a guy that I would be targeting in pretty much all drafts. I mean, he's proven his worth, I think.
I mean, I think we're going to have a ranking show pretty soon coming up here for the month of May. But if I had to pin him down somewhere, I'd probably have him as my 4th best running back right behind the big 3. That's how much
Definitely.
I like Devontae Freeman. To me, he showed that he was actually more deadly when Tevin Coleman was in the lineup. That's what makes him so dangerous.
And that's what was saying something is that teams had to game plan around both running backs. So it would just, in some weird way, it would open up the space for Devontae Freeman. And he's shown that he's the focal point. I mean, if it's going to be like a combination of the two, he's going to be thunder and, Tevin Coleman's going to be lightning. Like the offense is going to go through Devontae Freeman and Julio Jones.
Let's just put it this way: in a redraft, I'm not taking Tevin Coleman. I'm just not doing it. I might consider Devontae Freeman if I'm at like the turn, but I'm not taking Tevin Coleman. Coleman's going to be the more inconsistent guy, So I'm taking the surefire thing.
Yeah, because you're thinking like last year, there was something to be had because it was like, Devontae Freeman, he was the guy that, I was even like, I don't know if he can do it. He's a red flag guy to me. I'm going to take Tevin Coleman late, and then hopefully he can supplant him, as the top running back. And that didn't happen. Obviously, Devontae Freeman proved his worth to me, and now I'm at the point where, Tevin Coleman to me is pretty much worthless. He's a worthless commodity. The offense and Falcons fans and management, they all know that, Devontae Freeman's the guy.
I mean, the argument people are going to say that's going to go for Tevin Coleman is, well, the running back injury or the running back is a position that gets hurt so much that Tevin Coleman could blah, 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 blah. But Tevin Coleman is going in the middle of the 4th round, and I'm not paying that for a backup running back.
No, and you shouldn't. That's just there's no way that any smart team would pay that price for him.
I mean, I understand that running backs are the most often injured position, but also you can use the opposite end of that argument is running back scarcity. Devontae Freeman is one of those running backs that gets a heavy workload. Why wouldn't you want that? So in a redraft, I would lean more towards Devontae Freeman. Even in Dynasty League, I'd probably still lean a little bit more towards Freeman, but I'd be more happy to draft Tevin Coleman in a Dynasty setting than a redraft setting.
Definitely.
So, I mean, that's just my take on the running backs. Obviously, the wide receivers, it's going to go through Julio. He's the big dog. If you kind of think about it, Julio Jones was a bit of a disappointment last year. I mean, he finished at wide receiver 8. So you're like, well, okay. But it was a record-setting season by the Atlanta Falcons, and he still only scored 8 touchdowns.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that he had his games last year where he just was just crazy. But it just seems like every year we have the same conversation about Julio Jones, and it's like he always has those little aches and pains. They don't really necessarily keep him out of games, but they might slow him down a little bit. Like it's always those ankle injuries or whatever. And just in my dynasty, I had my choice between either Antonio Brown or Julio Jones. And we all know the impending Ben Roethlisberger retiring. I always feel like I would rather have Antonio Brown than Julio Jones just because from a health standpoint, I think that Antonio Brown's kind of he doesn't really have a whole lot of injury problems.
Well, there's two different kinds of career arcs, and Julio Jones, there's one that where you can play into your 30s, and then there's one where you get into be like 31, 32, and then you start to tail off. Julio Jones is on that second career arc. Gets about to be like 31, 32, and I think he might start to tail off a little bit. Those nagging injuries are going to catch up with him. But if we're talking about this year, I think that this could be a year where he could get double-digit touchdowns. I think all those touchdowns last year, a lot of those players are not going to be able to keep up the touchdown rate. Some of those may go to Julio.
Right.
The only thing is that they don't target him enough though in the red zone. That's my main issue with him.
Very true.
But I just don't see Taylor Gabriel doing all those things that he was doing last year. Mohamed Sanu, he's probably a better real-life football player than a fantasy football player. I think that his touchdown total might come down a little bit. Like there's some touchdowns for Julio to be had in that offense.
Most definitely.
I'm doubling down on him, damn it.
Yeah, you're gonna do that, man. And you know what? I do like Julio. Like it's not a knock against him. It's just that I was saying compared between the two, I think that to me, I would rather have a guy like Antonio Brown. But I mean, I don't want to change the subject here. Julio still most definitely is an obvious choice to be top receiver next year.
All right. I don't really know if his tight end in this offense is going to make a big impact. I know Atlanta did draft another tight end behind Austin Hooper, so maybe they're not totally sold on him, or maybe they just really like all their tight ends. I don't know. But that's what's going on at the tight end position. Let's go over to the New Orleans Saints. Now, this is a team where they have an aging quarterback that's still performing at a high level. They have Drew Brees. They traded Brandon Cooks. What does that mean for a guy like Michael Thomas?
It means he's going to be the focal point of that offense.
Yeah, but I mean, last year he was very successful going against number 2 corners. Wonder how is it going to be different now that he's going to be team's number 1 corners, and it might be a little bit different for him.
Yeah, I mean, that is a good point. He is going to be going up against the higher talent level. He's going to go up against every team's best, unless we're talking about the Redskins, where Josh Norman will just face somebody other than the team's top receiver. But that aside, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I think that he's up for it. I mean, he was a real surprise for me last year. I was really surprised to see where he ended up. And Brandon Cooks was getting pissed off about his role. Everything. He's a guy that, by the by, I'm really not looking forward to in fantasy drafts. When we get to the Patriots, I'll tell you why. But, I don't know. I'm not too worried about Michael Thomas.
Well, they have a lot of targets to make up over there. I think the real sleeper winner is low-key Willie Snead. I think that he's going to get a bigger role in that offense. Last year in that offense, Willie Snead had the most fantasy points for a wide receiver 3 on the Saints offense since Drew Brees got there. So It might be there might either be a bit of an anomaly, or maybe Willie Snead's just legit. I do like where he's going though. He's nice late round value.
Hey, it might just be, man.
My real question though is who's going to get all these targets that Brandon Cooks leaves behind?
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough to say. I mean, you can't say Colby Fleener. That's just not an answer. But you can say I think it's got to be like Michael Thomas, and probably you're right. I think you hit the nail right on the head with Willie Snead. I think that he's going to be a beneficiary. Who knows about Mark Ingram anymore?
Well, they signed Ted Ginn too to be. I think he could be like the Meacham of that offense or whatnot, or the DeVray Henderson of that offense, the speedster.
Very true. Very true.
If they're trying to use him like they're going to use Brandon Cooks, they're going to be disappointed. But if they use him I think they're going to try to use him as an outside receiver. So we'll see how that works out for them.
Yeah, I mean, it does kind of fill the role, speedster. It's just he doesn't really have as sure of hands as, Brandon Cooks did. So I guess we'll see.
All right, let's go over to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Jameis Winston, he had a bit of an up and down year last year. He led the league in deep passes last year, though, and he gets Deshaun Jackson. I like that. I like that matchup for him. I think Deshaun Jackson is a perfect complement for Mike Evans. They add a lot of pieces to that offense, a lot of firepower on that team.
Yeah, I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Tampa Bay. I mean, they're basically, telling Jameis like let's see it. You've made strides in your first 2 years, and now this is the one where you can make that huge leap and actually show everybody that you are a bona fide star.
I mean, I kind of like what they did in the draft too. I mean, they added O.J. Howard as their tight end. What kind of role do you see Chris Godwin having in that offense? That he's going to be like the third option on that team, but maybe he could step up and be that number 2 once once Deshaun Jackson leaves. That could be a possibility. Maybe not this year, but I mean, I don't know. I'm really excited about this young team.
I am too, man. And everybody, you make your jokes about crab leg, Jameis or whatever, but I've always liked him since he went in the league. I don't know why. I know he's a little bit of a cocky guy, but I've always liked Jameis. And he's shown great things in his first 2 years, and now he has a true 3-wide set that people should really fear. I mean, I know Godwin's only a rookie, but he's really got playmaking ability. And then you have Deshaun Jackson, who's really a home run hitter. I know I always call him that, but yeah, he's really there for that deep pass and that touchdown. He's not really a possession guy. And then you have a guy like Mike Evans, who's just he really belongs in the conversation of, best receiver in the league. I mean, I think he belongs in that category of Julio Jones, Antonio Brown, and OBJ.
He's definitely up there with the big three.
Exactly. So I think that it's the big four now, really, I do.
One interesting thing about Mike Evans is in the last 10 years, there have been 203 1,000-yard receivers. And last year, Mike Evans ranks last in yards after the catch per reception at 2.5. That's worse than DeAndre Hopkins in 2015.
Wow.
What that was telling me is there was a lot of I'm going to throw it up there, you go get it, and then he makes the jump catch, and then he's tackled right away. He wasn't given the opportunities to really run after the catch in that offense. They're using him as a deep threat that I don't think that they're going to be doing that as much with Deshaun Jackson now in the picture. They don't have to tell him to run 40 yards out and then we'll throw it up to you. I don't think you're going to see a whole lot of that anymore. I think maybe they're going to use more in the intermediate routes between 15 to 20 yards instead, and I think it might open things up for their offense. I think it'll be nice.
Yeah, I think it'll be a nice breath of fresh air. I think that, they do that for him. It'll give himself a chance to show off, yards after the catch, abilities. Because I think he does have them.
All right, let's go over to the Carolina Panthers, and I want you to say this with me. Cam Newton is the fourth best quarterback in this division. He is the worst quarterback in the NFC South. He
is the worst quarterback in the NFC South.
I mean, a lot of his struggles last year was with accuracies, career completion percentage. He didn't really get it done with his legs as much as he did in the past. And you kind of seen what kind of a player he was when he had to rely on his arm. They just didn't have any playmakers last year. I don't know what to say. They had zero playmakers. Kelvin Benjamin, the problem with him is he's a tweener. He should have been a tight end coming out of college. He went wide receiver. I heard something about him being 280 pounds this offseason.
Yeah, I know. That's pretty crazy to think about that a wide receiver, their number one wide receiver is that big of a guy.
But, I mean, good thing the first 2 picks in this draft for Carolina, they really got some firepower. They got Christian McCaffrey. At first I was not really digging the pick because, Carolina with Cam Newton, they don't really throw the ball to the running back very often in this offense. Maybe they could be changing up their philosophy a little bit. But that's one reason I do like Christian McCaffrey going there is they run a lot of plays out of the shotgun. I think that will help McCaffrey out a lot. I think that's the kind of running back that they need. Curtis Samuel, I thought was an excellent pick for them. He's going to be like Ted Ginn Jr. on roids. So I really like that draft pick by him. I think he's going to be their big playmaker on that offense.
Yeah, I think that Curtis Samuel, and I really didn't do a whole lot of research until just recently because the trade I just pulled off in Dynasty. But, the more and more I think about it, the more and more I just fall in love with that pick. I mean, he's a guy that they've already pretty much said he's going to predominantly work out of the slot. He's got big play upside. He's a guy that could really stretch the field. And, you talk about he's really a breath of fresh air for that team because you got a guy like Kelvin Benjamin, you got a guy like Devin Funchess. They really haven't been able to put it all together. They're both kind of the same build. They're not particularly fast. They're just big bodies. And now you got a guy that can really stretch the field.
He's the only player I know that can run a 4.3 40, and nobody even talked about it because he ran right after John Ross broke the record.
Exactly. And I was reading that too, and I didn't realize how fast he was until I actually looked at his stats, and I was like, he ran that fast of a 40, and nobody said anything about it.
Yeah, so I really gotta like that pick. Something a little bit interesting about Carolina. It does seem like though they want to stick with the run game because they re-signed Jonathan Stewart. They went out and they signed a fullback, or they went out and drafted a fullback. So it makes me think that they're going to.
You know what that tells me? They're telling Cam Newton, hey man, we want you to run less, basically, because they went out and signed all this running back talent, drafted running back talent. They're basically telling him, we want you to just stick back in the pocket, and we want to add another dimension to this offense. We don't want teams to just game plan around you running the ball. We want them to run around. We don't know who's going to be running the ball,
I do think, though, that McCaffrey could take over the job from Stewart sooner rather than later. Is Stewart really even on your radar in terms of redraft right now at this point?
No, not really. I think that there's just too much to consider. You got Payne Train, you got obviously McCaffrey. I'm really not seeing a lot out of J-Stu this year.
They brought him back. I think that he might get a lot of the interior work, but we all know he's never been the kind of guy to get like the red zone work. And now he's going to be losing more playing time to McCaffrey. Like, it spells disaster. McCaffrey's going at the beginning of the 9th round right now, and Jonathan Stewart's going at the end of the 10th or end of the 8th. Give me McCaffrey 2 picks later.
Yeah.
As far as wide receivers, you know how I feel about Kelvin Benjamin. He's a tight end playing wide receiver. He's not that good. He has a low catch percentage. He's a guy that's going to rely on scoring touchdowns. He's 6'5". But as we said, he looks like he's showing up to camp a little bit out of weight or overweight, so that's not a good sign. The only other guy they really got out in their team that can catch the ball is probably Curtis Samuel. Does that still make you like Greg Olsen? Getting a whole another year older.
Yeah, he's getting to that point where, we know eventually he's going to hit a brick wall, and I don't know when that's going to be, but for this year, I feel pretty safe in saying he'll be in my top 10 as far as rankings go for tight ends. I just don't see him falling off that much in a year. I mean, I know he did at the end of the last season, but I still like to think of him as a factor in this offense. But you got to think about too with the addition of Curtis Samuel, that might play into it a little bit, depending on Devin Funchess and Kelvin Benjamin's role. It just sort of really depends to me.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of still like Greg Olsen. He's a very safe option at a tight end strict position. Position scarcity might make me want to draft Greg Olsen. He is going at the end of the 4th round. That is a little bit rich, but he's one of those dependable tight ends for you.
Most definitely.
All right, let's go over to. I know we're kind of real crunched for time now. We're over 2 hours now and counting. I think what we'll do is we'll cover just the NFC for today's show. We'll do another show in a couple of days about the AFC. Does that sound good?
Yeah, that sounds fair to me.
Yeah, we went a little bit long on some of our guys. I'm sorry, but it's just somehow that's just how we get sometimes. All right, well, we'll go over to the NFC West. Obviously, the Seattle Seahawks, they are the division winners. We'll start with them first. Russell Wilson was a stinker last year, wasn't he?
Yeah, really, truly. I mean, he wasn't fully healthy. So, I mean, that is that.
I think the ankle bothered him more than what he thought. It really, he started to pick it up a little bit towards the end. This year, he's going at the end of the 6th round, so you kind of get him at a little bit of a discount. I like him a little bit more this year than I do in normal years.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have to say that he's going to have a bounce back year. He's not going to be like he was last year. Seattle, it's funny that I don't think that Seattle really helped out their offensive line very much via the draft. I mean, they picked up a center and they picked up like a tackle in like the 6th round. But other than that, they're going towards defense in the draft, so they really didn't help out their offensive line very much. So it's still going to be an issue.
And I was really disappointed in their draft strategy because the most glaring need they didn't even touch.
I mean, they didn't even. What's funny is I think their center was their best offensive lineman last year, and they drafted a center.
Yeah, I know. Like I think I want to throw their draft plan away in the trash.
I mean, they took a couple of safeties. They took some defensive line help, which I do think they needed. And I don't know. I felt like they should have went a little bit heavier towards the offensive line towards the beginning of the draft. I know it was not really a good draft for offensive linemen, though, so maybe they were not trying to push the issue.
Yeah, exactly. I guess they're just depending on Russell Wilson being healthy and having to run. And so I actually read an article the other day, and it was like, yeah, Russell Wilson better be fully healthy because he's going to have to run this year, and that's very true.
And we made a deal with Pirate Life Football. I'm stating it again so it's out there. We made a deal with Pirate Life Football about who would do better this year between Eddie Lacy and Thomas Rolls. I'm sorry if you don't agree with this, but I put our flag down on Eddie Lacy. Eddie Lacy, if you can hear me, get your fat ass together, get off the couch, start doing some crunches, lay off the McDonald's, because we got some steaks riding on you right now.
Come on, Lacy.
No, but I know I spoke for you, but which running back do you like more in this backfield?
That's so hard to say to me. I think it's going to be Eddie Lacy too. I do know that you did speak for me, but I think if you put a gun to my head, I mean, Thomas Rawls wasn't all that impressive, injury prone, so I would still say Eddie Lacy, but just barely.
I mean, this is a team where they did add a running back. It wasn't until the 7th round, so he's probably not going to make the team. So to me, I really think it comes down between Lacy and Rolls. But if you had to put a gun to my head, which running back I'd draft, I'd probably draft the one that I know has the most clear path to play, and that'd be Procise, because I think he's going to be the 3rd down back.
Very true.
I feel like he has the most safest role on that.
Yeah, I guess I can see where you're coming from.
As far as the wide receivers goes, Doug Baldwin, it doesn't get much safer of a pick than that. You know that when they do the throw the ball, he's probably their number 1, number 2 option out there. And I think he's a consistent wide receiver too, even though I feel like he finished like wide receiver 6 last year.
Yeah, I think so. I think out of the whole field, I think if you were drafting him with the purpose of being a wide receiver too, I think that would be a pretty good pick. He's not really a sexy pick per se, but he'll get the job done. He has the last 2 seasons, so I have no doubt that he'll be the number 1
guy you can plug into your flex, and he'll probably get it done.
Exactly.
Seattle is a team where they added a receiver in the draft. They drafted Amar Darboh out of Michigan in the 3rd round. He's a guy that has some pretty clean hands, and I think that he fits that team pretty well. I think he could be a nice second option on that team, but I don't know how much volume is going to be there for him to actually make an impact, especially with Jimmy Graham still around. Jimmy Graham, he's a top 10 guy,
I mean, he truly is after last year. I mean, you have to say it. But as far as Darboh goes, I think that second, because our wide receiver, spot really, like the other mouth to feed, I guess. I guess he would have to be in the conversation because, with the injury to Tyler Lockett and everything else that's happened, it's just that it's kind of up for grabs. So I could definitely see him stepping up.
Now, where would you feel comfortable with taking a guy like Jimmy Graham?
I mean, no sooner than probably about the 5th round, I think, is where I would say fairly he should go. If he's going any higher than that, I really wouldn't want him.
I think I'm pushing the tunnel on him right around the 6th round.
Yeah.
I think that's probably where I'd feel comfortable taking him. I'm really not a big guy on taking tight ends early, but they do have the scarcity there, and he is a good one. He actually, right now, his ADP is at the back of the 5th, so that's not terrible.
That's not too bad.
Is there anyone else you want to mention on Seattle, like any other, like Alex Collins maybe? No?
No.
All right. Let's go over to the Arizona Cardinals. Man, how have things changed in just one season? Last year at this point, we were talking about this team having one of the most deadly passing attacks in the league with all these receivers. Now it's one of their biggest question marks entering the season. How do you feel about this offense?
Yeah, I mean, it's just been such a whirlwind year. Larry Fitzgerald's returning, which is obviously good news. I mean, he's most likely. I mean, he's the only sure hands you really have on the team. I mean, you got John Brown, Jaron Brown, but really a lot of question marks. So, I mean, they did go out in the 1st round and defensive help, and I don't know. You can't make heads or tails of it. We were talking, 1 year ago, how this team was oh wow, they're going to be Super Bowl contenders for sure next year, and last year just such a disappointment.
They were a team that we thought maybe they could use a wide receiver. They first 2 picks in the draft, they went defense, which that's not bad, but they got a guy in the 3rd round, Chad Williams. He's a wide receiver that I think could make some noise in training camp. So it's a guy I want you guys to keep an eye on because he's a competitor.
Yeah, definitely an intriguing guy.
Especially since everyone else behind Larry is not overwhelming either. So he's definitely a guy that can rise throughout that depth chart.
Definitely so. Yeah, I mean they got some use in there. I also think that either John Brown will have probably a better season than he did last year, and Jaron Brown showed me a lot. So I think that somebody's going to have to step up.
I mean, J.J. Nelson, he seemed like he was more of a gadget type of guy where they kind of find ways to get him the ball. He'll be good for a couple of long touchdowns, but not a guy you can really rely on from week to week. I think John Brown is the guy they're hoping can reform where he was at, but who knows where he's at with his sickle cell trait. So who knows what they got in him. I mean, that number 2 option on that team is a big question mark right now.
It really is, yeah. It's totally up for grabs.
Obviously, we know their offense is most likely going to be running through David Johnson. He's good to go, and he's injury-free. He's ready to rock and roll. I'm guessing he's probably your number 1 overall.
Yeah, David Johnson, yeah, absolutely. I think that there's no question for me. I think that he should go number 1 overall in all redraft leagues.
I mean, there's not really much of an argument not to take him number 1. He's going to be obviously the guy they're going to be going to early and often. He's probably good for a good 25 touches last year. I think the only guy that had more touches per game than him was Le'Veon Bell. So, I mean, they're right there. They're both neck and neck.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the running backs and the wide receivers. They both have the holy trinity, basically.
Jermaine Gresham was kind of a guy they're trying to mold as their starting tight end. He started to come on a little bit towards the end. I don't really see him being a trend that's going to carry over to the next season, though. So not really something you have to worry about for redraft. Let's go over to the Los Angeles Rams, the team that's a mess. This team had one of the worst offensive lines last year, and they didn't draft a single offensive lineman in the draft.
Oh, I know.
How I just don't understand it. Why don't they try to fix things and make it easier for Gurley?
Yeah, I mean, you would think that would be their number one thing. So they drafted Gurley with, a high-ass pick, and, he basically was like, even when they went up and got Jared Goff, Gurley was going to be the focal point of this offense. You'd think you'd want to protect your best asset. But instead they went and they drafted a tight end in the first round, and then they drafted Cooper Kupp in the second round, who I absolutely hate. I don't know why everybody's so high on him. And I just don't get why this team can't make good decisions.
They tried to give their wide receiver. They tried to give Goff some options here, but they drafted a project tight end in Gerald Everett in the second round. They drafted Cooper Kupp, who his best comparable is another white receiver in Amendola. And they got Jess Reynolds, who I think is probably the best wide receiver that they drafted, but that's not saying much. They drafted a fullback.
I mean, if I could say anything about Cooper Kupp, I would say, he's a good route runner, but he's got really average speed, So I just really don't like the pick. You already have like a gadget player in Tavon Austin. This guy kind of seems like he can't be like the end-all be-all receiver that your team needs. I just really don't. I'm confused by a lot of these picks.
The Rams have proven throughout history that they are awful at picking wide receivers. They did. I mean, who's to say this is the same franchise that drafted Isaac Bruce and Torrey Holt? Why can't you guys draft players like that?
Yeah, exactly.
Why can't you just draft Hall of Famers?
Yeah, exactly. God, it seems like it's a big request, but man, they are so horrible at it nowadays.
It's really puzzling about them taking a tight end second round is they just drafted a tight end last year.
Oh, I know. Yeah, exactly. And now, so it's just confusing to me. Like, what, you're just kind of scrapping that project, moving on to the next thing. I mean, I guess they're trying to surround Jared Goff with weapons, but they just. I mean, there was already.
I feel bad for LA. LA gets two shit-ass franchises.
I'm actually more excited about the Chargers this year than I am the Rams. I mean, I think the Chargers are actually going to be the better team.
I still feel like the Chargers. I feel like the Chargers are still a poorly ran organization.
Oh, I think they're definitely poorly ran, but I think as far as like they're going to have some success on the field this year, I think.
I'm sorry, I forgot who we were covering again. Oh, the Rams.
The Rams, yeah.
Yeah, so they didn't draft any offensive linemen. And, so really you can't expect things to really change much for Todd Gurley, right?
I mean, you certainly can't. I mean, so I would think it's the same dynamic as last year. I think that teams are just going to stack the box against them, and they're going to dare Jared Goff to throw. I
mean, would you take Todd Gurley in the middle of the second round?
Absolutely not.
I mean, he's going.
I can't trust it.
Here's some receivers he's going around. He's going around. I mean, if you're picking Todd Gurley, you're probably passing up guys like T.Y. Hilton, Amari Cooper, and DeAndre Hopkins and Brandon Cooks. Like, I'd rather have all those guys over Gurley.
Oh yeah. I can't see myself in any scenario finding a guy in the second round that I basically a situation where I'd find myself wanting Todd Gurley over everybody else in the second round. Like, even if I picked at the back of the second round, I don't think I would want to take Todd Gurley. Like, absolutely not. Like, maybe if he fell to me in like a value, like say ever to be passed on him, maybe we're talking like third round, maybe. But I just can't trust the guy.
What's so awesome? What's so awesome about Gurley, about his rookie year, is you got him in the fifth round.
Exactly.
I mean, here's some guys that are going after. Here's some guys that are going after Todd Gurley. These are just running backs. We've got guys like Lamar Miller, Mark Ingram, Carlos Hyde, Spencer Ware, C.J. Anderson. They're all in like the third round. Those are the kind of guys that are going after Todd Gurley.
Those are the guys that will actually be somewhat a better value, and they're already elite backs on their respective teams.
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Mark Ingram.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
You guys share the backfield with AP. They drafted Alvin Kamara.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that.
I don't know how I feel about that. It feels like a quagmire that I might want to just stay away from. But the Saints are a team that they usually are one of the league leaders in throwing the ball to the running back. that could still help out guys like Alvin Kamara and Mark Ingram. It doesn't seem like they like Ingram very much.
It really doesn't. I am struggling with that right now. I'm like on the clock in one of my drafts, and I'm like, I don't want to take Ingram.
All right, little bit off topic, but who do you think? All right, here's a for real question: Do the Los Angeles Rams have a top 50 wide receiver on this roster?
I have to say no.
I mean, the only guy I could see being a top 50 guy is maybe Robert Woods. But even then, it's not a given.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see the Robert Woods maybe happening, but yeah, other than that, I can't see it. I mean, if they're drafting Cooper Kupp, and they're expecting him to be like just a big time playmaker this year, I just don't see it happening. And then same with ditto Tavon Austin, and I just I can't make heads and tails of it.
Yeah, but Tavon Austin's going to get 100 catches.
Yeah, when?
In his career.
yeah, pretty much. Yeah, maybe this year he'll hit that milestone.
All right. The last team we'll cover for the NFC when we'll be done with the NFC is the San Francisco 49ers. Man, I really love what they did in the draft. They got a new GM. Man. John Lynch is working things. He's making things work. I mean, the question is, who's going to be their quarterback? Is it going to be Brian Hoyer? Is it going to be Matt Barkley? Or is it going to be my favorite, Beat Hard?
Oh, Beat Hard. Yeah, hell yeah, Beat Hard. Yeah, that's his favorite.
I'm rooting for Beat Hard. I mean, we have something in common. His last name is Beat Hard. I like to Beat Hard. It's like, it's perfect.
It's a match made in heaven.
Yeah.
But I my money's on Hoyer, man. Guy can show up. He'll always show up at the start of the season, and then he'll fall off at the end of the season. That usually seems to be the trend with him. So I think it's going to continue this year. I can't really put my money on like one person, but if I had to do it, I would put it on Hoyer. I think he's going to be the starter this year, and I love what this team has done. By the way, I totally agree with you. I think that John Lynch, former Bronco, my boy, he's done a great job. I mean, totally ripped the Bears off, and trading down a pick. Like they traded down one pick, and they got so much draft capital. They've made some smart decisions this offseason. So, and they always get lucky. It seems like the 49ers, they either get a good coach that turns things around right away, or they get a good GM that turns things around right away. So I think that this is going to be a good thing for them.
They spent the majority of their early picks on defense. They picked up a couple of corners and a defensive end, so that should shore things up over there a little bit. And like we said, in the third round, they drafted C.J. Beathard.
C.J. Beathard.
I don't even care if I'm saying that right. That's how I'll pronounce it, no matter what.
I mean, they usually say it on TV like Beathard, but I still say it Beathard too.
Just Beathard.
Beathard.
But there were some rumblings about that they might try to move Carlos Hyde because he doesn't necessarily fit the system that they want to run, and they drafted Joe Williams in the fourth round, so it's not a lot of capital into the draft pick, but you got to think that Joe Williams probably has some value in that offense because especially not only are they not totally sold on Carlos Hyde, he's also injury prone too. So Joe Williams is a name you might want to keep your eye on.
Definitely.
Who do you think's going to be like their go-to guy in terms of like receivers? Because I mean, they got Pierre Garçon. I mean, you got to think he's going to be like the de facto number one, right? I don't really think they have anyone else over there.
Yeah, I mean, you would have to assume that based on, like, all the projections. I mean, yeah, he has to be the number one.
I mean, they drafted a wide receiver in, like, the fifth round. I don't think he's going to make an impact. They drafted a bunch of guys last year that didn't make an impact. Torrey Smith didn't make an impact. I just don't think this offense is going to be very good still. But I think it's still they're going to try to build it next year. This just wasn't the draft for them to do it.
Yeah, exactly. They'll get there eventually, but you have to, it's a building process. They're rebuilding right now, so take that into effect. Yeah,
I mean, their tight end to own there is probably still McDonald. I don't know how much value that really holds. I don't really think it's something that you really have to worry about in a redraft setting. Anyone else on this offense that you want to talk about? Or can we just be done with it?
Let's just be done with it.
All right. I mean, we've been yapping our ears off for about 2 hours. If we were to do the entire NFL, this would probably end up being like a 5-hour podcast. You don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to edit that. So we're going to break this into – we'll have a part 2 to this episode. We'll make this the NFC edition. We'll talk about the AFC another day. Please, if you like this show, leave us a rate and review on iTunes. It would be greatly appreciated. We really love the support that we've been getting from you guys. You can also find us on Spreaker, Stitcher. Please look for us on our website. Camille, any last closing words?
Hey, I got nothing. But hey, man, if we would have done the whole NFL in this entire, this would have been our longest one by far. So I'm glad that we're splitting it in two, and we'll definitely be getting you the AFC show next week sometime.
Yep. So I know this is the time of the year where a lot of you guys are starting to enjoy your dynasty drafts, your rookie drafts. Maybe you're in a few startups. It's definitely the time to be getting into things, but, keep in mind, still try to keep in mind and keep going with your redraft. I know it's a little bit early still, but we're definitely going to start kicking it up. I want to start here in May now. We're in May now. I want to start doing 2 shows a week, so we're definitely going to be giving you guys some goo a lot more often. So look out for it sometime short next week. All right, peace out.
Listening to the Fifth Down Fantasy Football Podcast with Johnny Slopes.
Top 3 to 5 pick next year.
And Camilla.
For the value you could have gotten at Ryan at.
I almost had 5,000 yards, but no, you don't want me. What you're saying is Wayne Gallman is the Dustin Funches of running backs?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I guess you can put me down as for saying that.
We now bring you to the Fifth Down.
What is up, Fifth Downers? I am your host, Johnny Slopes. You are listening to the Fifth Down Fantasy Football Podcast. Today, unfortunately, K-Mill is in Arizona on vacation. So with me today is a special guest. Casey, introduce yourself.
Hey, my name's Casey Lucas. I just started the Fantasy Sports Central Twitter page and website. Just a little about me. I'm just a big sports fan, a really big Packers fan. So my sports page is really just a fantasy sports page for the 3 main sports, which is baseball, football, and basketball. So I enjoy doing that, and I'm glad to be on with you today.
Yeah. So what is your Twitter handle so people can follow you?
Okay, it's at Fantasy S Central.
And you said that you're going to be covering all sports. I think that's pretty interesting. Have you guys starting to get off the ground a little bit?
Yeah. And it's going to be a lot. And I was trying to decide whether I wanted to do just football or do all sports, because I really do love all sports, but football is really what I'm passionate about. But yeah, literally just started, so trying to get off the ground, but hopefully this will help, and I'm going to try to do more stuff along the road.
All right. It sounds great. If you were with us last week, we did part 1 to our NFL draft aftermath. We covered the NFC. We wanted to cover it all into one show, but it was just taking too long, so we split it up into 2. This is the second part of that show. We'll be covering the AFC today. But before we get into all that, I'm going to do a little bit of station identification. We are part of the BS Podcast Network. You can find them at www.bspodcastnetwork.com. We are part of the Gold Tier And, you know, we've been doing pretty well with them, so we're going to keep that going. You can also find us on iTunes, and for you non-iPhone users, we can also be found on Spreaker and Stitcher. Now, Casey, I know that you are a Packers fan. Unfortunately, we were supposed to have somebody else on that was a Lions fan. That would have been so great.
Yeah, I know. I was looking forward to this.
I really wanted to let you hammer him, but I think he got scared. He's like, oh, no, I got to take my daughter to the mall. I was like, that's not important. All right, but let's jump into some news and notes and get the show on the road here, yeah?
Yep, let's do it.
All right, so Keenan, I heard some news. Keenan Allen has been running at full speed. As we know, he suffered an ACL injury early last year. So this is fully expected that he should be close to fully ready. So it's nice to see that he's running at full speed. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, the last 3 seasons he's had a season-ending injury. I mean, good news for him at least is they have been 3 different injuries. I can't remember what they were. I think one was a collarbone, and then he had something, like a ruptured kidney last season. That was something weird, like or the season before last.
2 years ago with the kidney.
Yeah, and then the ACL last year. So, I mean, he's had his fair share of injuries, but you saw it when he was on the field. I mean, just a dynamic player and someone who I think has a real rapport with Phillip Rivers, and I think they work really well together. And so I think if he comes back and is healthy, then I think he's going to be a huge part of their offense, and he's going to do a lot for them.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk a lot more about Keenan Allen later on in the show when we cover the Chargers. I just really like to see he's full speed. But his counterpart, Dontrelle Inman, he had some surgery for a core muscle. He'll be out for 6 weeks. I've heard some people say that he could be like that number 3 on that team, like maybe even jump Tyrell.
Yeah, Tyrell Williams had a really good season last year, but, Inman had, I think it was 2 seasons ago when he kind of broke out. So it will be interesting to see how he does. But I like Mike Williams a lot and that receiving core, so it'll be fun to see how that depth chart works out.
I like them all, damn it. I want them all on my team.
I know.
Tom Brady, we've heard some stories about his wife saying that he suffered a concussion that he played through. How much are you buying into this?
I mean, I could see it. I mean, I feel like most football players have a version of a concussion, whether it be a serious one or not. But, I mean, you wouldn't put it past Tom Brady or the Patriots if he did have concussion-like symptoms to maybe hide that and not report that. So it's interesting.
Yeah,
I mean,
it honestly wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, when I saw it, it was just surprising that she would say that. That just is a bad look for them, I feel like, and it puts him in a bad spot. So it was interesting when I saw that.
Yeah, Rodney Harrison actually came out and defended Tom Brady. He was like, no, Tom cares too much about his health to put himself into jeopardy like that. But I don't know. I could see maybe if it was like, I don't know what game she was actually talking about, but if it was like an important game, I could see him playing through something like that.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Blunt signs with the Philadelphia Eagles. What kind of role do you see Blunt playing? Since we're not really covering the NFC, this is a good time to talk about it.
Yeah. You never know with the Philadelphia backfield. I think they're going to use him instead of Ryan Matthews. That's just my first thought. They might just go ahead and let Ryan Matthews start and put Blunt in at the goal. I really don't know. It'll be interesting to see, but if I were them, just coming off the season Blunt had, I would go ahead and give him the starting job, let him and Sproles see how they do as a 1-2 punch. But, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that works out with Ryan Matthews.
Yeah, I tend to believe that there will be games where he is the lead back, but there will be some games where he's going to disappear because I don't necessarily see Philadelphia playing with the lead a ton this year, and that's going to obviously work against Blunt. It's okay to be with the Patriots and be like a little plotter that gets like 3.9 yards a carry, But when you're in Philadelphia and you're playing behind, he might get game flowed out of the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not too high on Blount this season.
Yeah, I do expect though Ryan Matthews to get cut.
Yeah, I do too. I think he will, because I mean they're not going to trade him or anything. No one's really going to want him. They know they're going to cut him eventually. So yeah, I think probably at the end of training camp he gets cut.
Do you see Ladarius Green picking up a team anywhere anytime soon?
Oh, I think he definitely does. I mean, he's still really talented. I don't know how it works out with like what kind of salary they would have to pick up if they did sign him, or how that would work. But
was he considering like retirement?
I'm not sure. I hadn't heard that. But I mean, he has an interest so much. I was really excited from a fantasy standpoint when he went to the Steelers. I thought he was going to be a big part to their offense. I was disappointed to see that he was out most of the season.
Ladarius Green, you broke everyone's heart, and this is what you get.
I know.
Zay Jones suffers a knee injury. It looks like it's a knee sprain, nothing too serious. Are you thinking that Kaepernick can swallow his ego and sign with the Seahawks?
Yeah, I think he will. I've heard different reports, actually. I listened to a radio show, the Dan Le Batard Show, and they had somebody on the other day who was close to Kaepernick, and he was saying a lot of these reports that were coming out weren't true of the Kaepernick, like what his asking price was, and that he was asking for a starting job. So I really think he will sign somewhere. He said that there were reports that had came out that 3 different teams had spoken with Kaepernick, and the guy that was on that show was actually saying that wasn't true, and I can't remember his name right now. But he was one of the reporters that was that's been following Kaepernick. But I do think he will end up signing with the Seahawks. That just seemed, I had actually told someone that a few weeks ago, that just seemed like a good spot for him, a team that had the reputation and the respect that could take on someone like that has so much baggage.
I mean, doesn't he like money? Just sign somewhere and make some money. Be a backup.
Yeah.
All right. Sit downers, our drink that we are drinking today, I can't believe I found this. I did not know this existed. Jack Daniels in a can.
I didn't know that existed either.
Yeah, I found it. I found it at this like little corner store. I was like, no way. I bought a 6-pack.
I'm drinking a Corona Extra right now.
You better have like a lemon in it, right?
A lime, but I don't have.
Okay.
I don't have any limes right now. I normally do, but this is actually my last one. After this, I'm going to have to be drinking Busch Light. That's all I've got.
I can dig it. I can dig it. All right. We're going to start out here with the AFC North. Obviously, the Steelers were the division champions, so we'll start off with them first. Obviously, you know, they got the triple B, Big Ben, Bell, and Brown, but they were missing a piece of that equation last year with Martavis Bryant. And I think it kind of showed a little bit in their offense. They never really had that deep threat ability. I mean, they had Sammy Coates, who has like stone hands. They tried Eli Rogers in the slot, but they really needed another piece to that puzzle. And he's always suspended because he smokes the pot. So they went out and got Juju Smith-Schuster. Do you think that this is going to eventually add up to better numbers for a guy like Big Ben if he can stay healthy?
Yeah, I think Martavis Bryant coming back to the offense is really going to help them. Obviously, like you said, Ben staying healthy is first and foremost for that team's success. But Martavis Bryant, people forget how good that offense was with him. And it was pretty damn good last year with Eli Rogers and Sammy Coates being 2 of the main weapons. So switching, given Eli Rogers, he had 48 receptions last season, and I think Martavis Bryant's going to take on all those and more. And then Juju Smith should take over for Sammy Coates. He had like 21 passes, and he averaged 20 yards per attempt. And so
it seemed like he caught maybe 2 passes after he broke his fingers.
So I think Juju Smith takes over for that role, but I think Martavis Bryant comes right back and is a key part to that offense and comes back to his form he was in 2015.
Big Ben, he's going right around the middle of the 7th round, which I kind of like that spot for him. That's not bad. But, one thing that does concern me is last year, from week 10 on, Big Ben only averaged 32 attempts a game, and that's because they were feeding this monster called Le'Veon Bell.
Yeah.
But before that, though, Big Ben had 7 games with 3 or more touchdown passes, 9 multi-touchdown games. He's a little bit streaky, but like I said, I feel like that had a lot to do with, a missing receiver in this offense. Do you like that middle of the 7th for Big Ben?
Yeah, that he went earlier than that last year, and obviously he's fallen off. But anytime you can get a quality quarterback like that in the 7th round, I mean, I'd say go for it. So yeah, I think that's a pretty good spot for him, especially if he stays healthy, because I mean, he could easily wind up being a top 5 fantasy quarterback if he stays healthy all season.
Yeah, without a doubt. Antonio Brown, depending on what league you played in, he was either the number 1 or number 2 receiver. If you're playing PPR, he is probably number 1. And he had his lowest total in catches in 4 years, his lowest amount of yards in 4 years, and his lowest amount of targets in 4 years. But yet, his number is still stellar.
Yeah.
If you are you taking Big Ben, or I'm sorry, are you taking Antonio Brown over any of the big 3 running backs?
If you're in a PPR league, I think Le'Veon is going first, and then I'd probably take David Johnson, and then I'd probably take Bell. So I'd take him over Zeke, but not over David Johnson or Le'Veon in a PPR.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a lot of people have him going as a 4th pick because his average ADP right now is 4th overall. I think so. I think I would take him over Zeke.
Yeah, I would take him over Zeke just because of the lack of catches that Zeke's going to have, and he's just set up to have a little bit of a down year.
Do you have the Steelers winning this division?
Yeah, I have them winning it pretty easily if Ben stays healthy. Yeah, I've got them winning it, and then I've actually got the Bengals coming in second.
I have the Steelers winning it, but I wouldn't be surprised if Cincinnati makes a push at it and then kind of tails off towards the end.
Yeah, it's a lot. It might be like it's been in years past where it's real tight through week 10. And then you kind of start to tell who the best is. Yeah.
Some more on Antonio Brown. The last 2 years, this is his average receptions a game and yards a game without Big Ben. He's averaging 4.8 yards receptions a game and 68.2 yards a game without Big Ben, and he has yet to score a touchdown without him as a quarterback. So, I mean, you kind of tie a little bit of his value to Big Ben's health?
Yeah, and that's what I worry about. And I was doing a piece for a website the other day on Dynasty Leagues, and that's what you worry about with a player like Antonio Brown because he's just been so dependent on Ben. And, I don't see Antonio Brown falling off a ton when Ben retires because I think the Steelers are going to do a lot to get a better quarterback than Landry Jones.
He's a great receiver.
But yeah, and he's just too good to pass on. But I think he's a good if you're in a dynasty league, he's a good sell high candidate definitely.
What's funny about this offense is this is going to sound a little bit like Dragon Ball Z, but we haven't even seen their final form yet. We haven't seen really a whole lot of this whole offense playing together. So I'm really excited about this offense this year.
Yeah, they could be great.
Let's go over to Le'Veon Bell. He's obviously the second pick overall right now. He averaged 28 touches a game, which led the league. Also had 157 yards a game from scrimmage, which also led the league. But better, they were winning because of that, though. They're 7-1 when Bell had 20 or more carries, and 9-1 if you want to include the playoffs.
Yeah, and he's just such a big weapon for them, and you really tell, like, when he gets hurt, you just see it in their offense. You can tell that they lose so much, and as good as Denzel Williams has done in the past filling in, he's nothing compared to Le'Veon Bell. So just his pass catching ability and his vision within the tackle is just amazing. It's fun to watch. From
actually, if you thought that workload was crazy, from week 11 on, he averaged 33.6 touches a game, which is really nice, if you have him on your team, which I did. But, the more touches you get, the more chances you have for injury. Are you buying James Conner as his cuff? He's a 14th round pick right now.
I mean, you always need a good handcuff with someone like Le'Veon, who has such a long history of injuries. But I think Conner will be a pretty good backup to him. He probably won't see, if Le'Veon stays healthy, he's not going to see much time at all, I don't think. But if Le'Veon gets hurt, he's going to become really valuable really fast.
I know we touched on Bryant a little bit already. His average ADP right now is about middle of the 5th round. Is that a little bit too rich for you, or are you buying it there, or do you think maybe Juju Smith-Schuster could steal his spot?
No, I think Martavis Bryant's definitely going to be the number 2. But I don't know. 5th round would probably be a little early for me. I'd be a little worried just because of his history with drugs and stuff like that. So you never know. Like you see with Josh Gordon, every time he gets on the field, he gets suspended again. So I mean,
we see it time and time again.
Spending a 5th round pick is still pretty high. So I'd be cautious of that. I would maybe look for another guy at that spot, but if he's the best guy available, I'd go for it.
All right. The last person I want to mention on this team before we move on is Jesse James. He's basically free right now. There's no Ladarius Green. Any interest in him, or do you think that there's just too many mouths in this offense?
I do like him. He played a good bit last season when Green was hurt, and he seemed to be a decent part of their offense. Ben likes throwing to the tight end. So, I think he'd be a solid tight end because, tight ends are so scarce. So when you get one in an offense that likes to utilize the tight end, even though they have so many weapons, I think he'd definitely be worth a look late in the draft, and he could end up having a pretty good year if Ben uses him like I think he will. You never know with the new weapons they've got, but I think Jesse James has a pretty good season this year.
I was trying to find his ADP on Fantasy Football Calculator. I scrolled all the way down. It was not there. He's basically free.
Yeah.
I'm sure that will go up a little bit now that, Green is gone, so we'll have to keep an eye on it. Let's go over to the Cincinnati Bengals. This is a team that, it seems like they suffered a little bit towards the end without A.J. Green. So they went out and got John Ross, who could take the top off the offense. I'm really liking Andy Dalton this year. I think he's going to have a bounce-back season. He was quarterback 14 last year. He's going at the back of the 11th round. The only problem, though, is he had 0 3-touchdown games last year, and from week 7 on, he only had 1 300-yard game. But he had a career low in passing touchdowns. I think that he's going to bounce back. There's no way he's not going to. There's no way he's going to repeat what he did last year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge Andy Dalton fan when it comes to, like, real-life football. I just don't think he's that good of a quarterback. But when it comes to fantasy, I mean, he's got the weapons around him to be a good fantasy quarterback. So, yeah, I think he does have a bounce-back season. The addition of Ross, like you said, I think that's going to be big for them if he can stay healthy. That's another person that I'm pretty worried about when it comes to injuries. But, yeah, I think he's going to have a good season. A.J. Green staying healthy is literally what it all comes down to for me when it comes to the Bengals and Andy Dalton, just because you saw last season what Andy Dalton looks like without A.J. Green, and it's not very pretty.
You know, A.J. Green only played 10 games last year, but his numbers are what, like an average to good receiver would put up. He had almost 1,000 yards. He had 66 catches in only in 10 games. He was probably on pace for a 1,500-yard season. Actually, I have it right here. He was on pace for 96 catches and 1,400 yards last year before getting hurt. He has a lot of big explosive games, and he's a guy that gets a lot of targets. He only had 3 healthy games where he got targeted less than 10 times.
Yeah, and I'm looking right now at his draft position. They've got him at 10 here, and that's not, if I remember correctly, that's about where he was last season.
Right around the back of the first, yeah.
So he hasn't really lost much draft stock in most people's eyes. I would have thought he would have been a little down just coming off the injury, but yeah, he's a great receiver, and I might stay away from him at 10 and go with a player like Devontae Freeman or DeMarcus
If you don't want
Murray
him, I'll take him.
like that. But I mean, yeah, I just I like Devontae Freeman in a PPR league just because I'm someone who likes getting my running backs out of the way and then worrying about my receivers later. unless
I'm a wide receivers dealer.
Really good. But
John Ross, though, how do you see him mixing in with this offense?
Well, Ross, like I said earlier, I'm really worried about his injuries. But if he can stay healthy, I think he fits in well with the offense. He gives them a much-needed deep threat, and he's obviously very fast, breaking the combine record. But, yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see just what he does for A.J. Green, because if he really does turn into someone who you could just send on a fly and they're going to have to, the DBs, like a safety's going to have to account for him, that's really going to be interesting because you can't double cover both of them. So it's going to be interesting to see if one of them really has really benefits from the other. And I think A.J. Green will probably benefit more from having a guy like that can stretch the field.
Yeah, I've never really been a big fan of John Ross. I do love his speed, but if I'm taking a late round flyer on him, absolutely. Like a 13th round or a 14th round, like, hell, why not?
Yeah.
Let's move over to the running backs position. Now, are you concerned about any of these running backs because the line's going to suck, or like who are you going to plant your flag into this backfield?
Well, I mean, Jeremy Hill, I think, is going to be the starter, and I think he's going to get the bulk of the carries this season. But I really don't want any of them. I'm not too high on any of them. I think Gio probably keeps his spot right now, and but I think Jeremy Hill, I think he is the starter. I think he gets the bulk of the carries, but I also think if he, like you've seen in the past, the Bengals don't mind switching up who their starting running back is if one of them's slumping and the other one's playing good. So you never know. But as of right now, I'd go with Jeremy Hill.
Seems like this team is a team that starts players based off of being familiar with them in the offense. That's the only thing. That's really the only reason why Jeremy Hill gets the ball still. I don't like him as a talent. He's a goal line back. He's good at getting in the end zone. That's about it. I think Joe Mixon is better in between the tackle runner than Jeremy Hill, and he's a better pass catcher than Giovanni Bernard. He should be the starter. He should be their 3-down back. That's not going to happen, but he should be.
I think
kind of going right around the same area.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation. I think he'll be the starter next year for sure. And you never know, like if he has a breakout game, they might just go ahead and hand the reins to him.
Jeremy Hill though, his usage has been pretty consistent over the past 3 years, getting right around 222 carries every single year. But he's not really used much in the passing game. Now, according to Pro Football Reference, he had 44 carries inside the 20-yard line, which ranked 5th in the NFL. And 6 of his 9 touchdowns came within inside the 5-yard line. That's out of 15 carries. He only had 1 touchdown outside the 20-yard line. So I think that's going to be Hill's role, I think, as a short yardage back. I do think they're going to try to mix Joe Mixon in some early down work, though.
Yeah, I think they'll try to work him in just to see what he's got. I read something that was saying they can't wait to get him on the field. They're excited about him. So, that'd be someone who, if you can afford a spot late in the draft, if you have a roster spot and just want to take a chance on somebody, that'd be somebody that I would look at.
What nobody is talking about is how Giovanni Bernardi tore his ACL kind of late last year, like week 11. Have you heard anything about how his recovery is going at all?
No, not really. I haven't looked, but I haven't heard. I've been watching ESPN, but
they've been keeping pretty hush-hush about it.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything. But it may be something where, but I think they like Gio a lot. So if he's healthy, I think he's still going to be their third down and their pass catching back. But if he's still hurt at the beginning of the season, go ahead.
I was going to say, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't they give him an extension last year?
I saw something because I was looking at their contracts. I think they did, but there may be an option in it, or even if he is signed, I think Mixon next year takes over the starting role, and Gio just comes in periodically.
All right, one last guy we should cover before we move on from Cincinnati, Tyler Eifert. He was tight end 25 due to injury last year. He's going at the back of the 5th round. I have a lot of issues with Tyler Eifert. First off, he's not a target monster. He's very unlikely to repeat his 13 touchdowns from 2015. He's injury prone. I think his ADP is rich. He only averaged 3.6 targets a game last year. So I'm just not a big fan of his.
Yeah, I liked him a lot coming out of college, and I had him when he had his breakout season 2 years ago. I got him really late, so I was happy with him.
I got him off the waiver wire.
He's someone who you always have to worry about injuries, and I like him because I think Andy Dalton is one of those quarterbacks who he likes to dump it down to the tight end if the pocket's collapsing or something. So I think Eifert can get a lot of catches, but he also gets a lot of red zone targets. I watched him a lot the season before last, and he was a big red zone target for them. But the thing with tight ends for me, they're just so scarce. So going into the back of the 5th round, I wouldn't take him there probably. I'd probably wait for a guy like he's ranked ahead of Delaney Walker, and I think that's absurd.
Yeah, he's pretty underrated. Even when Tyler Eifert had that amazing 2015 season where he scored 13 touchdowns, still only had 74 targets that year. So that's something that concerns me. He doesn't get the volume that you would like to see from a top 10 tight end.
Yeah, I might even wait and get a guy like Hunter Henry in the 7th round. Someone I'd probably rather have him than Eifert, honestly. I'm
the kind of person I like to play chicken with the tight end. I like to see how long can I go before I realize I need to get a tight end?
Yeah. I'm never one of those people that goes for Gronk in the second round or something like that.
All right. Let's go over to Baltimore. This is a team that finished 8-8 last year. There wasn't really a whole lot to like about their offense. I mean, Joe Flacco set a career high in completion percentage and a career high in yards, only had 20 touchdowns. But I think people don't realize how much Baltimore throws the ball. Like, they led the league in passing attempts this year, or last year and the year before. Joe Flacco had the 5th most passing attempts of all time last year, and yet he only had 20 touchdowns to show for it.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't have a big tight end, ever since Pitta kind of broke out, they've just been looking for a tight end, and so they don't have that big touchdown machine that you can go to in the red zone. They had Steve Smith last year, who was good, but I mean, he's no red zone target. And but this year it'll be interesting to see with Perriman if he can stay healthy. I liked him a lot coming out of college, but I think he's a big key to their offense. If he stays healthy, that's someone who I think they could really use.
Both Mike Wallace and Rashad Perriman are going at a pretty nice value right now. Mike Wallace is the beginning of the 11th. Perriman's at the back of the 13th. I think I kind of like Mike Wallace a little bit more. He's been established. I've read this on Twitter. John Paulson tweeted this out, and I had to look this up because I did not believe it. Mike Wallace has been a top 25 receiver 6 out of the last 7 years. The only year he wasn't is when he was with Minnesota for that 1 year.
Yeah.
That was
actually
mind-boggling. I had to look that up, and it was like, wow.
Yeah. I was just about to say something about that. Mike Wallace is just in the 11th round. I mean, I'd be very happy to get someone like that in the 11th round.
Wide receiver 48.
Yeah. Gosh, I'm looking here. They've got John Brown ahead of him. Pierre Garçon with San Francisco. I'd much rather take Mike Wallace than some of those guys.
Yeah, the only problem with him is he only scored 4 touchdowns. He scored 3 touchdowns in the first 2 games of the season and proceeded to only score 1 touchdown for the rest of the year. But I think that he could get a slight bump in targets, and I see some positive regression for him scoring some more touchdowns this year because as I'm heard of, to only score 4 touchdowns, as many targets as he got last year.
Yeah, and I mean, you can look at that 2 ways. I mean, it can be a positive that he only scored 4 touchdowns last season because he still had a pretty good season, and that's without the touchdowns. So if he adds the touchdowns, then you're really getting value with him.
I mean, he was wide receiver 22. I mean, what would he be if he had just even 3 more touchdowns,
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
I do like Rashad Perriman. The only thing is we really haven't seen a whole lot of him. He had 66 targets last year. I think he's a candidate for the biggest target bump on this offense because, they're without Aiken. They're without Steve Smith. I think that he's going to have the biggest bump in targets.
Yeah, I think he's a player that you could really see break out this season if he stays healthy. He's someone that I think a lot of people are excited about. I might be wary of him when drafting him. I might stay away from him just because of his injury issues. But, that's someone who has a really high ceiling. So if you're willing to take a chance on a guy, I mean, that's someone that I would do it on.
Now, the running back situation is kind of sticky here. I want you to plant your flag right now on which running back you would most prefer out of this offense.
Well, in a PPR league, I'm going to have to take Danny Woodhead just because of his pass-catching ability. And I think he's probably the most talented running back right now in the backfield. I like Kenneth Dixon a lot, but I expected more out of him last season than the chances that he got. He came on at the end of the season. But I think it's between Kenneth Dixon and Danny Woodhead. I don't really like Terrence West. I think Terrence West starts out maybe as the number 1 back, and Danny Woodhead just a pass catching back, but I think that changes quickly. And I think I'm not sure if Danny Woodhead's going to be the starter. I think they keep him in third down situations, but I think he gets enough carries this season where if he stays healthy, I like him out of the backfield.
Yeah, I do like Danny Woodhead the most. He's actually, out of the three, Danny Woodhead's actually going the earliest, according to ADP, is back in the 7th round. I still like him there because he's the real pass catching back on this team. I don't think people realize how many targets go to the running back in this offense because Flacco checks the ball down a lot. They had 156 targets to the running back. Now, that's also including Juszczyk, who's now gone. He leaves behind, I believe, it was like 49 targets last year. So, I mean, there's a lot of targets for Danny Woodhead to gobble up there. The year before that, they had 175 targets to running backs. So I definitely see him being an asset. Kenneth Dixon, he showed that he wasn't really efficient catching the ball last year. He caught 30 passes. He only got 162 yards. That's like 5.5 yards a catch. Like, I don't think they're going to try to use him that way this year. Him being suspended for 4 games could kind of hurt him. He could kind of lose a step in the depth chart. Like you said, I do think that Terrence Wilson is going to start at the beginning of the year, but he's not going to hold on to that job. But I'd probably draft him over Kenneth Dixon at this point.
Yeah, I don't know. That'd be a tough one for me. Just because I think Kenneth Dixon's more talented, but you got to go with the starter. You can't take a chance on a backup ahead of the starter.
All right, Dennis Pitt. How old is he? I feel like he's like 40.
I don't know. He broke
like 30,
out.
He's actually, I think he was like 31 or 32, but he actually, he actually had 86 catches last year, but he didn't score like any touchdowns. Like, I think he's okay in PPR, but he's like a low ceiling, like fringe type of tight end. I mean, I guess you could take him as like a late flyer, but not a guy I would want as my starting tight end.
Yeah, me either.
All right. Anyone else you want to mention on his team, or can we move on?
No, I think we're good to go.
All right. Let's cover the Cleveland Browns. I'm going to ask you right now. I ask everyone when talking about the Cleveland Browns, are you taking Corey Coleman or are you taking Kenny Britt? Who do you like more in this offense?
That's a tough one. Kenny Britt, I think, gosh, that's hard. Kenny Britt had a better season last year. But Coleman, I think Coleman, they're going to want to work him in the offense more, just being the second-year guy. They drafted him so high. He was the first receiver taken. And so I think he'll probably do better, but it's really a toss-up. Like, Kenny Britt could easily have a better season, and I'm a little more worried. I know Kenny Britt's had a long history of injuries, but he stayed healthy recently, and I'd be a little more worried about Coleman's injuries than I would Britt's. But just from the talent factor and if they utilize him correctly, I think Coleman should do better this season than Britt.
Kenny Britt had over 1,000 yards last year with Jared fucking Goff throwing him the ball. Like, that's pretty impressive to me. But
yeah, and I like Kenny Britt.
I think he is a 1B, and Coleman's going to be the 1A. I like Corey Coleman as a breakout candidate. I really do. Look at all the targets Terrell Pryor soaked up last year as the number 1 over there. I think that could be Corey Coleman. I like that. He was actually he showed some flashes. He was doing pretty decent before he broke his hand. Once he came back from his hand injury, Pryor had complete control of the targets, and he didn't record over 50 yards in a single game after breaking his hand. Fresh start. I'm not worried about that. I think that he's going to be the number 1 receiver in Cleveland.
Yeah, I think he will end up being the number 1 receiver, and he's obviously got the most upside. I don't think you'll see that kind of production out of Britt this year. Even though he caught a lot of those passes from Goff, but I think most of them he caught from Case Keenum, and Case Keenum is not good. Everyone knows that, but he does have a little bit of gunslinger. He does have a little bit of gunslinger in him, so he would throw it downfield and give Britt those chances, and I don't know how many of those he's going to get in Cleveland.
I mean, Cody Kessler, he's not known for having a real strong arm, but maybe he can work him a little bit more, on the outside, maybe not deep down the field, but maybe like 10-yard out routes or something like that. I don't see Kenny Britt being a top 25 receiver this year. I can't buy into that.
Yeah, I don't see him being top 25 either.
All right. Have you been one of the people that have been buying into the Isaiah Crowell hype?
No, not really. There was a little bit of it's a lot more this year. There was a little bit of that last year, but I'm not going to be in real high on any Cleveland Browns running back until they get someone who I can trust. I mean, Isaiah Crowell's not terrible, but that's not someone who I'm going to really look for in this draft. If he falls to me, great, and I'll take him, but I think he's going to go a little too early for my liking.
Last month in April, I loved Crowell. Fast forward to May, his ADP is nearly jumped 2 rounds. Now I don't like him. He's going in the middle of the 4th round. That's too rich for me to draft a Cleveland Brown running back in the middle of the 4th round. Could he have a good season? Sure. They built up their offensive line, but there's a good chance that they could be losing a lot this year. And you kind of seen it towards the end of last year. His workload kind of went down towards the end of last year, and I'm just not sure how much opportunity does he have to score 7 touchdowns again. I'm still puzzled how he averaged nearly 5 yards a carry last year behind this offense. That blows my mind. Would you be surprised if I told you that Crowell had 40 receptions last year?
Yeah, that would surprise me a little bit.
He had 40. He only had 13 less grabs than Duke Johnson.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
I'm not real high on any of these running backs. If I had to choose one, I'd probably take a late flyer on Duke Johnson. But I mean, he obviously disappointed a lot of people last year. Would he go the 5th round or something like that?
Yeah, he went early. I don't remember. Both of them went kind of early, which I didn't really get. That's just one of those. There's just a certain there's different positions around the league that I like to stay away from on certain teams, and Browns running backs are one of those.
Yeah, actually, Duke Johnson, he finished as RB27 in PPR leagues, but I felt like he was one of those guys that finished high enough to be a fantasy asset, but I probably would have never have started him because I wouldn't feel comfortable doing so.
Yeah.
All right. David Njoku, he's probably going to be their starting tight end. I don't think he's going to be really relevant this year, though.
Yeah, I don't really like anybody on the Browns that much. I'm going to stay away from them if I can. If one of them falls to me, I'll take them. I like Njoku best out of the skill position players of ones I would want to have, just because he's going to go late, and he'll probably go. It's possible that he comes in and takes over that Gary Barnidge role from 2 years ago. I mean, you never know. I don't think he will, but the Browns have had a history of decent fantasy tight ends. That's kind of surprising. But that's someone who I'd be okay as maybe a backup tight end in a league. But I'm not too high on him. I think I was really high on him coming out of Miami, but going to the Browns made me not like him as much. But I think he'll be good in the future.
He's a beast. He's a dog now. I do like him, just not this year.
Yeah.
One last question before we move on from the Browns. Will DeShone Kizer start at any point this year?
I would have to guess yes. if he was on the Jets, I'd say no, just because I know how the Jets do with their rookie quarterbacks. They don't let them play no matter how much people may want them to. I really do think Kaiser starts at some point this season. You know, they threw Kessler into the fire pretty early last year. That was out of necessity because of the injuries, obviously, but I could see Kaiser starting, especially if Kessler comes out and does really bad. But if Kessler comes out and is playing okay, you know, they're not expected to be good this year. So if Kessler comes out and plays okay, then I don't think Kaiser gets any playing time. But if Kessler comes out and just plays awful, then I think the Browns want to see what they've got.
I really don't think Kessler was really that bad last year. He completed over 65% of his passes. He kind of reminds me of Andy Dalton. I would like to see him start all 16 games. I just don't think that that's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way he starts week one unless there's an injury or he just has like a Russell Wilson type preseason. But I think he could be their quarterback of the future. But I think we're gonna have to wait a little bit to really find that out.
All right, that'll do it for the AFC North. Let's go over to the East. The New England Patriots. Obviously, they win that division every year. Tom Brady, obviously, his ADP is too rich for me. He's going in the middle of the third round. I get why, but he's probably not a guy I would own at this point.
Yeah, I like Tom Brady. I was someone who I've drafted him the last 2 seasons because he was just so late. And I went into the draft like, I'm going to get Tom Brady. I'm going to draft him a round earlier than he's expected to go, and I'm going to get a steal, and that's what's happened. So I've liked Tom Brady in the past, but I'm also someone
finally have to pay the price.
Yeah, I'm someone who gets running backs early and kind of waits on wide receivers, and I kind of do the same thing for quarterbacks. I don't like drafting a quarterback in the first 5 rounds. I like to wait for a guy like Phillip Rivers, Ben Roethlisberger, someone like that who may fall to me.
I think last year the guy that kind of fell a little bit past where he should have gone was Drew Brees. I seen him going in like the 6th round a lot. I think he was a league winner for a lot of people. How do you see? Who do you think is the biggest threat to the Patriots in this division?
Nobody. But out of the fight for second, I think the Dolphins have got second place. I don't think anybody's going to challenge New England. The only chance they'd have is if Brady got hurt, and even then I think the Patriots still probably win that division. I think the Dolphins season last year was a bit of a fluke. What they end up 11-5, 10-6, something like that. I
think they finished 10-6. I think it was either 10-6 or 9-7 actually.
Yeah, they might have. Yeah, I remember because it might have been 9-7 actually. But I think them making the playoffs last year was a little bit of a fluke. I do like Adam Gase. I think he's going to help out Tannehill, and their offense is good enough to win them some games. Their defense was supposed to be really good a couple of years ago. They signed all those free agents, but has fallen off a little bit, and they're not nearly as good as they had hoped to be. So I think if they could shore up the defense, then maybe they could have a shot at the playoffs again. But I think this is going to be another season where the Patriots just run away with it, and everybody else is finishing 8-8 or something like that.
Could not agree more. Now, I want you to plant your flag in the New England backfield. Which one? They got like 5,000 running backs. Which one do you like the most?
Can I choose nobody for that one too? I really liked Mike Gillislee last year with Buffalo. I was someone who got really excited. Not that he got hurt, but I was excited for the opportunity when LaShawn McCoy got hurt because I just loved Mike Gillislee, and he disappointed me last year just from the standpoint of I thought he was going to win me my league. I thought McCoy was going to be hurt, and then he was going to come on and just win the job and be great, but that didn't happen, but I still think he's really good. Yeah, I really think he's going to be good. with the Patriots, but I don't think he's going to be fantasy good. I don't think he's going to put up a lot of numbers. I think it's going to be weird because, they really like Dion Lewis, and I think James White's going to be the odd man out. He's going to be the one who ends up fourth on the depth chart, I think. And I think the way the depth chart shakes out, I'm going to guess is they're going to let Gillislee start, and then they're going to have Burkhead and Dion Lewis just throughout the game coming in at random points and utilizing them in pass catching situations. And, they like to throw out random running backs at first down. So that's why I don't like Gillislee or any of them really. But if I had to choose, I'd probably choose Gillislee just because I feel like he is going to be the one who sees the most snaps. I don't know how the touches will work out, but I think Gillislee will be on the field the most, and that's worth it enough for me because he could take over the LeGarrette Blount role as the goal line back. So if that's the case, I think he's going to get a lot more touchdowns than the other guys, and for that reason, that's why I would probably take him.
I mean, looking at the running backs on this roster, none of them besides Mike Gillislee fit that prototypical in-between the tackle type of runner. I think that's what they're going to use him for. And Patriots, they play with the lead a lot, so they're going to want that when milking the clock. He had 8 touchdowns last year as a backup, so he definitely has high touchdown appeal. But if you're expecting him to have a LeGarrette Blount type of season and you're drafting him for that reason, you could be a little bit disappointed. But he's still only going in the middle of the 8th round. I love that ADP for him because you could potentially be getting a starting running back in the 8th round. That's hard to do.
Yeah.
I mean, Rex Burkhead, he's more of like a utility guy. I don't see him having really even being fantasy relevant, in my opinion. James White, he's more of like a satellite back, and, he's going to get – game flow is going to hurt him. I mean, there's not a lot of times where you're going to think, oh, man, New England's probably going to lose this game. I should start James White.
Yeah. That's someone who I just really don't think James White is going to see much time this season. No matter how big a lead they got, unless someone's hurt, that'd be the only way. But yeah, I think James White becomes damn near close to irrelevant this season.
Dion Lewis was actually, I think he could be the X factor because, like you said, they do seem to like this guy. But the only thing is he's injury prone, and he actually looked pretty bad last year.
Yeah, I was disappointed. That was someone who I picked up when he was getting close to returning from the PUP, and I was disappointed with his production. But they do like him. But they wouldn't have went out and signed Rex Burkhead and Gillislee if they thought he could be a starting running back. So I think Burkhead
is an insurance policy.
You think Burkhead is going to be behind Dion Lewis in the depth chart?
I think that. Yes, I think that he is the insurance policy, but I don't think Lewis is going to be back next year.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think I could see Burkhead getting a lot of time there. Maybe it's just because he's white. I don't know. But he just did a lot. He did a lot more with the Bengals than I thought he would whenever Gio went down, and so he's one who the Patriots could really get a lot out of. But they do like Dion Lewis, so I could easily see him being the second running back.
Let's just admit it. We don't know shit about this backfield. We don't know what's going in Bill Belichick's head. But when Burkhead was with Cincinnati, he showed a little something, and he showed me enough to where I wanted to pick him up on my dynasty team. I just stashed him. I didn't know what was going to happen to him, and then when I heard that he was going to the Patriots, my first initial thought was, oh, they're going to cut Dion Lewis, but that did not happen. So I honestly don't know what's going to happen in this backfield. Let's go over to the wide receivers. Obviously, they made a big blockbuster trade with Brandon Cooks. Do you see him playing in the slot, or do you see him playing as an outside receiver? Me personally, I think that he's going to be an outside receiver in this offense.
Yeah, I mean, they like to move around Edelman and let him play the slot and play outside, but I think it's going to shake out where they're going to utilize Brandon Cooks a lot of different ways. I think you're going to see some rushes from him. You're going to, because Danny Woodhead had a lot of those last season, like the sweeps, and I don't know. I'm worried about Brandon Cooks because of how high he's going in the draft. He's someone who I could see just having a crazy good season, but I'm worried about how him and Edelman are going to be on the field together. But if he plays the slot and Edelman plays outside, or Edelman plays the slot and he plays outside, I think they both put up solid production, but I think one of them really sees a hit in their receptions this season. And I think that could end up being Brandon Cooks just because of how much Edelman and Brady have played together and know each other so well.
Well, if you look back to how Brandon Cooks was used in New Orleans, he wasn't used all that much in the slot, especially deep down the field. A lot of his deep passes came when he was like an outside receiver. They didn't use him a whole lot on like quick crossing passes, which I think he could be very deadly at. And as we've seen last year, Julian Edelman was very inefficient. He was one of the least efficient receivers last year, but he was a target monster.
Yeah,
the question is, how many targets will he cede to Brandon Cooks? Because he had, basically 160 targets last year. Brandon Cooks only had 117 because Drew Brees is notorious for spreading the ball out. The question is, how many targets will Brandon Cooks get in this offense?
Yeah, that's tough to say. I mean, him and Edelman aren't both going to get 150 targets. That's just not going to happen. So I think Edelman probably ends up, he's going to take a dip in targets. I think Edelman probably ends up around 140, 130, something like that in targets. And I think Cooks probably has around 120, something like that. And I think he has I think Cooks has a better season just because I think he's going to score more touchdowns. But I think Edelman's going to catch more passes. And I think Brandon Cooks definitely has a better year. But in terms of where he's drafted, I'd be cautious of him at the end of the second round. I'd probably try to wait and see if he falls. If I could get him the middle of the third or into the third, I'd be pretty happy.
I think every day from now on until the start of the season, I'm just going to have everyone I know to start posting negative propaganda against Brandon Cooks to bring his ADP down a little bit.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess the last guy we can mention is Gronk. I mean, the other receivers, they'll be contributors, but they're fighting for scraps at this point. Is the back of the second round, is that too rich for Gronk?
For me, it is definitely.
Yeah,
like
I kind of
said
seen
earlier,
your answer coming.
I don't take tight ends that early. But I mean, if you're someone who loves the tight end, and that's a position where there's only a few of them that are really game changers, and if you want one of those, I mean, go for it. But I'd probably, if you're wanting a really great tight end, I'd just wait and draft Travis Kelce a little later. But yeah, second round just a little too high for me on Gronk. If I was putting him, I'd probably put him into the third.
All right. Any thoughts of Dwayne Allen as a red zone threat?
Yeah, I think he definitely is. I was interested when I saw that they got him. It's just always interesting when tight ends go to New England because you just always expect them to be great. But I was disappointed last season in Martellus Bennett.
Yeah, I think the Patriots, they like two-way guys as their second tight end. They like guys that can block but still be a red zone option.
Yeah.
Let's go over to Buffalo. We're kind of we need to pick up the pace a little bit. We're already over an hour into the show. One of my favorite values is on Buffalo this year is Tyrod Taylor. He finished as quarterback 7. He's going near the back of the 12th round. He's going after guys like Carson Wentz, Eli Manning, and Andy Dalton. I think he has an awesome ADP because every year it seems like he somehow magically ends up as a QB1, and it's like people are like, well, how do you do that?
Yeah. Yeah, I do like Tyrod Taylor. The Bills don't seem too excited with him, though. So he's someone who, like you said, where he's at in the draft, he'd be a great value pick. But I'm just not too high on any of the Bills' offensive players.
If you look at the moves that this organization has been making, you can understand why it's been a very long time since this team has made the playoffs.
Yeah.
LaShawn McCoy finished as RB4 last year. He's going towards the back of the first. He's getting up there in age, though. His carries were kind of reduced because of Gilsey last year, but it made him more efficient. He had 13 touchdowns and almost 1,300 yards, and he had 7 100-yard games. But do you see any regression from him in terms of touchdowns? 13's a lot.
Yeah, he worries me. That's someone who I've generally stayed away from the last 2 years just because he just worries me with his age now, and I'm always worried he's going to get injured, even though he hasn't really been that injury-prone in his career in terms of missing extended time. But at the back of the first, like, if a guy like Mike Evans is available, I know I said I like getting my running backs out of the way, but if a guy like Mike Evans is there, and if it's between Mike Evans and LaShawn or A.J. Green and LaShawn, I'd probably take one of them. But I think he has another good season, but you could see him regress a little bit because at some point his age is going to show.
Yeah, I have a rule when playing redraft when it comes to running back. It's better to be a year early before they dive off the cliff than a year too late. I'm not saying that with McCoy, but I mean, I'm not a guy that likes to take running backs in the first round unless it's one of the big three. Like, I just don't see myself drafting him at the back of the first.
Yeah, I'd stay away from him. But you know, there could be a big drop off between, like, I'd take LaShawn McCoy over Jordan Howard and Devontae Freeman and DeMarco Murray. So I mean, if you really need a running back,
you would take McCoy over Freeman, right?
Yeah. I do like Freeman, but I think
I was about to ask you that because I have Freeman ranked as my number 4 running back right now. I do like McCoy. I got him as my number 5, but I mean, I'm just saying I think I like Freeman a little bit more.
Yeah, what I'm used to doing in fantasy is just the standard redraft. I haven't really done much PPR just because that's just not what my friends did. I've done a few. But with my running back rankings, I had Marshawn Lynch at 4, but that's a lot different with PPR. So I do like I'd probably have McCoy at 4 in my PPR league and then Freeman at 5. So, I mean, it's just really pick your poison. Like, if you're worried about McCoy getting hurt or his age, then I'd go with Freeman. But if you're worried about Tevin Coleman in the backfield, I'd go with McCoy.
No, I think actually, well, I don't want to get too much off topic, but I think Coleman actually helps Freeman out. Let's go over to, you said you're worried about McCoy because of his age. So are you likely to try to snag Jonathan Williams whether or not you own him or not?
Probably not. That's probably not going to be one of the backups I go for. If I'm going to go for a backup, I'm going to try to get one that's going to have a chance at the starting job that's going to, like, split carries. But if you're going for one of those, you're going to have to probably draft a little higher. So I don't do too much in the way of handcuffs when it comes to drafting, but, like, in free agent, once it comes around, like, I might look at someone like that.
I mean, Sammy Watkins, are you taking a chance on him? He's going a little bit early for me, 4th round, and I'm just so worried about it because he's always hurt. Are you taking a chance on him there?
No, probably not. That's someone his injuries are obviously a big thing, but I've just never really been that high on him as a fantasy talent. I like him a lot as a football talent, but in terms of fantasy, he's just never really done it for me as high as he always goes. but he's going around the same time as guys like Alshon Jeffrey, Allen Robinson, Devontae Adams, Demaryius Thomas. So, I mean, I'd rather have him than probably Devontae Adams, but I'd probably take Demaryius Thomas, Allen Robinson, and Alshon Jeffrey over him.
Yeah, those are all better options because, one, they're more consistent, and they're all more healthier than him besides Alshon. I've been on the Sammy Watkins train the past 2 years. It worked out 1 year. It did not work out last year. I'm done, fifth downers. No more Sammy Watkins on my team. Zay Jones, I know we just talked about him having a little knee injury. Are you taking a late flyer on him, or is this offense just not good enough to support two receivers?
I do like Zay Jones as a talent. I think he's going to be good. I don't think he'll be that good in Buffalo. I think it'll be a few years before you really see him break out. But, yeah, I would not – I'd stay away from him. I'd stay away from that whole receiving core probably. But I don't see him really making much of an impact this season.
All right. There's no tight end to really speak of in Buffalo. So let's go over to Miami. Ryan Tannehill. If you heard anything about his ACL, I know it happened kind of late last year.
No, I was looking up something on the Dolphins the other day, and I saw something that said like he was progressing nicely or something like that. But they're going to say that. But that was someone I was impressed with him last season. He had a good year, and obviously brought him to the playoffs. And I think him being with Adam Gase will help him. I think Adam Gase is gonna do a lot for him. He's kind of known as like a quarterback whisperer, someone who can get the most out of their quarterbacks and can do a lot for the offense. And I think them being there for this will be their second season together, so I think you could see some improvement out of him.
Yeah, it always takes an extra year or two when they get a new offense to fully integrate the system to get this offense where they want to get it. Because I was looking at Ryan Tannehill's downfield accuracy last year. It's not as bad as people think it was. It actually was one of the better ones in the league. So it does bode well for guys like Devontae Parker. Last year, though, seemed like this offense was running the ball more to mask how bad their defense was, and it really hurt the receivers on this team. Like Jarvis Landry wasn't really the same. I know if you look at the standings, the PPR standings, it wasn't that bad, but it was kind of a down season for receivers. Jay Ajayi, that really got him a lot of hype going into this offseason. He's going in the middle of the second round. He had 260 carries and 8 touchdowns last year. Are you buying into Jay Ajayi there?
I don't really, not really. I don't really like him that much. He's. I'm looking at the fantasy football calculator right now, and he's going ahead of Michael Thomas, Dez Bryant, Todd Gurley, T.Y. Hilton, Lamar Miller, Rob Gronkowski, Amari Cooper, Brandon Cooks, Aaron Rodgers. Like there's just a lot of players that I would take ahead of him that are going behind him, and so
he's going way
like
too
him
high
as
for
a
me.
talent. He's okay, but yeah, I'd stay away from that early. He's a candidate for a slump this season.
I have him as one of my bust candidates this year. He had 1,000, almost 1,300 yards, but he had 3 200-yard games last year. Outside of those 3 games, he only had one other game over 100 yards. Nearly half of his yardage came in those 3 games. So he screams bust all over for me. Yeah. Thank you, Buffalo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Buffalo gave up 3 200-yard rushers, too, because I think Pittsburgh did it to him, too.
Yeah.
I know we briefly mentioned him, Jarvis Landry. He's one of in a PPR league, he's one of those guys that will consistently get you 10 to 12 points. He's not going to be the reason why you won, but he's a decent little piece to put in there. I wouldn't want him as like my wide receiver too, but he's like my third or fourth receiver, I'm liking it.
Yeah. That's someone who I do like, but I just tend to stay away from those receivers because they worry me a little bit. But he's someone who'll get you a lot of receptions, and so that's always valuable.
I mean, would you take Jarvis Landry or Devontae Adams?
I know I'm a Packers fan, a big Packers fan, but I tend to.
That's why I'm doing it.
I tend to kind of be like think the lowest of my own players. You know, like I get because I see him all the time and I get frustrated with him. And Devontae Adams is someone who is just going ridiculously high for me. I think he's going to disappoint a lot of people this season just because of where he's going. He had a good year last year, but a lot of that came in like 2 or 3 games, and people don't really realize that.
33% of his catches came in like 2 or 3 games.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's someone I'd go with Jarvis Landry there. He's going to get a lot more catches, and he's probably not going to get more touchdowns, but I think he'll definitely have more yards. And so I think that's a pretty easy choice for me with Landry.
Would you go Jarvis Landry or Alshon Jeffrey?
That's tough. I want to see how Jeffrey does in the new offense, but, I mean, don't have the luxury of that when you're going into a draft. So just out of pure talent, I'm going to go with Alshon Jeffrey just because I think he is better than Jarvis Landry. I like Tannehill more as a quarterback who can who's going to put up better stats than Wentz. So, you know, it's really tough. Wentz could have a really good season, and if Wentz has a really good season, then I think that's largely because of Alshon. So I think Alshon will have a good season too. So I will go with Alshon there, but that one's pretty close.
All right. I want to do one more before we move on from Landry. Landry or Demaryius Thomas?
That's another tough one. Demaryius Thomas, I think, again, is more talented. But in this case, he just worries me with he's got Trevor Siemian throwing to him, and I don't like that much. I know Siemian wasn't horrible last year, but he's just someone, he had such a down year, and he's got Emmanuel Sanders to compete with in terms of targets, and they just don't throw the ball that much. So I think I'd have to go with Jarvis Landry in that case.
I think out of all the receivers I just named, I think Demaryius Thomas is the only receiver I probably would take over Landry. Those are all the receivers that Landry's kind of going around. So I was trying to get a feel for how much you liked him. If you're not big on Landry, are you big on Parker?
Not really. I'm higher on Landry. I do like Landry in a PPR, but I just think with the reason I chose Alshon was just because I think Alshon's just a good bit more talented, and I think he'll go for more touchdowns.
If he could stay healthy. I guess we'll go on to the New York Jets. Now, this is a team that's not going to be very good this year. Their quarterback is Josh McCown. Like, what else do I have to say? Their quarterback is Josh fucking McCown. Like, they're in trouble. Actually, no, I forgot to ask you a question. Do you think this is a make it or break it year for Tannehill?
No, I think he gained himself another year or two with his performance last year. I mean, they made the playoffs for the first time since Tom Brady has been there, has been starting. But the only other year they made the playoffs was the year he was hurt. And so I don't think this is a make it or break it year. I think he gained himself at least another season, I think, because of what he did last year. I mean, if he comes out and he just performs awfully and people just understand that he's not the future, then, yeah, maybe they'll look to move him. But I think he'll probably be the quarterback there for at least another 3 or 4 years.
All right. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of an iffy situation because of the knee injury, so we'll have to see. Now, how high are you on Bilal Powell? Do you think that he's going to be the starter for the Jets this year, or do you think that Matt Forte is going to kind of linger around and cut into his workload?
I think Matt Forte probably starts out the season as the starter. But I think Bilal Powell, especially in PPR, is going to be more valuable. And I do like him. I mean, he seems really talented. The few times I've watched him play, my roommate is a Jets fan, so I've watched the Jets more than I'd like to admit. But Bilal Powell, I mean, he looks like he could be someone who is valuable, but you just never know in an offense like that. But if he's getting 25 touches a game, I mean, that's someone who's going to be super valuable if he ends up, if he's starting and he gets 25 touches a game. And I think he will at some point take over from Matt Forte at the start of this season. I think it'll probably be pretty early, too, because they're going to realize really fast how bad they are. And then so they're just going to want to see what they've got in all their guys.
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of seen who Bilal Powell is. It seems like he's a guy where they like to use him later on in the season. They never seem to just give him the keys right away. But every time he's on the field, he looks very efficient. I think he's going right around the 6th round right now, and I don't think that's a bad spot for him at all. Yeah, I mean, that seems about right. That's someone who, since he is a backup right now, or at least I presume he's a backup right now, I'd be a little worried. I might go at that spot with a guy, if I've got a pick early in the 6th round. If a guy like Cam Newton is still there, I may go with him because I think he's in for a good season this year. But yeah, Bilal Powell, I mean, he's got guys around him, Amir Abdullah, Derrick Henry, Christian McCaffrey.
So I mean, out of those players, I think him or McCaffrey probably has the best season out of those guys. I mean, if Abdullah starts and performs well and gains himself a right to be the starter for the season, then I think he could end up being the best out of that group. But right now, I'd probably take Powell. Yeah, I got a campaign going on Facebook, or not Facebook, but Twitter right now for this year. The campaign is Fear Amir 2017. I think that he's going to be great, so I probably would not take Powell over Amir Abdullah. But, I mean, other guys maybe Derrick Henry and Ty Montgomery, maybe, yeah. Yeah. Eric Decker, I mean, he's presumably their number one receiver. There's been reports that he will not be cut. He's going to be a number one receiver this year for the Jets. We've seen him as a number one before with a bad quarterback, and it wasn't horrible. Yeah, I mean, he's better than I think he gets credit for. But that being said, I still probably don't like him that much this season. I think they try to work in guys like Ryan Anderson and Anunwa more this season. And, Decker's had some injury problems, and you never know. So, I mean, if you're gonna get someone in Jets receiving core, Decker's the guy to do it, but I still don't like him that much. Who was that other quarterback that they started last year towards the end of the season that was constantly targeting Robbie Anderson? If he ends up becoming the quarterback, because McCown's going to eventually lose it, that could be a decent little guy right there, Robbie Anderson. Yeah. The quarterback, Bryce Petty, is who the that's that was. Fucker, yeah. And I mean, he relentlessly targeted Robbie Anderson towards the end of the year last year. Yeah, they were practice squad buddies, I guess. I don't know. I think this season they're going to end up starting Christian Hackenberg at some point, just because a lot of people were wanting him to start last season at the end of the year when it was obvious that Bryce Petty wasn't going to be the answer. And so McCown, I mean, it seems like McCown gets hurt every season. So, I mean, I think at some point Hackenberg's probably going to start, and I think he's going to be bad just like the rest of their quarterbacks. But that's why I don't really like any. I just don't trust any of their quarterbacks, and I don't trust their receivers really. I feel gross and I feel dirty talking about the Jets. I don't want to do it no more. So let's move on to the next team. I know we're forgetting one team here in the East. We talked about the Dolphins. We talked about the Jets. Actually, we're done. Aren't we? We're done. All right, let's go over to the AFC South. Last year, the Texans were the champs.
Who do you see them repeating as champions this year?
No, I think the Colts come back and get it.
By who?
I think they're just the Colts.
You think the Colts will take it?
Yeah, I think they're the best team, and you know, I don't trust the Texans at all. I think the Titans are actually probably going to be better than the Texans. Maybe not this season, but definitely next season. But the Colts, I just feel like the Colts are the best team. They've got easily the best quarterback in the division. And I know they don't have great skill guys other than T.Y. Hilton. And I know their defense isn't great, but I think Luck comes back and has a bounce-back year. And I think he carries them to another AFC South title.
I could definitely see that happening. Do you have any concerns, though, about Andrew Luck with his shoulder surgery? You said it was from a lingering injury back in 2015. I believe it's on his throwing shoulder.
Yeah, I mean, it's something to be worried about because, I mean, you're always worried when a quarterback hurts his shoulder. But, I mean, he's just so talented, and I think if he can, like, I
just don't get why they waited so long.
Yeah,
I'm not worried about it. I just feel like they waited too long. Why wait so long? The injury happened in 2015. If you look at his numbers from 2014, he was 11-5. Their team was 11-5. He had a 96.5 passer rating, a 40-16 touchdown interception ratio, and then the past 2 years they have a losing record. So I think obviously it's been affecting his play a little bit. I know last year he really toned it down and didn't turn the ball over as much, which was nice to see, and he had a pretty nice season. So I really do like Andrew Luck going into this season. I don't know if I'd draft him, though.
Yeah, I'd be a little wary of drafting him. You know, you've just got – the thing with quarterbacks is, like I said earlier, like you've just got so many quarterbacks, like good quarterbacks that go late in the draft. And so it's probably more worth it to every year sure up a different position than go for a big quarterback. Because, I mean, you never know. Like, Aaron Rodgers has been the number one fantasy quarterback, but you saw how close he was to having, like, if he had kept playing like he did the first half of the season or the team had, I mean, he would have ended up being a pretty big bust for people that were taking him at the end of the first round and the beginning of the second. So, I mean, you run such a risk when you draft a quarterback that high. And so I'd just probably wait until later to draft Andrew Luck, or instead of drafting Andrew Luck.
Yeah, see, I'd rather just gobble up like 5 or 6 running backs and receivers and then go for your quarterback. But I think my sweet spot is like after the 10th round, you got Matthew Stafford, you got Tyrod Taylor. I kind of like those two. Those are my two like sweet spot quarterbacks that I kind of like.
Yeah.
Now, the receivers, do you think Moncrief could be more than just a red zone threat?
I mean, you know, you never know. Like, he played pretty good with him, and he had flashes of looking like he was going to be a solid fantasy receiver. But he's someone who I just don't trust. Could he be more than just a red zone target? Yeah, but I don't think he's going to be. I think he's going to keep relatively the same role he's had, and he's still got the injury problems. So, I mean, that's someone who I'd probably stay away from when I'm going into a draft.
I just don't think they use him right. I don't think, because he does have some speed. I think he has like 4 or 5 speed. They don't open him up. You know, like you said, he has the injury concerns. I think that they brought in Kamar Aiken to be like his insurance policy. I think that's all Kamar Aiken is going to serve for. He's not some guy you should be excited about. We all know. I think I'm going to call it right now. Philip Dorsett's a bust. It never made sense why they drafted him in the first round to begin with. Really, the only concern I have with this offense is the line. Really, I love Ty. I gotta find a way to get Ty on my team this year. what can we expect from Frank Gore though?
You never know with him. I mean, he's someone who, what is he, 34 now? 33?
The dude won't die. No, I think he's like 52 or something like that.
I think they give him the ball. I mean, he gets enough carries where he's worth a look if you're needing a running back. But players like Frank Gore are the reason that I try to get my running backs out of the way early, so I don't have to get stuck with someone like that if I wait too long. Just because you just never know with someone that, like, it's pretty unprecedented to have a starting running back who's still pretty relevant to be this old. And so you just don't really know. That's someone who I'd be worried about.
You know, I know that they drafted Marlon Mack, but I don't necessarily see Marlon Mack as a consistent in between the tackle runner. I see him more as like a dasher and a third down guy. Like to me that's how I view him. I don't really necessarily see him as like a huge threat to Gore's workload. He will cut into a little bit, however.
Yeah. I think he's going to cut in a little bit. And I was just looking here at the draft where Frank Gore is going. He's going around the same time as players like Rob Kelly, Deshaun Jackson, Danny Woodhead, Paul Perkins. And I'd probably take all of them before I would take maybe I'd be worried about Rob Kelly just because of Perrine coming in, but
I could see his
like
ADP dropping.
Yeah, and I really like Paul Perkins this year. I don't know why. I know he hasn't done that great, but that's someone who I just think the Giants have just been longing for a run game, and if he can come in and give them and show some flashes, I think he could easily gain their trust and gain that starting job all to himself and not have to worry about anybody.
Wait, where is Paul Perkins going?
Paul Perkins is going at the end of the 7th round.
Oh, so he's probably going to end up being somebody's running back that goes like 0 RB, which I'm okay with that. In a redraft, I'm okay with drafting Paul Perkins. If we're talking dynasty, I want nothing to do with him because he is as average can be. He does nothing great, but he doesn't do anything bad. He's just average.
Yeah. I just think he's someone that he's in an offense where he could end up getting a lot of carries. And so that late when you're going to get someone who could easily be a 3-down, he could end up being their 3-down back. He's not going to be. But he's someone who could end up getting 20 carries a game. And, I mean, someone like that I'd rather have someone young like that who's going to get about the same amount of carries as Frank Gore because I trust Perkins a little more than I do Frank Gore.
Jack Doyle, he's probably going to be on half of my teams this year because I hate drafting tight ends, so he's going nice and late. He's probably going to end up on a lot of my teams. I think that he could be pretty productive. The Indianapolis Colts, they throw to the tight end 20% of the time in the red zone. So that's pretty good chances for him to get some touchdowns. I really like Jack Doyle. He's going pretty late. I'm going to look up his ADP right now. How do you feel about him?
Yeah, I like him. I mean, he this has been a while now, but I'm pretty sure because I remember when we signed Martellus Bennett, they were talking about how he had the highest catch ratio among tight ends, and Jack Doyle was second. And so, I mean, he's someone who's got great hands, and, Andrew Luck loves to throw at the tight end, especially in the red zone. And so he's someone, if you've got a tight end with good hands who they like, I know they like Jack Doyle. They wouldn't have traded Dwayne Allen if they didn't. And so I think you should expect him to feel a big bump in production this year. And I think he's going to be a real steal.
Jack Doyle is going at the back of the 12th round. He's going at.
Yeah,
would you take Jack Doyle over Eric Ebron?
That's tough. I probably would, honestly, just because I feel like he's going to get more production. I feel like he's going to get more looks this season than Ebron does.
I would absolutely take him over Ebron. The Lions do not target the tight end in the red zone. Would you take him over Cameron Brate?
Yes, I would.
Can you believe this? O.J. Howard and Cameron Brate are both going before Jack Doyle, or O.J. Howard's going before Cameron Brate.
Yeah, I actually like O.J. Howard a little more than Cameron Brate this season, just because I feel like they're gonna want to go ahead and just let him go to work, and I think O.J. Howard's gonna be great. I did a rookie analysis thing for a website the other day, and I was talking about him, and I think he's gonna end up being the second or third.
Do you think he's already NFL ready?
I think he is. I mean, you never know until you actually see him hit the field, but that's someone who I'm pretty excited about as a fantasy owner. And I'm probably not going to draft him this season just because I never know what rookies are going to do, how much they're going to be used. And having a good tight end like Cameron Brate, who had a good season, that worries me a little bit. But I think they're going to realize how good this kid is, and they're going to want to put him in as often as they can and get the ball in his hand.
All right, let's go over to the Tennessee Titans. Obviously, Mariota had a great season last year. Are you at all concerned, though, about his ankle injury? Because he is a scrambling quarterback. That kind of worries me a little bit.
Yeah, you always have to worry with a mobile quarterback when they start hurting things on their legs. But, I'm not too.
Have you heard anything positive about the injury?
No, I haven't really heard too much about the injury at all. I know they were expecting to be fully healthy and recover, but he's an underrated passer, and he's very accurate. And so I think if he has to stay in the pocket a little more this season and use his legs less, I think he'll do it. He runs less than I think most people think he does. He's just a very good runner. He just doesn't do it as often as other mobile quarterbacks do. But
I think if he had to stay inside the pocket, it wouldn't really do a whole lot to him because he's probably, in my personal opinion, I think he's one of the best quarterbacks at manipulating defenses with his eyes. He just needs to work on his downfield throwing a little bit.
Yeah.
Is this the year where DeMarco Murray gets supplanted by Henry or Derrick Henry?
I don't think so. I traded for DeMarco Murray last season, and I saw the writing on the wall that Henry was coming because I watched a lot of their games. So I was desperately trying to trade DeMarco Murray because I didn't want him in the fantasy playoffs, but I had him anyway, and Derrick Henry was stealing all of his stuff. But I think they're going to use Derrick Henry a lot this season, but I still think Murray starts. They're going to want, when you've got an older running back like Murray with someone waiting in the wings as the obvious next starter, you don't want to use the young guy too much while you've got the other guy's body who you can beat up. You know what I mean? You don't want to –
Yeah.
Running backs are so fragile and they last such a short period of time. You don't want to go ahead and waste a bunch of hits for your young guy when you can let someone who's very capable and still a really good running back go ahead and do that for you. And I think Henry is obviously going to be the starter, and I think that may happen next season, but I still think Murray gets the bulk of the carries this year.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't you just see them running DeMarco Murray into the ground, and then they implement Derrick Henry next season?
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I really could see that happening.
I mean, DeMarco Murray, he has a lot of qualities that you look for in a running back that you want to take in the first round. He's going in the beginning of the second round. I mean, this is a guy that caught 50 passes last year, so I mean, he's a nice little PPR asset on top of being in between the tackle type of running back. I mean, if I'm absolutely looking for a top end talent, I wouldn't mind taking DeMarco Murray because they have a pretty good offensive line over there.
Yeah, it's funny. He could end up being a steal for a lot of people where he's at in the draft, but he could also
he was last year.
He could also end up being a bust for where he's at in the draft just because if he does end up losing a lot of carries to Derrick Henry, he's not going to be worth that high of a pick. But if he doesn't and he performs like last season, then he's still going to be a steal.
Yeah. I mean, he's going at the beginning of the second. Derrick Henry's going at the end of the sixth. I feel like that's too rich for Derrick Henry, though.
Yeah,
just because I don't believe in him taking over a high workload this year.
Yeah, he's in the same area like we were talking about earlier. Players like Ty Montgomery, Abdullah, Powell, he's going a little behind them. So I guess that's just where the running backs we're not too sure about are going in this draft. Yeah.
All right, let's go over to their wide receivers. They just drafted Corey Davis. He's going to be presumably the number one receiver, but, I mean, do you think it might take him a little bit to get into this offense? We really don't know, like, a whole lot about Corey Davis because he hasn't been able to work out. He's been hurt.
Yeah, Corey Davis, I saw him going in a lot of dynasty drafts. I saw him going first overall in a lot of places, and I just didn't. I mean, I like Corey Davis, but I just didn't see that. I'd rather have a guy like Mike Williams, honestly. I think Mike Williams has a lot of upside to him, but that's just purely talking dynasty. I mean, this season, if he comes back healthy, I mean, he could be a much-needed weapon in that offense. I mean, he made Rashard Matthews look pretty damn good last season, and I think Corey Davis could fit in nicely to an offense that's desperate for a big wide receiver threat, but you just don't know. A player like that at a relatively small school for college coming in, you just don't know how he's going to perform, but they wouldn't have taken him at 5 if they didn't believe in him. So, I mean, I think he's probably going to be utilized a lot, but maybe not this season.
I mean, obviously, Rashard Matthews isn't just going to go away. Like, he's going to be a part of the offense, and this is one of those offenses where I think that they could have enough there to produce 2 startable wide receivers. Right now, Rashard Matthews is actually going before Corey Davis by 2 picks, or 2 or 3 picks. But I mean, which one would you rather have on your? Say we're doing a redraft right now. Like, who would you draft?
In a redraft, I'd have to take Rashard Matthews just because you're worried about Corey Davis this season. When rookies start out injured, they start out their careers like they don't go to training camp, things like that. A lot of times you see that carry over to the regular season where they take it slow, especially someone who was drafted that high. They're not going to want to rush him back when they know this, like they could make the playoffs this season, but they know this is their season. They know they're built for the future with Derrick Henry, Mariota, Corey Davis, so they're not going to want to just throw him in there. So I think Corey Davis has a lot more upside than Rashard Matthews, but I think Rashard Matthews is a much safer pick.
Because, I mean, really, Rashard Matthews last year, he started out real slow, and then out of nowhere, it just seemed like he was getting like a touchdown a week. So I don't really see that happening again this year. But he's going to be a part of that offense more than people think. And if people are taking Corey Davis ahead of him, they could be a little bit disappointed. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I actually do have Corey Davis as my number 1 rookie wide receiver, but I just don't see a ton of yardage for him this year.
And in this season, I mean, the rankings that I did was for Dynasty. For this season, I think Corey Davis probably has the best chance out of any of the receivers to have a good year. Just because, Mike Williams, I thought Mike Williams was the most talented wide receiver. I was so surprised that Corey Davis went before him. But he's in a place with such a plethora of wide receivers that he may not see the field as much this season. So for a redraft league, I would probably take Corey Davis first as my rookie receiver, yeah.
All right, let's go over to their tight end, Delanie Walker. He's a guy that a lot of people, sometimes they forget about it, but I know at 2015 he led all tight ends in receptions. I don't think he did that last year, but he is going at the beginning of the 6th round. He has the same ADP as Jimmy Graham right now.
Yeah, I like Delanie Walker. He's I think he's a steal where he's at right now. We talked about him earlier, how Tyler Eifert was going ahead of him, and I think
Delaney Walker over him every time.
Yeah, Delaney Walker is just so consistent, and he's just good. Like, he's one of those tight ends that every year you think he's going to fall off, and he just doesn't. And that's someone who, if you're wanting to wait a little bit to get a tight end, I mean, you can't go wrong here at the beginning of the 6th round with Delaney Walker. Him going with Jimmy Graham is interesting. I'd probably take Jimmy Graham just for the upside, but Delaney Walker, honestly, is probably more consistent, and he has a higher floor than Jimmy Graham does.
Higher floor, lower ceiling. He's more going to get you about 10, 12 points most weeks in PPR leagues. There'll be some weeks where Graham will explode, but there'll be some weeks where he's just not used, so I do like that take. Let's go over to the Jacksonville Jaguars. This is the last team in the NFC or the AFC South. Are you at all worried about this running game that they have?
I mean, I don't think it's going to be great, but I really do like Leonard Fournette, and I think he's gonna have a pretty great season this year. You know, they said he's going to have to earn his starting job and all that nonsense, but he's going to be the starter. And
I mean, who else would you want running between the tackles over there?
Yeah.
You want Ivory between the tackles? Like, no.
And yeah, I just think Leonard Fournette is just going to be a great running back in this league. I loved him in redraft. I mean, Dynasty. I've got him as my number 1 overall rookie in Dynasty leagues. I'd probably put him as, actually, yeah, I would put him as my number 1 rookie in redraft leagues too. And he's just someone who has the chance. He's not going to put up the Ezekiel Elliott numbers like that. That can't become the standard because that's not going to happen all the time. But I could definitely see him putting a solid 1,200 yards up this season and getting 7 or 8 touchdowns, which is just a great rookie season. And so I like him a lot this year.
I see a lot of similarities from Leonard Fournette situation to Todd Gurley's situation. They both have poor offensive lines, poor quarterback play. I'm not trying to say that that's going to happen, but that could be a situation for me personally I probably wouldn't want to be in.
Yeah, it's something I'll definitely be cautious of. But I still like him this season, but it's something that I might stay away from as well.
But it's absolutely absurd that the Jaguars would say he has to earn his starting role. Like, they're not going to put Chris Ivory in between the tackles, over Leonard Fournette. We know that Yeldon, he's not a guy that can go between the tackles. He's probably going to be a guy that can catch all the passes until Fournette can prove that he could be that type of running back. He might be still a couple of years away from. That's usually like something that running backs tend to grasp onto like year 2 or 3. So we'll see how that situation plays out. Allen Robinson had a down year last year. Do you think that this is a year where he's going to bounce back?
Yeah, I think he bounces back because, can't do much worse than he did last season in terms of expectations. So I think since the expectations are going to be so much lower this season, he really has a chance to surprise a lot of people and remind a lot of people how good he is. Because, we're just a year removed from this being someone who was taken in the top 15 of most drafts. So, that's someone who, he's going at the beginning of the 3rd round in most leagues right now. So I think that's a good spot for him. He's going around guys like Keenan Allen, Alshon Jeffrey, Demaryius Thomas. So, Keenan Allen, I think Keenan Allen is probably a little better and probably in a little better situation, but, those injuries you just have to be wary of. So I do like Allen Robinson this season. He's someone who is in for a bounce-back year, I think, and someone who I think could be a big value pick at the beginning of the 3rd round.
Do you think that he could be a wide receiver 1 this year?
I think he can be. I think, it depends on what your team looks like. I mean, he could be a wide receiver 1 on a team that's got Le'Veon Bell and Todd Gurley. You know what I mean? So, if you've got really good running backs, he could definitely be a wide receiver 1 for you. But if he's a wide receiver 2 for you, I mean, you're probably sitting really pretty when it comes to wide receiver.
Well, I mean, if it was my team, he'd be my wide receiver 3.
Yeah.
I mean, is there any other receivers on this team that you think could be fantasy relevant? Obviously, Allen Hurns, he fell off a cliff last year. When I think of, the Jacksonville Jaguars offense, I think of it like a McDonald's commercial. Like, Allen Robinson, he was like an order that they messed up, and it wasn't the correct order. Blake Bortles, he was kind of like a pea soup, meaning he literally peed in your soup. And Allen Hurns, he's like that awesome looking Big Mac that you see, but then when you go to order it, it's actually plastic. That whole offense was in disarray last year. I just don't know if there's another receiver on this team that can be fantasy relevant because of Blake Bortles.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think that anybody really sees that many targets. Well, they might see a lot of targets, but I don't think that anybody's going to put up big numbers this year. I think Allen Robinson, I think he's going to put up 1,000-yard season, and he might have a few touchdowns. But in terms of the rest of the guys, I don't see it. Yeah, I mean, you just never know with the Jaguars receivers. But yeah, I think Allen Robinson's the only guy I would even really think about drafting.
All right, yeah. I honestly, I don't even know who their tight end is. I really don't. So we're not going to talk about that. Let's go over to Houston. This is the last team in the South. Then we can move on. Apparently Savage is going to be their quarterback, yeah?
Yeah, it looks that way. But
not too excited about it, but I think he'll be better than Osweiler.
It can't be much worse.
I mean, at least with Savage under center, he was actually targeting Hopkins. Osweiler seemed like he was allergic to him, so I do like that aspect. From fantasy wise, that's good for DeAndre Hopkins owners because he was actually getting targeted when he was the quarterback. So I do like that.
Yeah, he did do a lot. I remember that last season. He did a lot better with him, and he may have a little bit of this in him, but Osweiler, the thing with him is he just never threw it. Seemed like he never threw it past 9-10 yards. Everything was just a short little pass. He was never throwing it downfield. And when you've got a receiver like DeAndre Hopkins, if you give him a chance at it, it was painful to watch last season when he would be going downfield and you'd see Osweiler throw it and it would just land 5 yards in front of him. And it was just so frustrating. So DeAndre Hopkins is one of those candidates that could really, if you pick him and he has a great year, that's someone who's going to do a lot for your fantasy team just because where you're going to be able to get him at. But that's also someone who I'd be worried about drafting just because if Tom Savage is quarterback all year, I don't trust how that's going to look over a 16-game sample.
DeAndre Hopkins, he is a guy that really thrives with a high volume of targets. He very well may get that, but I'm not taking him at the back of the second. He's going before some guys that I like. He's going before. He's going before Doug Baldwin. He's going before Allen Robinson. I have more faith in Allen Robinson to have a bounce back season than I do DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah, that one's gonna be close. I put those two really in the same boat. They're just so similar in terms of I think they're both really good receivers. They're just trapped by their quarterback.
Is there any other receivers on this team that you're excited for? Are you excited about Will Fuller?
No, I mean he had that good game last year to start the season. But I don't trust him. If I'm not going to trust DeAndre Hopkins, I can't feel right about trusting any of the other receivers. I do like Ryan Griffin. I think he'll be a decent tight end for somebody because he's just going to where he's going to go in the draft.
Do you think he takes over the starting role?
I do. I think they used him last season, and I think they were impressed with him last season. And he did a good job. Fedorowicz was good, but that's someone who I'm just not sure. I'm not sure if he it seemed a little odd to me just watching him play last year. I didn't watch him play much. He just seemed a little like, what's the word? I don't know the word I'm looking for here, but he just seemed a little like out of place in the offense. I don't know. He didn't seem like he fit into what they wanted to do. And I just think Ryan Griffin's more of the tight end they're going to use. And Fedorowicz, he had a little bit of injury issues towards the end of the season. So I think if I'm going to plant my flag in a tight end there, I'm going to do Ryan Griffin. But if they end up where they both get a lot of targets, or they're both like splitting targets, then I'd probably stay away from both of them.
I mean, I don't know what the total would be or where they would finish if you combined both of their numbers together, but I bet you it would be a top 10 tight end.
Yeah. Yeah, they use an offense like that where they just don't throw it that deep. The tight end just gets utilized so often.
Now, the running back situation, it was a bit of a disappointment last year, especially because Lamar Miller, it seemed like his ADP really rose last year. I think it pretty much rose into like the back of the first round. And if you got him there, you're pretty disappointed last year. And now they drafted D'Onta Foreman. Excuse me. Do you think that he's going to cut into his workload like more than people would like?
I don't. I think because they still got Alfred Blue, and I think D'Onta Foreman at some point becomes the backup. But I'm not sure how soon that happens. I think Alfred Blue will probably start out as the backup, but he's not that good. He's had his starts, and he never really seems to do much with it. So I think D'Onta Foreman definitely ends up as the number 2 back, I think. But Lamar Miller, I mean, he had a bad season, but I think he's in for a bounce-back year, and I don't think D'Onta Foreman cuts into his too much. I actually had him really pretty low on my rookie rankings for Dynasty because just they signed Lamar Miller for 4 years. So, I mean, it could be a while before he's a starter.
If ever.
Yeah.
I think that the reason why they brought Foreman in there is to just he's going to take some carries away from Lamar Miller. If you look at Lamar Miller's workload last year, he had the most carries of his career, but he did not. I do not think, though, he could really deal with it. He's always getting nicked up. He was getting banged up, and I think they want to bring his workload down a little bit because D'Onta Foreman, he brings nothing to the game in terms of catching the ball. Like I think he had like 13 receptions in college or some shit like that. But so he's not going to. That's not what they're going to use him for. They're probably going to use him for short yardage, maybe a little bit of goal line. That's about it.
Yeah.
Let's go on to the AFC West. Who do you like in this division?
This is a tough one. This is the most competitive division last year. I tend to go with the Raiders just because.
Some Raider love. I like that call. Thank you. Sorry I didn't mean to interrupt you, but that made me happy.
You're fine. Their defense has been so bad, but they've been trying to shore that up through free agency. I think their defense still is going to be bad this season, but, the addition of Marshawn Lynch, I think, is just going to be ridiculous for this offense because they've got – some people would argue their offensive line is better than Dallas's. I mean, that's a tough argument to make, but I think they've got the second best offensive line in the league. And Marshawn, we've never got to see him with a good offensive line. And so with the addition of him, and they still got Jalen Richard as a pass catcher, and Cooper and Crabtree and Carr, that's just such a good core of skill position players. And I think they're just going to be putting up too many points for teams to compete with. And I know they haven't played the best against the Chiefs. The Chiefs defense has done a lot to them, but, the Chiefs lost some key players in their defense this year, and I think that you're really going to see the Raiders exploit a lot of people's defense this year. I think they could end up being the top 3 offense.
Man, if K-Mill was here right now, he'd be arguing with you about this because he's a big Broncos fan, so I really wish he was here when you said that. That was awesome. I think even let's look at it from a low end perspective. Let's say Marshawn Lynch, he puts up Latavius Murray-like numbers last year. Say he gets 800 yards and 10 touchdowns. I still like that. I don't, off the top of my head, I don't know where he's going in terms of ADP, but even if he puts up Latavius Murray-like numbers, he'll be worth drafting.
I honestly think he's going to put up
better numbers.
I think
than
he's
that.
going to rush for more. Yeah, I think he's going to, because Latavius Murray, I don't think Latavius Murray's that good. I think he was a product of a good offensive line. And I think Marshawn.
Trust me, they all know my hate for Latavius Murray.
Marshawn's had a year off, and people. I don't know if people have just forgot or what, but I still think he's going to be one of the best running backs in the league. I think he's going to get around 12 or 1,300 yards rushing if they give him the carry. I'm not sure if they're going to give him the amount of carries that he normally would get back in Seattle. But if he gets a lot of carries, I think he's going to end up putting up huge numbers this year. He just never got to be behind a good O-line, and I think this year he's probably going to put around 1,300 yards, and probably get around 10 or 11 touchdowns. And I think he's just going to end up being a great running back and probably end up about – I was honestly trying to decide if I thought him or Zeke was going to have a better year, just because I think Zeke's kind of a little bit of a down year. But I think Zeke probably still ends up doing a little better, but I think it'll be closer than people think.
Well, I thought you were about to say that Marshawn's going to have a better year than Zeke. I was like, man, save that for the hot take episode. Now, this receiving core, obviously, Amari Cooper is one of the best up-and-coming talents in terms of wide receivers. He is yet to finish higher than Michael Crabtree, though. Is this finally the year it happens?
Yeah, I think it definitely is. I thought it was going to be last year. But, yeah, I think this year he's just too good. And it's really been surprising how good Crabtree has done. Because I just didn't think he was that good of a receiver, but him and Carr really have a good rapport with each other. But I think this year Cooper probably gets it and becomes like he already is the main guy. Like people know that, but in terms of stats, like he just hasn't put up the big numbers we've all been waiting for. But I think this season, you see a lot of times receivers in their third season really break out, and so this might be a big year for him.
I like Amari Cooper's game. He has good route running. He can get down the field. He's improved his hands a lot over the past couple of years now. The only thing is I think he has some holes in his short routes, short to intermediate routes. If he has a little bit of holes, sometimes he doesn't finish his routes. And I think maybe that's a reason why you don't see him get as many receptions as you would like. I think I would like Amari Cooper more in a standard league than I would in a PPR league.
Yeah. And I agree with you there. But I just think he's in line to kind of prove some people wrong. Because I think he's starting, like, everybody just assumed he was going to come in and be like Julio Jones and just be a great receiver. So I think he's got a lot. He is. Yeah, and he's not as good. You're right. That's not who he is. But I still think he could end up being a really good receiver in this league and someone who ends up going at like the beginning of the second round in a lot of draft leagues at some point in the future. But, this year, this might be a good time, to snag him a little late and get someone who's a breakout candidate.
I mean, one thing I want to know is, like, why this guy doesn't get as much work in the red zone. I mean, he's not like necessarily a small guy. I mean, he's 6'1", so it seems like once they get towards the red zone, they don't look for him.
Yeah, and it's confusing too, like because they haven't had a big tight end. I mean, now they've signed Jared Cook, but it is weird, and maybe they'll try to utilize that more this season, but they just ran it so much in the red zone. Like Latavius Murray obviously had so many touchdowns, and
I don't blame him.
Yeah.
I mean, you got that great offensive line. Why not?
Yeah. But I think you really start to see Amari Cooper's game start to kind of come full circle, and he starts to look more like your prototypical receiver that kind of does everything. And I think that does happen this year. Now he's still going pretty high in the draft. He's going towards the end of the second round. They've got him at 20 here. So I don't know if I like him that high. That's still really high. But I think there's a big drop-off between him and the next best receiver when it's Amari Cooper and then it's DeAndre Hopkins, Brandon Cooks, Baldwin. So, I mean, I'd probably rather have Amari Cooper than those guys.
I'd rather, honestly, I think I'm a lot higher on Baldwin than most people, just because I feel like he's one of those consistent receivers.
Yeah, he is.
Obviously Michael Crabtree, he's been the red zone guy. I don't know. I don't know if he has what it takes to still be that number one receiver. I feel like Amari Cooper is going to really take off this year.
Yeah.
Derek Carr, have you heard anything about his leg? I heard he was doing just fine.
Yeah, I've heard that he's recovering well and he should be back to his normal self next year. He's someone who I like Derek Carr, but I was looking at some stats the other day from Kean Fahey on Twitter. He's someone who I really like to look at. He was talking about how Derek Carr had some of the most interceptable passes this season thrown that were dropped by DBs. And so, I mean, that's something that kind of worries me a little bit because I've followed this guy for a while, and he was saying the same thing. Not that I think he's going to do this, but he was saying the same things about Ryan Fitzpatrick after that good year he had with the Jets, about all the passes that could have been intercepted that weren't. And so, I mean, I think Derek Carr could be in line for a little bit of regression this season, but I still think the Raiders' offense is just too good. And I still think he'll be pretty good.
Derek Carr is not. Last year, Derek Carr was a guy that I was really targeting because I can't remember. I think it was they played the Chiefs in Week 17, and I was like, oh, that's good. That's one less elite defense he has to face. But this year he's going to have to play. He's going to have to play the Chiefs twice. He's going to have to play the Broncos twice.
Yeah.
That's a tough division to play quarterback in. I don't know
it really
how much success he's going to have next year. I mean, could he? I see him more as like a fringe like quarterback one, like towards the back, like 11 or 12.
Yeah, that's someone who I would draft. I would probably draft him as my starter, but I would make sure I have someone.
Man.
Yeah, make sure I have a good backup. I'd draft it. Make sure what I would do in that scenario is if I got Derek Carr, I'd probably go ahead and take a quarterback again a little earlier than I probably
Tyrod
should.
Taylor.
Yeah, like Tyrod Taylor or even like Andy Dalton or somebody like that.
Yeah.
And I also Eli Manning, someone I like late in the draft because as bad as he was last year, and I don't like Eli Manning, I really don't. But I think the addition of Brandon Marshall is going to be big for that offense, and getting Evan Ingram. I just think that Eli is one of those quarterbacks where he just has back and forth years. Like he'll have one season where he's really good, and then he'll be really bad. And he was really bad last year.
He's consistently inconsistent.
Yeah, and so I think this year might be a bounce-back year for him. And he's someone who's going at the beginning of the 11th round, and at that spot in the draft, I'd be happy with getting him.
Right. Let's go over to the Denver Broncos. Me personally, I feel like Simeon, he's going to keep his job. I don't think they're going to bring Lynch in as the starter this year. I think Simeon showed enough to where he can keep his job next year. I mean, he's obviously going to be the weakness of that offense. How much of his play do you think affects these wide receivers?
I think a lot. I mean, you could just see how much of a drop-off, like how really quarterback dependent. Well, not dependent, but you just saw how good they were when Peyton Manning was good, and then how much their numbers fell when Manning was starting to regress. And now and you saw both of their numbers regress last season in terms of they just both, like when they had Peyton Manning throwing the ball, there was enough to spread around between the two of them. But now there's going to be less. They don't throw the ball nearly as much, and they don't have nearly as good of a quarterback. So I don't like either of the receivers as much.
Yeah, who would have thought their numbers would go down by losing a Hall of Fame quarterback?
Yeah.
I tend to lean a little bit more towards Sanders opposed to DT. It seems like DT has a limited route tree, and that's why I don't tend to care for him as much as I like a guy like Emmanuel Sanders, who he can do a little bit. He can go deep. He can go intermediate. I kind of like Emmanuel Sanders a little bit more. I got them both as like wide receiver twos, but I like Sanders more.
Yeah, I do like Sanders, especially in PPR, just because he's just someone who he's going to run a lot more like intermediate short routes that's going to be there for Simeon that he's going to like to throw. So I do like him. I'd probably stay away from Demaryius Thomas where he's at in the draft and just wait for Sanders if you're going to get one of those two.
Can you please plant your flag in this Denver backfield? They got Charles, they have Anderson, they also have Booker. Which one would you like to own, if any, at all?
I probably wouldn't like to own any of them. I mean, I've heard some things, people saying that Jamal Charles won't even make it out of the camp. And so, I mean, that's how the mighty have fallen. I mean, he was drafted in the third round or early in the third round of my draft last year, and that was a 10-team league. And so it's just funny to see how he's just fallen off so much. But
he's going in the 8th round this year.
Yeah, I'm not going to get Charles. I know that. You know, they seemed to like Devontae Booker last season, but he really didn't perform well. And so I'm probably just going to go with C.J. Anderson just because that's who's been the starter before, and he's coming off an injury. So maybe he'll look to bounce back because he seemed to always do better when he had a good backup. Like when there was someone, like back when Ryan Hillman would come in and play good, all of a sudden C.J. Anderson would start playing better. So I think C.J. Anderson probably has the best shot this year to be the most fantasy relevant, but in a backfield like that, I would just generally stay away from it.
I mean, if I absolutely had to pick somebody in this backfield, obviously I'm not picking Jamal Charles. I'm not picking C.J. Anderson either because I'd take Devontae Booker based on the fact that I could get him in the 14th, 15th round, and he could end up being a starter. Because, I mean, C.J. Anderson and Jamal Charles, they're not built on, like, a great bill of health. I could very well see him being the starter later on in the season. Obviously not right away, but later on in the season I can see it happening.
Yeah, and I like Devontae Booker a lot last season. He worries me a little bit this season just because I expected more out of him last year. But like you said, the value there. So if he ends up being the starter and you get a starter in the 14th round, you can't go wrong there.
I mean, if we just avoided every single rookie that had a bad rookie season, there's a lot of guys we wouldn't be drafting. We wouldn't draft Le'Veon Bell in his second year if you went off of the rookie season. I mean, he had 3.6 yards of carry. I think that could improve. They did try to bolster up their offensive line a little bit in the first round of the draft, so we'll have to see how it works out. Like I said, I'm not really thrilled about this backfield, though.
Yeah, there's just too many mouths to feed.
I don't think they really have a tight end that's worthy of being drafted. I know they have Jake Butt, but he's coming off the ACL. Let's go over to the Kansas City Chiefs. I seen a thing on Twitter. I can't remember who posted it, but they're saying that the end is sooner rather than later for Alex Smith. I still think he's going to be the starter this year, but I think that Mahomes could give him some good competition come camp time.
Yeah, I like Mahomes a lot. He was someone who just looked like he could be a good pro in college, just watching him play. And Alex Smith, I don't really like Alex Smith that much. I don't like those type of quarterbacks where they just will not throw it downfield.
Yeah.
And they will just throw it to their tight end every time. It makes it so boring to watch. But that being said, I mean, they've been pretty good the last few years. You can attribute most of that to their defense, but I still think Alex Smith remains the starter this year, and I mean probably next year too. But you just never know.
Honestly, I wouldn't be mad because I'm one of those guys I want to see Mahomes sit back for a little bit. I don't think he's NFL ready quite yet, but I love his skill set. He's like a mobile Matthew Stafford.
Yeah.
Now, if we're talking the running backs, I've heard a lot of hype for Kareem Hunt. Have you jumped on board?
Yeah, a lot of people like him.
Are you not buying it?
No, I haven't necessarily jumped on board yet. I had him as my 10th overall rookie in dynasty leagues, just because I like him for the future. But right now, I mean, honestly, out of all the rookie running backs outside of McCaffrey and Fournette and maybe Dalvin Cook, he's got, I think, the best chance to end up starting this season, just because I don't think they like Spencer Ware as much as they thought they did. And, you know, Charkandrick West isn't anything special. So if he comes out and he performs well, I think he could easily end up being the starter. But that being said, I'm also not that high on him. I didn't think he was the best running back available at that time. But, you know, you never know with these type of players. Like, once they get in the game, they could end up being great. So you just don't know.
I mean, it would be a damn shame if you drafted Spencer Ware in the middle of the third round and he ends up not even being the starter.
Yeah, that's another. Like, I would stay away from him.
I mean, Kareem Hunt, he's going in the 13th round. A lot of times when I'm not sure about a backfield, I tend to just go for the guy that's later.
Yeah.
This wide receiving core, it's going to be a little bit interesting. Obviously, Tyreek Hill has a lot of hype. We've seen what he could do last year. I'm one of those guys, though, where if I'm playing in a redraft league, I'm fading those guys that were ultra efficient last year because I tend to think that it's going to regress. Like, it's really hard to stay that efficient for a long period of time. So if I'm playing in redraft leagues, I'm not drafting Tyreek Hill. He was really efficient last year. I could see that coming down a little bit.
Yeah, he's a strong candidate to regress this year for me, just because he had such a breakout year last year, and he is talented. Like, it's so obvious how talented he is, and they used him in so many different ways. But I am worried that he's just not going to see the amount of touches he did last year, and you know, he's going high this year because of the year he had last year. But I tend to. There's some players I'll make an exception for, but I tend to try to stay away from players that kind of came out of nowhere, and that came back to bite me in some places, like Arian Foster. Like, I had a chance to draft him a year after he broke out, and I didn't think he would again, and he did. So, I mean, you just never know, but that's someone, at least for right now, who I'm probably going to stay away from.
Yeah, I mean, in redraft, the reason why you stay away from ultra-efficient guys like that come out of, like you said, come out of nowhere and were really efficient. The reason why you fade that in redraft is, one, because they're unlikely to repeat that, and two, because they were so efficient last year, they get all this hype, and now you have to pay for that efficiency. Therefore, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying what you're selling, people. But
yeah,
I do think though he's gonna get more targets than he got last year. He's just not going to be as efficient with them, and it's not, really all he's going to do is hurt Macklin, really.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another wide receiving core that I'd stay away from probably if I could.
I was just about to say it's not really a receiving core I want to deal with. Travis Kelce is another guy that you're going to really have to pay the price for because of how good he was. He was tight end 1 last year. And he's going right behind Gronk, only a few picks behind him, I believe. I'm looking it up right now, but he's going. Yeah, he's going at the end of the third, and he's going around after Gronk, basically.
Yeah,
that's a
like
high price to pay.
Yeah, like I said earlier, like if you're wanting a tight end and you want to draft one high, I'd probably I'd probably go ahead and draft Kelsey around later, and that way you can get a player like an Amari Cooper, or if someone falls to you, like a Dez Bryant or a Todd Gurley, someone like that. If they fall to you, I would get them, and then you can wait and get Travis Kelce instead of drafting Gronk and then having to get a guy like Jarvis Landry or Demaryius Thomas, somebody like that. So I like Kelce. I don't like him where he's at. He's only going 2 picks before Jordan Reed, which I think is insane. As much as I like Jordan Reed, like he just gets injured way too much. I think Kelce is much more valuable than Reed. But yeah, I like Kelce, just not as high as he's going.
Yeah, the only way I'm drafting Travis Kelce in the 3rd round is if it's like a tight end premium league, and that's only a maybe, because I mean I'm not big on taking tight ends that early. All right.
Yeah.
Let's go over to the last team in the show, basically. The San Diego Chargers. We've been building it up for you. Phillip Rivers, he's a guy with a lot of weapons this year. I mean, think about all the weapons he has. I mean, they probably have one of the best wide receiver cores in the league just based off of depth alone. They have Melvin Gordon, who had a stellar year last year in terms of touchdowns at least. But Phillip Rivers is a guy that still kind of fell off towards the end of the year. He's starting to get older. His arm strength is starting to go, but he still has a lot of weapons that I like.
Yeah, definitely. And like I said earlier, like I really like Mike Williams. I'm not sure how he's going to do this year. Personally, I think he could end up being the number 2 in terms of just like pure talent. I don't think that'll happen. I think they're gonna keep the same core 3 with Inman, Tyrell Williams, and Keenan Allen. But I mean, like I said earlier, you never know with Keenan Allen's injuries. I mean, Inman's had injuries. Williams had some injuries last year, so all 3 of them
have
some injury
Travis
issues.
Benjamin.
So yeah, and so I mean. So you've got all those to work with. Like he's going to probably start out the season 4 or 5 on the depth chart, but I think he could work his way up and be a big weapon.
You think Mike Williams is going to be number like 4 or 5 on the depth chart?
I mean, probably just because it's going to be Keenan Allen, Tyrell Williams, and then Inman probably are going to be the top 3, and then it's going to be him and Travis Benjamin.
What if they put Tyrell on the outside? They put Mike Williams on the outside on the other side, and Keenan Allen just stays in the slot.
Oh, I definitely think they could do that, and I think that's what they should do. Like, I think Mike Williams, honestly, I think he's probably the second best receiver on that roster. And if they do utilize him like that, I think he could end up being a great fantasy tight end this year, just because Phillip Rivers does such a good job of getting the most out of his receivers. And just watching him at Clemson, like you could see it. I mean, he's an NFL receiver. Like, he just can go up and get it. He's a big guy, and I think he's going to be really good in this league for years to come.
You know, it's funny is you just called Mike Williams a tight end, and it's funny because I think that they might kind of use him like a tight end. I could see him being like a red zone option and really cutting into Hunter Henry's production that way.
Yeah, I mean, he could. Hunter Henry had a good year last year. He surprised a lot of people with his production.
Right, he scored the touchdowns at a higher rate than I think he can sustain.
Yeah, and that's the thing. He's someone who could easily regress this season, and he's going to have a lot of weapons to deal with. So the offense is going to be interesting to look at. I mean, Phillip Rivers will still find a way to be down by 4 points with like 12 seconds to go the length of the field every game. But I think the offense could end up improving this year and could be really good, but I still think they're going to finish last in the division.
Yep. Every time you have a team with all these weapons, usually the best option is just to take the quarterback because you know that he's going to throw the ball. You get the ball every time. So we never seen though a full season with this team staying completely healthy. At least from their core players. We haven't seen that from San Diego yet.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. The they always do get hurt, and it seems like they always, as soon as one comes back, the other one gets hurt. So like you said, you never really get to see them all at one time, but I think that's probably going to continue. I mean, I hope Keenan Allen stays healthy this year, but you just never know. I mean, he just gets hurt so often. But like we were talking about Phillip Rivers, he's going at the end of the 9th round, and that's someone who I'd be happy with waiting to get someone like him or Eli Manning.
Would you take him over Jameis Winston?
That's tough, just because I think Deshaun Jackson and O.J. Howard are going to be big additions to that offense.
I think they're both in similar situations.
Yeah, I mean, I think Deshaun Jackson is getting to be a little underrated because people just forget how good he was. He's still just as fast. He hasn't even lost a step yet, and he just was on an offense where his main job was to take the top off the defense. He never really got the ball much. He was just supposed to draw coverage. And so now he's not going to be the main receiver. He's going to have Mike Williams. So I think Deshaun Jackson is in line for a big year.
Okay. So I guess the only guy we really haven't mentioned yet on this Chargers offense is Melvin Gordon. Now, he seemed like a guy, he got most of his touchdowns inside the 5-yard line. So you could easily say that his touchdowns could regress. But it just seems like their team is a team that gets stuck inside the 5-yard line a lot. I don't know how to really explain it. But I think Melvin Gordon, if you take away all of his red zone carries, his average yards per carry actually is pretty respectable, 4.2. But he just had so many red zone carries that it kind of bogged down his average a little bit.
Yeah, and when they lost Danny Woodhead, he started catching a lot of passes for them too, and or a lot more than I expected at least. And he really surprised me last year because his rookie season, I was excited about him. I thought he was going to be really good, and then he just really disappointed me, and so I was so low on him, and then he broke out last year. And so I don't know what to expect from him this season. I assume he'll be like he was last season, but you just never know. And that's someone who I like, but as early as he's going, I'm not sure if I'll take him. Yeah, it's a little too high for me just to take someone in the first round who really just broke out last year and relied so much on his touchdowns. I'd be a little worried about drafting him.
Yeah, I mean, he's going before Devontae Freeman. I'd take Devontae Freeman before him every single time, obviously. But
yeah.
He has the pedigree of a first-round running back. I just wouldn't take him in the first round.
Yeah.
I know you like Hunter Henry. Do you see him as a tight end 1 this year? I mean, it really isn't that hard to be a tight end 1 nowadays because it's such a shallow position. If he gets like 7 or 8 touchdowns, he'll be there.
Yeah, I think he'll be good. I think tight end 1, like you said, I mean, it's such a thin pool of players. I think he probably will be a tight end 1. Depends on what you're classifying as a tight end 1. Like, if you're just saying can start for your team, then definitely he's a top 12 tight end. But when I think of tight end 1s, I think of Gronk, Kelsey, Jordan Reed, Jimmy Graham, and Greg Olsen. And Greg Olsen is going at the beginning of the 5th round here, and that's the same round as Tyler Eifert and a little before Jimmy Graham and Delaney Walker. And so I think that's a really good value pick right there. But with Hunter Henry, I'd probably go ahead and take a shot at him just because how much Phillip Rivers likes to use the tight end. And with all those weapons, like, they might not save much for the tight end in terms of coverage. So, I mean, you might see him get a lot of touchdowns this year. You might see him, like you said, put up 7 or 8 touchdowns. And if he throws in 500-600 yards, I mean, that's a solid season.
my only problem with Hunter Henry is there's so many options on that team. I don't see him having a high yardage total. I see him as like a red zone package. But even then, Gates is still on that team, and that might be his sole purpose is to be in the red zone just so he can get that fucking record that he's been trying to get for like a year and a half now. That's my only concern about Hunter Henry.
Yeah. I'm looking here. They've got Kyle Rudolph going ahead of Hunter Henry, and I'd probably take Hunter Henry. I know Kyle Rudolph. A lot of people are high on Kyle Rudolph this season, but I'd probably go ahead and just stick with Hunter Henry there. But, there are, like you said, there are a lot of weapons, and you don't know how it's going to all shake out. But Phillip Rivers has always used the tight end a lot, and even though they still got Gates, I still think Hunter Henry, like Gates might come in when they're on the goal line or the 5-yard line, but I think you could see Hunter Henry scoring some touchdowns from outside of, like, maybe outside the red zone, but more like the 15, 20-yard line, something like that.
Is there anybody else that you want to mention before we end the show?
No, I think I'm good.
All right. Well, Casey, I'd like to thank you for coming on the show. I hope that you enjoyed your time. If you could tell them one more time where they can follow you, that'd be great.
Yeah, it's on Twitter at Fantasy S Central, and then my Twitter handle for my personal account is at the real Pac-Man, the real _ Pac-Man. Sorry, but yeah, y'all can just follow me on there. I've only got for my fantasy football, and I just started it, or my fantasy sports one, so it's only got like 40 followers. But I'm still tweeting out online, so I should be a decent Twitter follower for those fantasy sports fans out there.
Yeah, we'd like to have you on more often. You guys can also follow us on Twitter at the Fifth Down FF. Like I said, you could please rate and review us on iTunes. That'd be greatly appreciated. You can also find us on Stitcher and Spreaker for you non-iPhone users. That'll be it, Fifth Downers. Thank you for tuning in to today's show.